Good evening and welcome to the, welcome to the February 3rd, 2021 public meeting of the Board of Education. I'm the board president, Melissa Ellis. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed live on AACPS YouTube channel. If we are interrupted during the broadcast of tonight's meeting, the meeting will be stopped and we will take a short recess until we can continue. If for some reason we cannot continue, we will notify you as soon as possible when a new meeting will be scheduled. The board attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, a state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. The virtual format of this meeting of the Board of Education is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings, as well as the governor's and county executives' various executive orders limiting public gatherings. While a virtual meeting of this type was not envisioned by the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this virtual meeting includes alternate accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and on the web, and allowing written public comments to agenda items be filed with the board office and considered by the board. The board attorney has opined that the public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public and provides appropriate opportunity to observe the conduct of the board's public business consistent with prevailing best practices during this emergency situation and therefore complies with the Open Meetings Act. Please pause for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will begin with a roll call to indicate everyone who is here, starting with Mr. Silkworth. Ms. Frank? Present. Ms. Schalheim?
Here.
Dr. Tobin?
Present.
Ms. Corkadell? Mr. Smith?
Here.
Ms. Antwine? Okay, so I'm going to start out just by explaining a little bit to the public about how this meeting is being conducted. The board is back meeting in person. It's very exciting to be back with my colleagues. But we are conducting the first half of this meeting in a virtual type of format to allow for the interaction with those who are attending virtually. We have some guests of honor. We have, this enables us to still receive live public testimony. And we also will have the privilege of being joined by Dr. Kalyana Raman. So that's why we are conducting this meeting through our computers, but we are all gathered, as you can tell by our backgrounds, together. And so with that, we're going to start with the approval of the minutes. Do I have any questions or discussion or motions?
Yes, I had a question. Apologies, I don't have it up anymore, but I thought I saw, I'm not prepared, I apologize. But I do have, I did see something that I thought needed attention. Forgive me, y'all.
That's okay. While we're waiting, I'm going to ask someone that I see on my screen just to tell me if you're able to hear this meeting in an interactive way. I see Ms. Walker on my screen. Can you hear us? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. It's working great. Okay. Just thought it'd be a good time to test out the technology here.
You know what? I can't find it. I apologize.
Okay.
I'm not gonna proceed with whatever it was.
Okay. Are there any other comments, questions, or do we have a motion?
I move to adopt the minutes as printed.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Howe? Actually, do we have consensus or is there any dissent? Okay. Minutes are adopted. Item 2.04, establish agenda order. Are there any comments, concerns, or do I have a motion?
I move to establish the agenda order as printed.
Do I have a second? No discussion, no questions. Do I have consensus to adopt the agenda order? No dissent? Okay, the agenda order has been adopted. I don't know. One moment, please. Item 2.05, this evening we have no recognitions. Item 2.06, we have Educator of the Month. And for this evening's Educator of the Month, for February of 2021, we have Dr. Michelle Walker, speech pathologist at Wall Chapel Elementary. Dr. Walker is exceptional at creating lessons and therapy for the students at Wall Chapel. She develops strong relationships with every one of her students, their parents, and the teachers in the building. Watching her in action is exciting, and her demeanor is all in. Her excitement for teachers and learning is contagious, and her students love their time with her. Dr. Walker has students as young as 3. Those students always return from their therapy with a smile. The attention and energy that Dr. Walker puts into her students is the same energy her colleagues feel when in her presence. She is a consummate professional and brings knowledgeable perspective to all scenarios. Dr. Walker has been described by her colleagues as a star in her field. She is a natural-born therapist and teacher. She is calm, patient, kind, and she gives her students' families explanations that help to make them feel welcome, understood, and cared for. She loves her students. The connections she makes are natural. She exudes teamwork and never-ending professionalism. For these reasons, your colleagues, the nominating committee, and this board honor you, Dr. Michelle Walker, as this month's Educator of the Month. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And from that, we would love to hear if you have a few words. We're just so happy to have you here.
Indeed. Thank you so much. I am overwhelmingly honored to have been nominated and selected for this fine distinction. I've been fortunate to be counted as a team member in the Office of Special Services in my role as a speech-language pathologist, and to have served these past 10 years and counting amongst the most dedicated administrators, educators, related resource and support personnel at the Chapel Elementary School. Serving our students, their families, and our community has brought me great satisfaction. Being a speech language pathologist and educator is the greatest act of optimism. We at Chapel are cougars, and we achieve what we believe. Thank you for this special recognition. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
And next we have Employee of the Month. I'm sorry, we will go first with the Volunteer of the Month. Mr. Smith?
Success of our high school signature programs is predicated on partnership between school personnel and the wide array of business and community leaders that make up the integrated community stakeholder teams. These volunteers help create, implement, and maintain relevant and meaningful opportunities for students. Today, we celebrate the dedication of one such volunteer, Mr. Tyler Bennett. The Board of Education is thrilled to honor you as our February 2021 Volunteer of the Month. Over the past 3 years, Tyler Bennett and the Compass Government Relations Partners has been an integral part of South River High School's Global Communications and Public Affairs Signature Program. Mr. Bennett has worked closely with school staff, the Integrated Community Stakeholder Team, and the Signature Program Coordinator, utilizing his expertise to develop curriculum overlays, classroom discussion modules, and special events designed to bring the topics to life. Ms. Allie Holstrom, President of the South River Community Advisory Board and founding member of the Signature Program, ICST, shared, while there are many examples I could share, one of the most recent and most impactful is the Government Summit held at South River High School in December of 2019. This event allowed over 150 students of all ages to hear directly from their elected officials about community issues, legislation, and their role as citizens. Students worked in small groups with these officials to share their thoughts and feelings about local issues that were important to them, learned how to get and be involved in the political process, and experience the impact they can have when they engage in the political process. Mr. Bennett helped us organize this incredible event, bringing together 12 elected officials from the Maryland State Legislature, County Council, and the Board of Education to talk directly with students about how to make their voices heard and play a role in improving their communities. The passion and energy sparked in our students was inspiring, the likes of which I've rarely experienced in my 10 years working with the school. Inspiring students is clearly Mr. Bennett's passion. Signature lead teacher Jen Clark shared, "I truly believe his greatest passion is empowering the youth of tomorrow. It brings him joy to see young people so involved with their surroundings. We have seen tremendous growth and success of students under Tyler's mentorship. Many times, students have approached him with questions or vetted him for his help, and he generously provides them with as much time and assistance as he can." Former Principal William Myers also made note of this passion. While Tyler volunteers his time with numerous organizations and initiatives throughout the community, his true passion is empowering youth, building their self-esteem and providing a strong foundation for their future through development of communications and leadership skills. Mr. Myers put it best when he said, "South River High School is truly fortunate to have Tyler Bennett as a friend and champion of his value as a part, and his value as a partner cannot be overestimated. In every aspect of his life, in every way imaginable, Tyler Bennett exemplified the spirit of volunteerism and leadership." Mr. Bennett, you're a great asset to the South River and the entire Anne Arundel County Public Schools community, and we thank you for your service as a Signature Program volunteer and your dedication to our students. Congratulations. Mr. Bennett, if you would like to say anything.
Sure, Mr. Smith, first of all, and members of the board, thank you so much. Really appreciate this honor this evening, especially as a product of Anne Arundel County Public Schools myself. Mr. Myers was actually my principal back in the day at Severna Park. I want to thank the whole Signature team over there, Allie Holmstrom, Linda Lehman, who has since retired, and Josh White there now in his first year. They do a tremendous job It's just been an awesome experience working with the program over these last few years, and I look forward to many more. Really enjoyed the opportunity to engage with the students and bring a piece of my world and state government into the classroom. So thank you very much.
Next, we have Employee of the Month. Is Corkadell? Oh, are we? Dr. Tobin.
Mr. Turner began his position as the facility engineer of South River High School in July 2019. He was previously employed as the chief at an elementary school. His current position entails a major difference in responsibilities, square footage of facility, increased number of employees under his supervision, and the numerous facets of his daily tasks. Mr. Turner transitioned into this position with grace and confidence, and everyone who meets him has the utmost respect. He always wears a smile on his face and aims to please with whatever tasks he is assigned. Mr. Turner arrives each day ready to work and willing to help wherever needed. South River is indeed fortunate to have him as the major player of the Seahawk team each day. If there is one area in which Jamal is well known, he is kind. The health room staff at South River were excited to learn that Mr. Turner was being nominated and stated it best. Jamal's constant smile and kind, approachable demeanor brightens the halls of South River. He is incredibly helpful, knowledgeable, and reliable. Jamal's greatest attributes are his willingness to help, his perseverance, and the fact that he is always a gentleman. We feel incredibly fortunate to have Jamal not just as a coworker, but as a friend. Thank you for all you do to make our day run smoothly. Mr. Jamal Turner, today the Board of Education celebrates you as the Employee of the Month for February 2021. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And Mr. Turner, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say thank you for everyone who nominated me for this recognition, and I really do appreciate it. But I really want to thank my staff behind me at South River High School. Without my staff behind me, it would be very hard to take care of a high school. So I really want to thank the staff at South River High School, the night crew, the day shift, everyone. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
Oh, and I just have a question for Mr. Turner. Is that a Chiefs hat you're wearing?
Yes, sir. It is a Chiefs hat. I'm known for always wearing hats at school, so you never know what I'm going to wear. So this one I'm rooting for on Sunday.
Oh, wow. Employee of the Month and your team's in the Super Bowl? All you got to do is win the lottery now.
Yes,
wow.
Sir. And it's my birthday this month. And
happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
Well, yeah, definitely play the lottery.
Yes, sir, I will.
Thank you. My favorite part of the meeting. Next, we will have public comment. And we will start. The topic for the following testimony is on item 4.01, Student Wellbeing Survey Update. And we'll start with Helene Nicholson.
Turn the video. Hi, I'm Helene Nicholson, and I'm the parent of a senior at Serrano Park High School. I'm very curious to hear about the results of the Student Wellbeing Survey tonight. Until then, let me tell you what the survey isn't likely to show. Life as we know it has been an emotional roller coaster since last March, on top of the typical highs and lows of life for a teenager. As things began to lock down, it became almost painful to explain over and over why my daughter could no longer see her friends, have sleepovers, or hang out with her boyfriend. The end of junior year was tough as teachers and students together tried to get through the material as best they could. I can tell you with 100% certainty that my daughter did not learn what she needed from virtual learning. She agonized for months about applying to colleges and felt she was not ready for the SAT. When the SAT was offered by the school in the fall, her score confirmed our suspicion. I thank God that the college of her choice decided to waive the SAT requirement for incoming 2021 freshmen. While we are not supposed to tread into other areas of public comment, I will say that her lack of a soccer season and not seeing her closest friends in school had the biggest impact on her. She believed that her senior year was going to be her year, to include the big senior night on the field she watched for 3 previous seasons. All that is gone. If she did not have club soccer, who decided to keep their season going to the fall, I hesitate to think how much more she could take. I think what is most devastating is the carrot that has been dangled in front of her board meeting after board meeting. The hope that she will return to the field. The hope that she will be the senior walking through the halls and making those last memories of high school with her friends. The hope that she would get her senior parking permit and be among the elite that get to park at school. Lastly, the girl who hated wearing dresses most of her life will get to wear a beautiful one at her prom, or proudly wear her yellow cap and gown at graduation. I have kept her apprised of the things that you have wanted for students and the arbitrary dates that gave her hope, but she has had enough. She has asked me for help after facing blow after blow for months. She doesn't even think she can talk to me about it. Instead, she has begun meeting with a counselor to help her work through this time of anxiety and the unknown. My research seems to indicate that this is a problem nationwide with an upswing in suicides. I implore you to do your due diligence and look into these reports and take my testimony about kids like my own to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. David Hoggard,
Madam President, he's not signed in.
Kristen Caminiti,
I always forget to unmute. Sorry. Good evening. Tonight, as you hear an update on the student well-being survey that you required AACPS to administer to students, please keep in mind the following. This is a global pandemic. This is hard on many people for many different reasons. Many kids are struggling. One of my kids is having a really hard time. I go to bed worrying about him. I wake up worrying about him. He isn't having a hard time because he isn't in a school building. He's having a hard time because he is worried someone he loves will get sick. He is struggling because he misses his grandparents, his aunts, uncles, and cousins. He misses going places other than hikes in the woods. He misses being able to spontaneously leave the 4 walls of our house to browse the mall or the grocery store with me or his dad. He misses the theater classes that he adored and in which he thrived. These are contributing to mental health concerns, and none of them would be solved by returning to school while we are still in the middle of a pandemic, and some of them would be made worse. Sadly, because a needs assessment wasn't done, and because a plan wasn't developed that truly sought to meet student needs, like the needs of that high schooler we just heard about, that are so different than the needs of an elementary schooler, we now have a messy plan that doesn't address any child's needs well. And now there seems to be a narrative that if you think our current reopening plan is a poor one, then you don't care about student mental health. And this could not be further from the truth. Everyone I know who has concerns about the current reopening plan cares tremendously about the mental health of AACPS students. We also care tremendously about the mental health of our teachers. We know that without teachers who feel cared for, valued, and safe, they can't do their job well, and our kids will suffer as a result. So as you hear the results of the Student Wellbeing Survey, do not jump to any conclusions. Do not use this survey, whatever the results may show, as proof of how we should proceed with reopening our schools one way or another. Remember, we are in the middle of a global pandemic, and it's hard, really hard. Thank you.
thank you. The next testimony we will hear will be on item 4.02, 2021 reopening update, starting with Laura Romanchik.
Close.
That's all I could hope for. I hope I didn't do too bad.
Romantic. Either way, it's fine.
Okay.
Evening, Dr. Arlato and members of the board. I'd like to tell you a joke. A woman walks into a bar 2 weeks ago to pick up takeout beer and sees some 50 unmasked people inside, which was less than 25% capacity. And then last Friday, the capacity of that bar doubled. Now 100 or more unmasked people are legally permitted to eat, drink, and be merry inside that bar. This can only be a joke, because until this afternoon, we were still unsure whether metrics would allow my 6 and 9-year-olds to attend Crofton Woods while masked and sitting 6 feet apart from other students. Yet it was perfectly fine for nearly 100 people or more to sit unmasked in a bar. This board has made it abundantly clear that you will not act to reopen schools unless given the green light by Dr. Kalyana Raman. Luckily, you received that confirmation today, and there should be no question that our children can now return to schools safely. I'm curious, how have you quantified the value of mental health? How have you continually determined that COVID metrics should hold more weight than mental health metrics? Nobody has surveyed elementary parents to see if they think their child needs professional mental help. My son is in 1st grade and started weekly therapy in June. The lockdown and isolation in the spring exacerbated his anxiety and OCD to the point where he was too afraid to go outside. We were lucky to have been able to afford to pay for therapy since it was not covered by our insurance. He also has separation anxiety and has stated multiple times that he never wants to go back into school. The longer he's home, the more difficult it's going to be to get him back in a classroom. His teachers haven't had a clue as to what he's been dealing with because he exhibits no signs he is struggling during virtual school. How many more children out of the 83,000 are like my son? Schools need to reopen for as many K-12 students as possible on March 1st. Full stop. How many more experts do you need to tell you this? Our children are in crisis, and you, members of this Board of Education, are the only ones who have the power to change this. This emotional roller coaster of uncertainty is exhausting and needs to end now. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Farrelly.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. My name is Jen Farley, and my family is part of the Northeast feeder system. As a mom and teacher, I am here to encourage you to stand firm in your decision to reopen schools with the hybrid model for all students by March 1st. As part of the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County mission statement, the board is to provide leadership, vision, and support to Anne Arundel County Public Schools that ensures an equitable, world-class education and creates lifelong learning by promoting community collaboration, developing responsive policies, and holding ourselves accountable for the results. Thinking about the words stated in the mission statement, I pause at community collaboration. As a school community, families have come together and are continuing to advocate for the hybrid model choice. This evening, I come before you with confidence on behalf of my son and my daughter that you will remain committed to the families of Anne Arundel County and continue to move forward with the hybrid reopening plan. As I reflect on the phrases developing responsive policies and holding ourselves accountable for the results, I tell myself, yes, Dr. Arlotto, Dr. Kalyana Raman, and the Board of Education have developed a responsive way to reopen schools, and we, the community, do hold them accountable for the results. My children and the children of Anne Arundel County are placing their trust in you that you will follow through with the implementation of safely reopening schools by March 1st. I think it is fair to say that there are many questions about how to move forward, but the real question is, are we going to let the questions prevent us from moving forward? We tell our children each day to ask questions, and then we learn by doing so. So now let us lead by example. Let us move forward with the confidence and implement the well-developed plan already in place. We have never been faced with such decisions as we have been during this pandemic. But as Eleanor Roosevelt said, you gain strength, courage, and confidence by every experience in which you really stop to look fear in the face. You are able to say to yourself, I lived through this horror. I can take on the next thing that comes along. The time is now to send the message to the families of Anne Arundel County that says, we are ready to take the next thing that comes along, and hybrid will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Russell Leone.
Miss Ellis, did you call me?
I did.
Okay,
Yes.
I did not hear. I did not hear that.
Sorry.
Okay.
I was about to check with you again. Okay.
Sure. Over the past year, one thing has been clear and consistent in our message to you. Teachers want to be with our students under safe conditions. Working towards these safe conditions has been a roller coaster ride. We started this pandemic with many praises. Parents continue to be champions for us. TAC members have taken every opportunity to get to the table and collaborate with AACPS to varying degrees of success. However, we still don't have a clear path for answering educators' concerns for safety. Added to this is the complete demoralization of teachers to hear our governor state that vaccines aren't important and that our students deserve to be back in schools because children haven't had an education in a year. You need to stand strong for the hardworking educators. The decision to start on March 1st is one that was made without any real explanation. As an educator, I'm hoping that it is not driven by a desire to get students in to sit for a state test. Our students have always been more than a test score, and we must show them that even more now. Our children need us to be focused on their social, emotional, and physical well-being, and getting them back in to check off a box for testing would be disheartening. I visited 3 schools in there to see their preparation. While some measures have been addressed, there is not a uniform system of documentation between the schools that cleaning has been done. AACPS must be prepared to have a system that is carried out no matter the building. There's still no answer on how students will access bathrooms, what will happen if a teacher is sick, and AACPS is still having trouble getting midday monitors, and we're hearing cultural arts teachers may need to supervise classes at that time, which contradicts the need to limit exposure as they've been instructed to continue teaching virtually from their rooms. Teachers without vaccines will be working with students without masks in our most vulnerable settings. And this brings me to the availability of vaccines. We believe that access to both doses of a vaccine must be provided to educators before they return. AACPS has yet to start this process, and it takes 3 to 4 weeks between doses. As recently as this past week, Dr. Fauci addressed educators when meeting with our NEA president. He stated, if we can get them vaccinated as quickly as possible, that would hopefully get to the goal that we all want, namely to get the children back to school for the good of the children, for the good of the parents, and for the good of the teachers who want as much as everybody to get the children back to school. I couldn't have said that better myself. We are close to seeing the end of this terrible pandemic, but it's still a fight for our lives. I encourage you to make decisions based on the essential needs of our students and our staff's health, and not the pressure of trying to catch up to an arbitrary finish line. Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha Schrickle.
Hello, my name is Sammy and I'm a pre-K teacher and a member of TAC. This is my first year as a public school teacher. It isn't what I expected, but I and many of my colleagues have been blown away by our students' resiliency and ability to form relationships and learn through the online platform. Instead of interrupting our students' progress and discrediting your teachers' abilities, we should be putting full effort into making the best of the year we have. Requiring employees to be back in the building before receiving vaccines shows a blatant disregard of your staff's health and well-being. The lack of communication and transparency to Anne Arundel teachers and families is outrageous. I would like to leave you with only some of the questions that have been asked since October when hybrid began being discussed, but have yet to be answered. What has been done to improve air ventilation in classrooms without windows? Employees were only given 5 cotton masks. What other PPE can we expect to receive that meet the CDC's guidelines? What happens if the limited supply of masks for students run out and a student needs one? What is the plan using precise language when a student or teacher tests positive? Who else quarantines? How will students who are learning virtually hear the hybrid teacher if the only microphone being used is the one built into the teacher laptop? How will it be handled when a student expresses that his or her caretaker gave them medicine to bring down a fever? Will there be a live count available to the public documenting COVID cases in AACPS and related school closures? Who will cover teacher absences? How will substitutes work? Describe what a mask break is. In case of fire, lockdown, or other emergency, how will teachers be supported to ensure that safety protocols and guidelines are followed? What does play look like in early childhood? Explain exactly how the collaboration station is supposed to work. What does recess look like? Please consider what I have said as you think about whether or not you are prepared for the risks and uncertainties associated with opening schools during a pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Sebastian Serrano.
Good evening, Dr. Arlotto and members of the board. My name is Sebastian Serrano, and I'm both a county resident and science teacher. I'm here to present my third round of COVID-19 data analysis. Cases in Anne Arundel accelerated from late October to mid-January. Via Python, I wrote an algorithm to isolate and fit the local minima of the data ranging from March 15th, 2020 to January 23rd of this year. This distinguished two behaviors, increasing intensity and cycles. It presented 3 cycles of the spread. Mid-March to late June to late October, and late October to the present. By the end of the first period, average daily cases per week had decreased 70% from their peak of 72 per day. However, the second cycle did not experience continuous decrease. While we initially reduced daily cases by 50% from our new and higher peak of 82, we lost ground and had only reduced cases by 20% in late October. Then cases skyrocketed. We're in this third cycle now. Its peak was over 343 daily cases. As of January 30th, we have reduced cases by over 45%. However, this leaves the daily caseload higher than the previous 2 cycles peaks combined. Analysis indicates that the volatility began as early as August. Something was wrong even then. We are tempting fate in the known presence of the more transmissible UK and South African variants. Many recite that we were told 2 weeks of quarantine would stop the spread. Some have stayed within our family circle for over 10 months. The problem is the word some. From the virus's frame of reference, no time passed because full participation is the threshold. We have that chance now. We must maintain this pronounced decrease in our daily cases. We can't take the CDC director's statement on reopening out of context. If we reopen and ignore the windowless rooms where a spoiled milk bottle hidden in a cabinet can cause a lingering stench for a day, we jeopardize the normalcy that we are clinging to with whatever hope we have left. Many teachers still don't know if their accommodation requests will be approved. That might be news to some stakeholders. Welcome to the rest of our reality. Our debt to those who have suffered from this virus is yet to be paid, and we all deserve to breathe.
Thank you. Gina Senkowski.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, here, there we go. Okay, here I am. Sorry about that. I am the parent of 2 students who should be attending Central Elementary School. We are an 18-year active duty military family who had the benefit of moving to Anne Arundel County last summer. I have the benefit of having friends all over the country and world whose children have been in school in some form since the beginning of this school year. I have the benefit of a window into public school districts in 19 states and 4 countries, via personal friends who are parents, teachers, volunteers, therapists, support and admin staff, who have been working without vaccines, who have sent me protocols and dashboards and contact tracing methodology, and superintendent updates citing data beyond case counts and layered mitigation strategies. You have the benefit of some of that information as well because I've sent it to you. A silver lining to the absurd level of inaction by AACPS is that we all now have the benefit of learning from these places and others whose plans have been implemented and adjusted as needed when new information becomes available, because that's how public health policy should work. We can also learn from places who haven't done it well, and there are some of those. It isn't March of 2020. We know more about the virus. We know how to test for it, how to trace it, how to treat it, how it behaves, and for whom it is most dangerous. Apart from my varied examples, there are independent studies which have been published establishing not only that schools have not contributed to community spread even when cases are surging, but that case rates in children who remain virtual may be higher than for those who attend school in person. I sent you those studies as well. My children and I also have the misfortune of knowing that if the military had sent us almost anywhere else, that they would have seen the inside of a classroom and met teachers and met friends out from behind a screen long before now. The conversations with my kids about why that is have been neither easy nor simple. When they ask why their friends are in school and they aren't, what I don't feed them is rhetoric that their friends' parents are playing Russian roulette with their lives, or that they think teachers are expendable and want them dead, because it's not true. There is enough evidence now from around the world to substantiate that those claims are not true. The welfare of students in this county has been put on the back burner for a year, and they have been made to sacrifice in order to protect adults, whose purported mission it is to elevate all children. It's time for the adults to put that mission into practice and get students safely back in class.
Thank you. Melissa Eidelman. Ms. Eidelman, can you hear me? You went off mute briefly and you're muted again.
Can you hear me, Melissa?
Yeah, yes, I can.
All right, let me try to turn it up because I can't hear you. All right, so everyone can hear me now?
Yes.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm working off of my phone. I wanted to start off first by saying thank you to every member of the board, for allowing me to speak. I understand that this has been a very tireless effort for all of you guys to go through meeting after meeting and to listen back and forth between both parties, teachers, parents, and students about this topic. I'm going to start with what I had written because I have 2 minutes. I feel like I don't need to waste too much time telling you about me or who I am. I believe when you really want to know or understand someone, you find your ways in doing so. So let me keep my testimony short and sweet with my own version of a poem written by Daryl Scott, father of Rachel Scott. She was a victim of the Columbine High School shooting in Littleton, Colorado, 1999. I ask all members of the board to please take this version that I came up with of this poem as an opportunity to open your minds about continuing with the hybrid model. Your decisions ignore our deepest needs. Your words are empty air. You have stripped away our children's joy. Now tears, confusion, and anger fills our home, the new classroom. Do you seek solutions, or are you all playing games? Are you asking the right questions? Are you seeing the right answers? And are you making the right decisions? What the majority of us see is legislative greed. We watch everyone sit here and act as if they fail to understand that what our students, parents, teachers, and society needs the most is restored faith in a system that has failed us all. So I am Melissa Eidelman. I can confidently say I am behind the voice of many parents that want their kids in the classroom no later than March 1st, 2021. We chose hybrid.
Your time has expired.
We expect that to happen for all kids of all grade levels and ages, despite a perfect plan or a pandemic where safety metrics have already deemed it safe.
Ms. Eidelman, can you summarize?
Done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Melissa Davis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am the mother of a third grader and a kindergartner. On behalf of them and other students in the county, I want to urge the board to continue to aggressively put the plan in place to have our children back in school no later than March 1st. First, until our children are given the option to return to the classroom, I feel the reopening plan should be item number 1 on all public board meetings. Countless parents are attending virtually primarily for that reason. Let's be clear that a student's safe return to school is an option and a decision that families can make based on their own circumstances. We should all be given the option to send our kids to school where they and their teachers can be safe. We should be given that option now. Also, while teachers are doing their best in a virtual environment, let's be honest, our kids are falling behind. We also need a plan and reassurance that our kids will have a method to catch up. What is disturbing to me is hearing public testimony from individuals who feel it is not safe to return to the classroom when their own children attend in-person private school, play recreational sports, and other group activities. Based on new guidance, reopening no longer considers metrics as a key guideline. However, make no mistake about it, the numbers are falling quickly, especially the case rate. Over the past 22 days, we have seen the numbers decrease by over 58%, from 65 to today's number of 27. With the declining numbers, we are in a position where it is absolutely necessary to have our children in the classroom. Students in neighboring states and throughout the country have been doing it successfully since September. Why not us? Thank you.
Thank you. And the following is testimony on item 4.03, the 2020-21 athletics update, starting with Helene Nicholson.
Hi, my name is Olivia Nicholson, and I'm 18 years old, and I'm a senior at Smyrna Park High School. I'd like to start off by talking about my club soccer team who has been practicing since June. We've been able to practice for the past 9 months without wearing masks, and not a single person has caught COVID. In between practices, or like going up and back to our cars, we wear a mask, of course, but when we're competing, we never wear masks, and not a single case came from our club. I'd also like to talk about maybe trying a new season for fall sports. We could have 2 games each week, and by the end of the 4-week session, we could have the top 2 teams who've won the most games have a scrimmage for like a mini county championship, just to give us something to compete for. I've been on varsity for all 4 years, and this was supposed to be my year. I was supposed to be a leader, and I was trying. We've been preparing since summer, and we haven't stopped. We've been looking for this date, and we've been looking forward to it. And as soon as we got here, nothing. I'm just asking you to consider trying something for us as seniors to finally get a chance to play the sport we love.
Thank you. Erica Paban.
Hello?
Yes.
All right. Sorry about that. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I was originally going to speak about in-person learning, but I'm grateful that I was picked to speak about athletics. Yesterday, exactly at 12:12 p.m., Anne Arundel County Public Schools announced that fall sports will not compete and instead take part in a non-competitive 4-week session. The excuse that was given, it was simply not possible. I find it interesting that an announcement was made after the cutoff for today's testimony. I, like many others, are beyond livid with yesterday's announcement. I've been advocating for our student athletes to get back on the field since last June. In October 6th, the Board of Education met and voted to start athletics on December 7th for the second semester plan, which included every season. It was pushed by Arlotto and Pazan. Now, 10 days before the fall season was set to start, it's announced that we only get 4 weeks of workouts. Winter, now fall athlete has been screwed over. Why recommend a plan that cannot be executed? Student athletes and families were manipulated and lied to because it was not simply doable. Now we know this was just simply a delay tactic. My son, who is a junior, has worked tirelessly over the past 12 years playing football. His main goal was to play for a college team. For football players, their junior year is extremely important. Game film is what showcases their talent and allows them to be recruited, not workouts. He is competing against other athletes from 46 states who have film from 2020 fall season, or they will have it in the spring. He has been robbed of competing to the next level. There's no pay to play football league in Maryland. Baltimore County voted to resume athletics regardless of metrics. Harford County and Bayside Conference are all going forward with the second semester plan, which includes fall and spring. Private schools will start their modified winter season in 2 weeks. Youth and club have been competing since June. Student athletes and families are the ones carrying the full burden of this decision. There's no equity.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have testimony on 5.03 Diversity and Inclusion Report, Kristen Caminiti.
Every month, the Board of Ed hears a report on diversity and inclusion, issues that I know many members of this board have stated they believe are core values of the board. I cannot help but think about how, as this board has prepared for reopening, diversity and inclusion seem to be issues that were forgotten. Fostering diversity does not happen by giving every student in the county the same choice. Valuing diversity means understanding that every child in the county has different needs. Education is most successful when it is tailored as much as possible to the individual needs of each student. Early on, I and hundreds of others implored you to do a needs assessment to truly understand the challenges, the struggles, and the triumphs of each student. We wanted you to understand the causes for those challenges, struggles, and triumphs, and develop a plan that would address the challenges and encourage more triumphs. But instead, it was decided that a one-size-fits-all choice for every single family was the way to go. As we watch a majority of white students return to school in New York, where the overwhelming majority of their student population is Black, and as we see schools in affluent areas in Washington, D.C. fill nearly all their available seats, while schools in lower socioeconomic areas of the district struggle to convince students to return, it is clear that there are issues of diversity not being addressed by school systems. The approach AACPS has taken is likely to have similar results. You cannot espouse the merits of diversity and inclusion and then ignore these very important issues when developing a reopening plan. I hope as we move forward, you take responsibility for the way the reopening plan you are pushing forward will likely widen the opportunity gap and in no way meets the needs of some of our students struggling the most. It is not too late to realize that there is a better way. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker will be speaking on item 7.01, Chesapeake High School Cell Tower Update, India Oaks.
Good evening, India Oaks, Hillsmere Elementary. I think even the newer board members know I feel I am on repeat with all the testimony given the last 4 years against the placement of cell towers on school property, including as recently as last May regarding Chesapeake High School. Study after study continue to show such placements can result in various forms of cancer, higher risk of miscarriages, asthma, autism, memory loss, and lack of sleep. And just to be clear, being against cell towers on school grounds does not mean I am against such technology. As cited in my written comments emailed to you yesterday, I agree with the lead professor of a December 2019 paper published in Environmental Research who said, I'm pro-tech and I'm pro-human. So I think there are ways for us to have our cell phones and minimize potential risk without waiting to find out that putting a cell tower on top of a school was a bad idea. And studies included in that peer review indicated that such proximity also resulted in headaches, dizziness, and depression, some of the very things we all are trying to stop our kids from having during this pandemic. In closing, I turned back to a voice of our essential workers. If the International Association of Firefighters voted 14 years ago against cell towers near fire stations in order to protect our first responders, before the full impact of such placement can be understood, why are you risking children and staff just for a mere fraction of revenue? So please pay attention to the science and reject the cell tower placement at Chesapeake High School. Thank you.
Thank you. And was David Hoggard able to join us?
Madam President, he's not signed in.
Thank you. We also had written testimony for this evening's meeting. Ms. Howell, do you have information on that?
Yes, we received a total of 67 written comments. 41 were received prior to the cutoff, 26 were received thereafter, or were on non-agenda related items, which were sent to you in advance of tonight's meeting.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment portion of our meeting. Next, we are on item 4.01, Student Wellbeing Survey Update. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President. We are here this evening. Mr. Vogelin is here to share with the board the results of the survey that was requested by the board. This will include information from the secondary students, that meaning our middle school and our high school students, and we plan to survey our elementary students as we get further into the year. So, Mr. Vogelin, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Allett. I'm going to share my screen. Good evening, Dr. Arlotto, President Ellis, and members of the board. My name is Ryan Vogelin, and I am the Director of Student Services for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Per the motion passed at the board meeting on January 6, 2021, our team conducted a comprehensive mental health survey for secondary students to allow the board to have a full picture of our students' mental health and well-being at this point in time. 11,961 out of 24,528 high school students completed the survey, which is 49% of all high school students. 12,571 out of 19,668 middle school students completed the survey, which is 64% of all middle school students. There were 11 questions asked in the survey. 3 of the questions were identifiers, and 8 of the questions related to the well-being of students. At this time, I will go through the results of the survey questions. Of the high school students who took the survey, there was a fairly even split amongst grade levels, with slightly more 9th graders and slightly less 11th graders taking the survey. Of the middle school students who took the survey, there was an even split amongst 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students. In high school, slightly more female students took the survey, and in middle school, there was an even gender split. Students were asked to identify with whom they were having the most interaction at this time. The top 3 responses for both high school and middle school were the same for this question. Students are mostly spending time with their parents and guardians, siblings, and friends. For this question, the students were able to choose up to 3 responses from 9 possible choices. For both high school and middle school students, the top 3 concerns impacting their mental wellness right now are academic pressure, the COVID-19 pandemic, and loneliness or isolation. Other possible choices were racism, relationship issues, past trauma, current events, grief or loss, and financial problems. For this question, the students were able to choose up to 3 responses from 9 possible choices. When students were asked how the pandemic and national unrest has specifically impacted their lives, 2 of the top 3 choices of both high school and middle school students were stress and anxiety and disappointment or sadness. A third of middle school students who responded said that they were not significantly impacted by the pandemic and national unrest. Other possible choices were difficulty sleeping, financial setback, loss of a loved one, relocation, and illness or self-quarantine. When high school and middle school students were asked what has been the most stressful for them during the pandemic and national unrest, they had the same 2 responses, which were having trouble focusing on studies and or work and feeling disconnected from friends and or loved ones. The third highest response was that they have not experienced any stress during COVID-19. Other possible choices were uncertainty regarding the unknown, viewing disturbing news events on TV and social media, finding joy while coping with the pandemic, uncertainty related to my academics, having my basic needs met, fearing I and or a loved one will contract COVID-19, feeling unhappy in my living space, unable to participate in a specialty activity or sport, and limited access to mental health services, including therapy or medication. Students had the opportunity to choose up to 3 coping strategies out of 10 choices. Both high school and middle school students responded that virtual interaction with friends and exercise or physical activity were ways in which they were supporting their mental wellness. High school students also expressed that they are having in-person interaction with friends to support their mental wellness. Middle school students communicated that they are relying on interaction with their pets to stay positive. Other possible choices were virtual mental health services, familial support provided at home, participation in the student wellness block, increased privacy, routine schedules at school and at home, and practicing wellness strategies and techniques. More than 80% of all high school and middle school students who responded to the survey are either extremely hopeful, somewhat hopeful, or indifferent about their school-related goals. Less than 20% of respondents are somewhat hopeful or not at all hopeful when it comes to their school-related goals. The next 2 questions were intended to inform students about crisis resources that are available and to find out how aware students are about these resources. We asked students about their familiarity with the Anne Arundel County Crisis Warm Line, and about 3/4 of all high school and middle school students are aware of this resource and the supports that it can offer when a student needs mental health and or crisis support. We also asked students about their familiarity with the National Crisis Text Line, and about 70% of all high school and middle school students are aware of this resource and how they can text with a crisis counselor when they need someone to talk to about their mental health. In a previous question, 20% of high school students and 30% of middle school students indicated that they had not been adversely impacted by COVID-19. For that reason, you may not expect these students to be aware of the crisis resources available to them. Therefore, the level of awareness of the crisis resources by middle and high school students in this survey was very high. This survey allowed us to take away some important information about the well-being of students at this time. We noticed that high school and middle school students communicated very similar experiences in the survey. Also, students are relying on their main protective factors, which are their parents and guardians, siblings, and friends to cope during this time. The main concerns of students right now are academic pressure, COVID-19, and isolation. It was also obvious that some students are feeling stress, anxiety, and loneliness. Some students are stressed about being able to focus on their academics and the fact that they are isolated from friends and loved ones. Students are coping by interacting with friends, engaging in physical activities, and connecting with their pets. Despite the stress, anxiety, and loneliness that students are experiencing right now, they're still rather hopeful about their school-related goals. We were pleasantly surprised to see how aware students are of the crisis supports that are available to them through the Warm Line and Crisis Text Line, considering that they have not been wearing their student IDs, which has that information printed on the back, and they have not seen these materials advertised throughout the building, which we have a lot of those crisis resources advertised in many of our schools. As we have endured the last 11 months of the pandemic, AACPS has continued to support the mental well-being of students. AACPS student services staff, which includes school counselors, school psychologists, school social workers, and pupil personnel workers, have worked extremely hard to adjust the way that they provide mental health support to students. They continue to provide comprehensive mental health supports through classroom lessons, individual counseling, group counseling, crisis counseling, suicide risk assessments, behavior threat assessments, and by connecting families to community resources. They've created outside of the box ideas to support students during virtual learning, such as virtual calming rooms, the creation of a collaboration program with Mobile Crisis to support students who were having difficulty engaging in virtual learning, and a new attendance review board to address chronic truancy from the perspective of connecting families to resources. AACPS also has a program called Expanded School-Based Mental Health, in which over 100 schools have at least one therapist from either Villa Maria, Children's Guild, Thrive Behavioral Health, Innovative Therapeutic Services, or Army Behavioral Health, providing weekly intensive mental health counseling services to children and families. They are currently providing telemental health, but when students are in the building, they are providing these mental health services. All AACPS students now engage in weekly student wellness sessions in which they are taught social emotional learning skills and the importance of physical and mental wellness. They engage with their peers around these topics. Students also engage in clubs and extracurricular activities during virtual learning. Some high schools have created mental health clubs in order to provide peer support and overcome mental health stigma within their school communities. AACPS has created a teen mental health advisory in which students from all high schools have a representative. Students can share their ideas, thoughts, and feelings related to how we can continue to support the mental health of students in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. We also continue to collaborate with our community partners, including the Anne Arundel Mental Health Agency and the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, in order to connect families to the resources that they need during this very time. As we have explored the responses from this survey and examined the supports that we currently have in place, there are a few steps that we will take to continue moving forward to support the mental well-being of our students. First, as the co-chair of the Mental Health Task Force, I will be sharing this information with my counterpart, Adrian Michler, Executive Director of the Anne Arundel Mental Health Agency, to determine how this information connects to the recommendations from the task force report. Second, as students have indicated feelings of loneliness and isolation and a desire to connect with peers, Dr. Arlotto and his team continued to work toward the reopening of schools in a safe hybrid format. Third, there are many incredible mental health supports available in Anne Arundel County to students and families. We need to continue to provide this information to families on a consistent basis so they feel as though they have the tools to tackle mental health challenges that may arise. Fourth, we need to continue to educate students, staff, parents, and guardians, and the community about the importance of mental health and mental well-being, and to understand how to support someone who may be in crisis. AACPS is exploring grants to provide future mental health awareness training to students, staff, and parents and guardians. This will continue to open up the conversation around mental health and allow Anne Arundel County to eventually overcome the stigma surrounding it. Thank you, and at this time I will entertain any questions you may have related to the information that was presented.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Vogelin. I'll go around and see if there are questions, starting with Mr. Silkworth.
I can't hear it.
Mr. Silkworth, we're not hearing you through your. Doesn't. You're not on mute, but is it your headset? Yeah, push the button. Okay, we'll come back. Mr. Smith. No.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay, it was the button. Okay.
Yeah, it's that button, I think.
Okay. Well, Mr. Vogel, I just want to say, great job as usual. Really thrilled to see the results. This is really what I wanted when I introduced this motion, right? Because I've been hearing all of these concerns from students. I'm sure anybody with students in the school system have been hearing these concerns, but now we have concrete evidence to point back to. I will say to anybody who can answer this question, I don't know if this is for you, Mr. Vogel, but I was a little shocked and disappointed that only 49% of students, of high school students, only 64% of all middle school students responded to the survey. I wish it was higher. I know we can't get everybody, but I'm shocked to see that we got really for high school less than half of everybody. So
yeah, I could comment on that. We talked about that and we came up with a few possibilities. I think one is, with the timeline, it was, getting it out was difficult in terms of the timeline to get everything done, create the survey, get it administered, get the results done, get the presentation. But I think we did a good job with that. I think what you'll find with adolescents is that you have a group of adolescents that maybe they're not feeling that they're experiencing anything right now that they may not want to fill out the survey. And then you have another group of adolescents that are extremely private when it comes to sharing information about mental health. So that could be another explanation in terms of why some individuals didn't answer it. So, so those are just some of our thoughts in terms of the response rates.
Great. Well, Mr. I don't know if this question is for you too, but do you know if there was a uniform standard when putting out the survey?
Yeah, I can answer that. Ms. Jackson, do you want me to, or did you want to? Yeah, so yeah, there was all the principals received a memo outlining how they were supposed to put it out. It was going to be administered on 2 days. I believe it was a Wednesday and a Thursday, or Thursday and a Friday during English class and high school language arts class in middle school. And the teachers were given specific directions on how to do that. They were given the links, and then students were asked to fill it out. Another thing, I think, if we were to have the students in the building, we probably could have made sure that they were taking it. The fact that we had them taking it on a link at home through their own device could have reduced the rate also. But yes, we did have a uniform way in communication in terms of how it was administered.
Okay, and let me just be clear. I'm just talking about the high school right now. Do you know if that was done at every high school? Like how you explained it?
I know that it was. I know it was laid out, and it was. I believe that it was done in most high schools like that. We did have a delay with at least one high school that we ended up administering it a couple days later.
I know where that delay was. It was actually at my high school. That's why I was asking these questions. I just feel like I have to, I guess, push it back a little bit because when my teacher was telling me about the survey, she has children at Broadneck High School. They took it Thursday and Friday. Then she said that was really the only time, I had heard about the survey. And my concern is seeing the number so low. I hear you when you say, some students may feel like I don't need to respond. What's the point? But less than half of all students, I find that very hard to believe. And I feel like that was more, is the word I'm using, the methodology and how we put it out, right? I'm not saying that I know all the answers and that you did a terrible job of this. I'm just saying, I just feel like this could have been done just a little bit better with the rollout, right? Because I know that a lot of students at my school were not given time during class to complete the survey, right? That was at my high school. And I feel like that was probably the case at some of the other high schools, right? They just said, here's it in the link, do it whenever. We know students have a lot of stuff going on. They might forget to do it. My twin brother almost forgot to do it. I had to tell him, hey, Drew, fill out the survey. because I'm the small, right? Imagine if you didn't have the small. I think that's why there was such a low turnout rate. Now, I guess I'm harking on this issue because the results, especially for the high school, is only less than half of every high school student, right? We still have, would you say only 11,000 students took it? We still have like 11,000 students that didn't take that survey. That could skew the results in a whole different direction. I don't think we can, take these results like it's the end all be all. So I would really sincerely hope that we try and, I don't know, I don't think there was a question that asked like what high school you go to, or what your school is. But if we can track down the students that didn't take the survey, in the next couple of months and maybe come back. I'm not saying emotion or anything like that, or giving you a timeline, but I sincerely hope that we would do that because 49%, I don't think we can. No sane person can work with that. I mean, we learn about that in science class all the time, right? You need a higher percentage for 49 for it to be. You at least need. I'm surprised you didn't get 50%, but regardless, I guess my next this next person, I don't think this is going to be a question. The main concern of students is academic pressure, COVID-19, and isolation. That's no news to me. Those are my three main concerns, right? Academic pressure, then isolation, then for me it's COVID-19. Now, COVID-19 is probably going to be here till next year, right? So that's probably going to be the main concern of students until next year. Isolation, if we go back to school, hopefully that won't be a school, right? That's an if, because the metrics might change, who knows. Then also for the students that don't go back to school, that's still a concern. So that leaves us with one option that the school system can actually tackle. Mr. Vogel, I'm not talking, I'm trying to talk to the whole board right now, just to get you at the hot seat. The main concern of students is academic pressure. Students are stressed. They're stressed from school and they're stressed from all these outside factors from what we've seen. So what can the school system do? I think one, whatever we can cut out, whatever legally we can cut out, we need to cut it out. Whether it's a standardized test here and there, limit homework, cut out asynchronous assignments, whatever we can do to alleviate the academic pressure on these students, I think that will go a very long way. I said this at a meeting before. When we first shut down, I was doing pretty good. I was confused, but I think everyone that was like, okay, we're gonna go back to school after 2 weeks. We stayed and prolonged it until the end of the summer, and I wasn't that stressed because the grading policy was tweaked. I was like, okay, grading policy was tweaked. My grades are okay. Let me manage this pandemic and manage my grades at the same time. Fairly easy to do. Over the summer, my only biggest concern was really like isolation, right? Couldn't hang out with my friends, couldn't go to the beach, couldn't go to the pool, do all the normal stuff a high schooler likes to do. School starts. First day of school is probably one of the most excited first day of schools I've ever had, right? Because it was just brand new, right? A virtual environment. What's that going to be like? First week, I was, doing okay. But then once we hit once the grades started coming in, right? Started piling on. I was like, hey, this is getting kind of stressful, right? Kind of losing it. What's going on? I had to stop a few times during the semester and rethink how I'm actually getting my grades worked. I had to work it out with a couple of my teachers, right? Because I have a huge part-time job, right? Being a student of the Board of Education. A lot of students have part-time jobs, but they're taking care of little siblings, right? Parents lost their job. All these outside stressors with the school stress. So I say all this to say people are in a rush to go back to school because they see their children struggling. Their children are struggling. I can say this as a student who was struggling, right? And who has friends that are struggling in the same boat as that Severna Park High School that we heard. They're struggling because there's a lot of stress coming from the school environment. And I think, yes, let's go to the mental health experts. Let's just provide more mental health resources, but let's actually limit the stressor that we put on our students. Let's limit the stress we're putting on our students. And I've been saying this for a while now. I think if we do that, if we truly, honestly try and do that, try to cut out what we can legally cut out. I know we have mandates. I know there were mandated tests, mandated learning requirements in order to graduate on time. I completely get all that. And it's priority for a reason. It's more important. And if we can cut out the extra stuff, the nonsense that students don't need, cut out the stress out their life, I think they'll go a long way. I mean, I'm going to point out how it said the main concern of students. I mean,
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry. Can I just ask you if you have a recommendation or a question?
I had
A little summary.
I had a number of recommendations. And a lot of people at home probably like, hey, let's get to the reopening update. Let's get to the reopening update. This kid's been talking for a long time because I'm living it. Me and my friends are living this, right? I'm on this board to give the student perspective. Student perspective is we're stressed. It's hard out there because of the work put onto us by the school system. A lot of people said, we're failing our children. I did not agree with that. We are not failing our children, but we are stressing them out. I'm just going to leave it at that. My recommendation is what we can cut out, we need to cut out. What we can cut out, we need to cut out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Silkworth, do you want to try again?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So my colleague Drake has given a student perspective, so I'm going to give a teacher perspective. I would suggest to you that academic pressure is and has always been a part of high school life, and it will continue to be so. I will suggest also that it has been exacerbated by COVID for sure. In terms of the survey results, I think they're very significant statistically with the numbers that were there. It certainly would have been nice to have had, all of our kids respond. I think it does kind of show that our wellness classes and our great teachers are making an impact because it showed that our students kind of know if they're having issues, where to go. I do think that it doesn't show what I know about many of the families that are out there, the emails that all board members have been getting. Some of our families have children and families that are in tremendous crisis. And I know that we are, as a school system, providing services for these families. And the families need to know that we will continue to do so. And if they need additional resources, they need to please reach out to us. Absolutely. The only other thing I might say would be, I assume that this results of the survey will be shared in an appropriate manner with our students and our staff. I think it would be beneficial. Absolutely. Thank you so much for this.
Sure.
Ms. Schallheim?
Yes, I'll be incredibly brief. I just want to thank you for administering the survey and also remind folks, I mean, regardless of hiccups in its administering, 49% when you talk about any survey outside of the school is actually a really good rate of return. I mean, you when you take marketing classes, you hear that, that the response rate is often much, much lower than that. And for middle school, 64%. I think that it's great. I love the data, and I think it'll be useful in our decision making. And I'm just grateful for staff's ability to get this out so quick and for the presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
Thank you so much, Mr. Rowland.
I don't hear you through that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I did it on one and not the other. So I really appreciate the time that you took to do this. My only concern with the reopening survey at this point is that we just don't have a baseline. So I really wish that we could have had a little better baseline. Obviously, we didn't know that this was coming. So it is hard to gauge some of this data. But I do want to just commend you because I was at a Not Alone event, You Are Not Alone event that the school hosted about 3 years ago. And not one student knew what the mental health resources were on the back of their card. So you guys have just done a tremendous job. And I think that you should be, acknowledged for just the amazing work that you've done to give our kids the resources that we're trying to provide them and make sure they know that they have them. So thank you very, very much.
Sure. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So thank you also, Mr. Voglin, for that work. And as a one-time political scientist, I think those are good numbers, actually, especially in such a short turnaround. So we could always wish for more, but that's a good start in a short time. I would just add one thing more broadly to follow on Mr. Smith's comments with regard to, I too was struck by the consistency of academic stress. And while I certainly agree with Mr. Salkworth, there is that element of high school. It's there. I do think there was a conversation with Dr. McMahon a couple of meetings ago with regard to what has been learned through virtual work. And one of the things she indicated was that less is more. And, I think the holy grail that educators are looking for more and more now is you want to ratchet down the sort of constant stress feeling of school, and you want to ratchet up the engagement level. And I think, it seems to me one of the many values of a survey like this is taking, into account the response around stress and using all the things, as I'm sure Dr. McMahon and Ms. Jackson and all their teams will be doing to really think through, how do we come out of this better? What are we learning in this process? Because mental health, we knew that mental health issues were there before COVID. COVID may have exacerbated some of this, but these have been persistent issues. And they need to be addressed. And there are many terrific groups like the Mental Health Task Force that are working so hard on this. But I do really think this is a reminder that more work is not better work. But engagement, at the college level is what you're going to be looking for, and you want to set kids up with that sense in high school as best you can. So thank you very much for the presentation. It was very helpful, and thank you for all the hard work that clearly went into it.
Sure,
Much appreciated. Ms. Corkadell?
Can you hear me now? No? Okay, good. I apologize. I've been having some issues. I'm using a temporary computer, as a matter of fact. I first want to thank the staff for everything that they are doing and continue to do. I think the survey is a snapshot and is another tool in our toolbox that we should be contemplating as we move forward with all of our decisions. There are many comports to mental health that transcend the survey. And so I think the survey gives us some great guidance as to what we should be looking to perhaps support, perhaps build and strengthen. Overall, though, I know that our school system right now is doing an outstanding job in providing these resources. And as many have indicated, the kids are now, it's starting to sink in. And so we know that continuously reminding and providing these resources to them will go definitely a long way. And I think that we've got all hands on deck. And so I just want to shout out, I know that there are partners outside of AACPS that are playing a key role in that, many whom participated in our mental health task force. And I look forward to the opportunity to receive the report that I had requested at a future time that discusses and focuses on those resources. Now we know that now we've substantiated the challenge. I think we need to take a deep dive into making sure and providing for a a presentation on what those resources look like. I think it reinforces to the public and to the parents who may not have time to engage in our platforms, and also I think provides for a better informed board as to what budgetary resources we can be supporting, and the things that we can be echoing and messaging, and how we can support our staff in getting the help. So I don't have any questions specific for the survey, and I look forward to the next conversation that we previously requested on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Antwine?
I heard you. Can you hear me now? Okay. Well, I was just giving it. I was just showing my appreciation, especially you, Mr. Bogland. And I hope that with all this exposure to so much crisis that you're taking on in your leadership role, that you're also personally able to get the kind of support you need through these times. My only question, when we were in buildings, many of the students, when they felt stressed, you talked about the calming rooms and other entities that they could go to just decompress. Well, one of those was the emotional support animals at some of the schools. Are those animals available to students at this time?
It's my understanding that, I mean, we don't have emotional support animals like in specific schools. We have service animals for kids that have disabilities that need service animals, but as far as emotional support animals, we don't have those in schools that I'm aware of.
Okay. And I'm dating myself. That's something I experienced when I first joined the board a couple of years ago, so it may not be the case anymore. And the reason I asked that, I saw on your results that their pet was bringing some means of comfort and joy. Well, some students don't have pets, but they may benefit from that. So thank you for that answer. Then I want to address some of the action that Mr. Smith challenged the board to take. We are getting these survey results, and it's just realistically confirming what we knew already. And I think his words were cut out the academic pressure on these students. So my question to Dr. Alato is, as the board, what do you recommend we look at to support taking some of this academic pressure off of the students?
Thank you, Mrs. Antwine. I'm not sure how we can clearly define academic pressure because it's so different for different individuals and at different grade levels. What we have been doing as an executive team is reviewing our current grading regulation and regulation language to see what are those things that we can alter for this school year, for this semester that we've just started, to help the students out. I think is what Mr. Smith is looking for. So we've been looking at things like the number of assignments that are required within certain courses. We've been looking at due dates and deadlines and extending that to give students more time, and looking at penalties for late work that's turned in, and ensuring that staff, that the teachers around the county at all grade levels are following the grading regulation that we have in place. And so there are some things that we are looking to make a couple of changes that would be implemented for just the second semester of this school year. But it is difficult. I'll go back to where I started. It's difficult to define what that academic pressure is for a Mr. Smith, who is an IB student, and the caseload that he has embraced. versus other students in the courses that they're taking. So it's certainly all exacerbated, I think the word was used earlier in the discussion, by the current situation of not being able to be outside, be with your friends, to have your classmates around you, having those conversations, having the immediate accessibility of the teachers. I think some of the schedule changes that were made for the high school level in particular will help with that. But we are, in answering your question, Mrs. Antoine, we are looking to make a couple of changes to the regulatory language to help the students through the end of this school year.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. President Ellis, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so there's so many great points brought up here. Miss Frank, when she acknowledged that it'd be great to have a baseline, I was thinking the exact same thing. I wonder what this survey would have looked like a year ago. And obviously COVID wouldn't have been on the questionnaire then, but because I do imagine that academic pressure in that baseline still would have been one of students' greatest stresses. And so I strongly agree with what Dr. Tobin has expressed as learning opportunities. I do think, and this is a nationwide problem in school systems. The academic experience, I don't know why it is inherently stressful, why it needs to be that way. And I do think we need to find ways to do exactly what Dr. Tobin said, and reduce that, the performance expectations and focus more on increasing the engagement, which will naturally bring increased performance. And I served on the stress and pressure subcommittee on the mental health task force. And my vision for the mental health task force was to look at mental health in a very holistic way, and to get to Mr. Smith's point, it's not just about resources, and those resources are so incredibly important. And I echo everyone's kudos that the message is getting out, and our students know that there are resources. So big kudos for that. But it's reducing the need for those resources. It's focusing on preventing getting students to this point. I just kind of wanted to take in and sort of express how I summarize everything I heard from my colleagues, and say that this is a real opportunity not only to help students through this particular crisis, but to use it moving forward to improve the experience for our students. So thank you so much, Mr. Vogelin, for your work on this. I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to just thank, Miss Antoine asked how I handle all this stuff, but really it's the school-based counselors and psychologists and social workers and PPWs who are supporting students every day. And I just want to thank them for all the incredible work they're doing. And it's National School Counselor Appreciation Week, so I want to give a big shout out to our school counselors and the amazing work that they do. So thank you.
Yes, everyone. I personally emailed. I personally emailed my student's counselor and thanked him for all he's doing, and I encourage everyone out there to do the same. I did forget to wrap up one point I meant to make was that mental health task force, I did indicate after we received the report that that was just the beginning. I really want to see the work of that task force expanded. I believe on the stress and pressure subcommittee, we just scratched the surface and there's so much more work that we can do. So thank you again for all that you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
President Ellis.
Mr. Smith?
I just had one follow-up question for Dr. Arlotto. You're talking about you and your teams looking at changes that could possibly be made to the language in the grading policy. Do you have like a basic timeline of when we can expect those changes? Into February, March?
So just to be, Mr. Smith, just to be clear, we're talking about regulation and not policy. So it wouldn't be changes to the grading policy, be changes to the grading regulation. And we're hoping to put the final touches on it in the next couple of days, and then pushing it out to the principals and teachers and letting the students know what those changes are.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have item 4.02, the reopening update. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I'm excited to bring some reopening information, reopening report as we get ready to open our schools on March 1st. Before our team shares information regarding the reopening of schools in the hybrid model, I'd like to take a few minutes by setting the stage for tonight's presentation and discussion by members of the board. As you are well aware, on January 4th, our Board of Education voted to reopen schools on March 1st. That has been our focus, that we have been, again, focused and diligently working toward since that time. You're also aware that Dr. Salmon, the State Superintendent of Schools, has mandated that schools open in a hybrid format by March 1. She informed superintendents that they are to follow their reopening plans that were approved by MSDE in August. Additionally, she stated that reopening of schools is not dependent on current COVID metrics, nor the availability of vaccines for staff or students. The Maryland school reopening guidance that had been written in August was updated in mid-January to reflect Dr. Salmon's comments and statements. Dr. Chan, Maryland's acting Deputy Secretary of Public Health, while encouraging educators to be vaccinated, stressed that administration of the vaccine should not be a determining factor in the reopening of schools. She stated at a press conference to the governor, and I quote, "I would emphasize that school reopening decisions should not be based on the availability of vaccines or the level of vaccination among staff." As you know, I maintain frequent discussions with Dr. Kalyanaraman and members of his team at our Department of Health. They have been instrumental in our planning for a safe reopening of schools. They have approved our planned reopening, which include many mitigation strategies. He affirms Dr. Chan's comments and that vaccines should not be the deciding factor in the reopening of our schools. We have all the recommended and appropriate mitigation strategies in place in our schools and throughout our offices and satellite locations. We are excited to reopen our schools and welcome staff and students back to in-person learning. Mitigation strategies including masking, distancing in classrooms and hallways, use of multiple entrances and exits, building ventilation, PPE acquired for staff and student use, cleaning and disinfecting, and transportation protocols are all in place for the safe return of students and staff to schools. Regarding the COVID metrics, and as one of our speakers during public comment mentioned, our county's 7-day average case rate has steadily dropped since January 11, when the high was at 64.9 cases per 100,000. Our case rate as of February 2 was 27.1. This is certainly good news. Likewise, we've been working with our Department of Health and our fire department to plan for the vaccination of AACPS staff that wish to get vaccinated. We believe that we will begin this process next week. Dr. McMahon will now share some information regarding our implementation of the hybrid model and timeline for reopening. Then I'll ask Dr. Kalyanaraman to share his thoughts regarding the reopening of schools. We will then welcome discussion with members of the board. Dr. McMahon.
Thank you, Dr. Lotto. So the next question would be, when do we return? So the first step to returning students to the building is returning the teachers, the administrative staff, and the support personnel. And so as we promised you all along, we would bring back the small groups of students in most need first. And so we are going to do just that. And hence we have to bring their teachers and the support group personnel back first. And those beginning teachers and school staff at the Centers for Applied Technology and the developmental centers will return the week of February 8th, with the remaining teachers and employees of AACPS all returning to their buildings on the 17th of February. So you may ask why? Well, there needs to be time to get acclimated back to the school buildings, establish those routines, get in play, actually participate in the protocols as designed. When we move on and we look at the teaching, we can see that the teachers will be teaching from their classroom and the cleaning will happen. The high-touch surfaces constantly during the day. The rooms will be cleaned at the end of each day, and then they will be thoroughly cleaned on Wednesday and on Friday, late afternoon, evening. So teachers will be teaching both virtually and in-person students, and you can see from this chart that cohort A, while those students are in person, those teachers will also be teaching a cohort of students who are learning virtually. And that will flip from a Monday, Tuesday to a Thursday, Friday, with Wednesday the day of cleaning in the building, such that both groups are virtual learners on Wednesday. As we move into the next piece, we can see, what does a classroom look like? One of the fears was students would be sitting on their Chromebooks all day. No, that will not happen. You can see from this picture that the elementary students in this picture are engaged at their desks, socially distanced from one another, but the Chromebooks are, in this case, in their backpacks, because they're going to be used as tools and to supplement learning. And in some cases, especially in elementary school, for cultural arts. The day, just like it looks now, right? We have a virtual schedule, and that hybrid schedule will mirror it almost perfectly, with the exception that the midday that will remain there, it actually has time for recess and for lunch and for literacy time, where the virtual students are doing that at home on their own. The hybrid students will be engaged in 3 30-minute blocks during the midday, followed by that Friends, Fun, and Flourish time that they will have a chance to be part of with their virtual learners if they choose to join them. So we're all ready. And what's next? What's next is the timeline to bring back the students. So you'll see that this is a chart here of just February. It's just February because that's where we're focused on bringing back the small groups. Initially at Cat North and the developmental centers, many of which you may remember were already engaged in the fall before we had to close. And then you'll see that's the 11th, and this followed by the 16th. We'll get the remaining elementary students in the developmental centers. Then on the 18th, Cat South will open. They needed a little more time because they were not engaged back in the fall. Then on the 22nd, we have the ED regional centers for the elementary schools. And they're listed right there for you. Phoenix Academy also has an ED center. And then J. Albert Adams at Mary Moss. They will join us on the 22nd, the Alt Ed program. And finally, on the 25th, our secondary ED regionals, our secondary autism classrooms, and then the remaining students at the Phoenix Academy. It's exciting. So then March comes, and on March 1, we bring back ECI, pre-K through 5, all students. And that includes the ACC classrooms and the autism classrooms in the elementary schools. On March 8th, we're joined by grade 6, 9, and 12. That's exciting for us, orienting the 6th graders, the 9th graders, and then bringing back the seniors. All three of those uniquely different from one another, but exciting. At that same time, the magnet program students in those grades will also start. And last but not least, on the 22nd, the remaining students in the district in grades 7, 8, 10, and 11. By that time, all the schools will have had a chance to really press on all the pieces, establish the routines, the patterns, figure out if anything needs to be adjusted ever so slightly, and we will be in go mode for the full complement of our learners on the 22nd of March. So, what will our students experience? So initially, what they'll experience is, hey, we're returning to school, and we have to see what these new routines and patterns look like. There'll be new patterns at your schools for car riders and bus riders. Where students enter the building and exit the building will be new for many of them. The walking patterns in the hallways, especially at the secondary levels, one-way hallways, one-way stairwells. Those will all be labeled. We'll be now certainly socially distanced in the classrooms, but we'll also be eating in the classrooms for the first time. And then we'll be practicing the established masking, hand washing, sanitizing, and social distancing that we all know are part of the protocols. At elementary school, yes, many parents have been worried. Are we going to take some time? We're going to take some time on the first day to orient everybody, but more than that, every day there will be some time where the hybrid learners really get a chance to talk amongst themselves and experience what it means to be at school. Some of our learners for the first time. And for many of our learners for the first time in the buildings, the new school buildings they're going to. We want to get them oriented with their new teachers, their classmates, and I don't mean new teachers in the sense they're getting a new teacher. I mean seeing their teacher for the first time that they've only seen to that point in time virtually. Their classmates, their new school, and becoming comfortable. On the first day, certainly, we'll take an extra bit of time in the very early morning to orient them a bit, a little bit more relationship building time. And so we may have a small asynchronous time that we will have with our virtual learners. We know we're going to do that. We haven't yet established how much time that will be. But the families will all receive detailed information, if you're a hybrid family and if you're a virtual family, about what that will look like coming back. So take a minute to look at this picture, because this is as close as we get to what our students will look like. Notice that the students are more than 6 feet apart in this picture. They all have their backpacks near them. They all have their masks on. There's a teacher in the front who seems to have her laptop there. And the rest of their friends, their classmates, are on that screen in the front of the classroom. So they can see and hear their classmates, the teachers right in front of them. And then you see over by the door, there's an adult aide in the classroom, which will also be true in many of our classrooms. Now, this follows up, and you see the little young man here in the front. You don't see a Chromebook out. You see him working with his marker and paper. There's been a lot of people asking about that. You see the water bottle there. So this is very similar to what you'll see. And this is taken from the teacher's perspective, who is working on that laptop right there and can see the students at home. And most likely these students can also see the students on the whiteboard in their classroom. Now, our middle and high school, same idea. Although they're older, they actually have, a desire to fit in, a desire to feel comfortable, a desire to get oriented. And especially our 9th graders and our 6th graders, right? So a lot of the things we do at elementary, we will do in a more sophisticated way at middle and high, but we will still do them, especially that moving about the building, because at middle and high school, that will happen. And so there will be time taken for that. And then also time spent learning about that midday block, because that will be the time that they not only eat their lunch, but they get to socialize, be part of clubs and or other opportunities or study hall. We move on from there and we see that on that first day, there will be an orientation period for 6th and 9th graders and the asynchronous nature for virtual learners for one period, period 1 on that first day back. And again, the families will receive that information. So you see a middle school classroom here, very similar. You can see that these are the trapezoid shaped desks, very different, but yet the main pieces are in place. All right, the main pieces that you saw everywhere else are in place here. Students separated, students have their backpacks, teachers on a laptop, and the remaining part of the class is shown up on the whiteboard. We move on, we see this high school classroom. Same idea. They're sitting all around. A few of them have laptops out, some of them don't. Because remember, the Chromebook is a tool. We're not going to tell the students to put away tools that are good for them if they're using them, yet they will not be needing them at all times by any means. Good. In this particular photo, you notice this one young man's turned around. They're having a conversation. Other people are working independently. They're using, in this case, their technology as a tool for learning. They're not participating in a Google Meet at this point in time. This is one of our very own classrooms. Thank you, Principal Hopkins down at Southern High School. You note that she has this room set up very similar to what you saw before. You'll see the whiteboard in the front. You see that there are 2 desks sitting together. She has an idea that I thought was pretty ingenious. On the A days, the students will sit at the desks with the little yellow diamonds, and on the B days, they will sit at the desks with the little blue dots. She has it set up that way. She doesn't have to move as much of the furniture. She still has a place for the teacher in the front of the room, and there's plenty of walking space around for teachers and students to maneuver that classroom. Now this is important. It's a short little video, but I'm going to tell you what to watch here if you will allow me. The students in this case are on the top left, and they have their water bottles and their backpacks, their purses or whatever there. The teacher on the top right, she has her hand in the air. And then at the bottom, you have a split screen. You have the content of the lesson and what the teacher's going to be referring to, and you have the learners at home. All of this is happening at once. This is exactly what to watch. Mr. Mosier, I'm not sure I can hear the video. So what you're seeing is, and I'm sure Mr. Mosier will be able to play it again for us, but I want to tell you really quickly that she's engaging the learners in person and the learners online. They've all got their hands in their air. They're all participating, and she's referring
to like a river of fire. It destroys everything in its path. Oh my gosh. And I see at home most of you have grabbed a detail. If you're ready to find another detail, grab it with your other hand. Now don't forget, whisper that detail into your hand. Let me see you. Whisper it. Whisper the detail you found. Awesome. All right, let's see if we can find one more detail to support our new main idea.
So what you saw there is that teachers will be able to engage all the learners, and it really will be good instruction. Is it challenging? Yes. But can it be amazing? Yes, it can. Back to you, Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Dr. Mann. Thank you for the team for putting some of that together to give our board and the public watching a visual of what this hybrid environment is going to look like. Let me thank Dr. Kalyana Raman for his time and energies. He's joined us this evening. Welcome, Dr. Kalyana Raman. Appreciate you taking your time to be with us. I know our board members have a number of questions, but let me open the mic to you and share any thoughts you have regarding school reopening.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto, and thank you to the board. I really wanted to just be here to be able to answer your questions. I am going to share a few slides, if that's okay, just to walk us through some updated guidance that has come out since the last time I was before the board about a month ago. I think it'll at least help to answer some of the questions that you may have, and then I'm sure, based on experience, there will be a number more. So give me 1 second. Hazards of having many tabs open is you have to find the right tab. I believe you can see this. So I'm gonna move through this rather quickly and just focus on the things that have changed in the interim since the last time I was here. We've talked about the benefits of getting kids back to school, and I will not belabor that. But the one thing I do want to note is that recommendations will be updated based on new knowledge, and that's what we really want to talk about here. About a week and a half ago, MDH provided some updated guidance that identifies the following factors as key to getting students back into school to effectively implement safety requirements. And Dr. Alato talked about what those were: distancing, masking, cleaning, disinfecting, just a small sample of what those are. Seeking to limit transmission in the school environment, so exclusions, quarantines, contact tracing, managing cases and outbreaks. And I just want to refresh our understanding of that, and I have talked about this before, the school's ability to manage operational issues and providing parents and caregivers opportunities to choose options. This is from MDH, and so I'm not going to really I'm going to speak to that second bullet point the most, since that's the one that falls to the health department. We said that we would update our guidance based on new findings. And so reopening case rate metrics are no longer a part of our guidance, in line with changes in the Maryland and CDC guidance. We made some slight updates to our testing, contact tracing, and managing cases, but really fundamentally they are the same as when we were talking about this in September, October. And then lastly, of course, vaccines are a new section that addresses their role. And this updated guidance from the health department was published earlier today and is available on our website. I want to address probably the biggest question people have around case rate and metrics. The CDC recommends this month returning to school without case rate decision points. The MDH and MSDE guidance also no longer relies on case rate metrics. And that's based on something that we were starting to pick up on in late December, but was really demonstrated through a number of research papers that came out in January. That data from around the country shows that the case rate for those in school, both students and staff, is similar to the case rate in the community. That means that when the case rate is low in the community, it tends to be low in students and staff. Alternatively, when it's high in the community, it's going to be high, but around the same number in students and staff. So the main issue that we were concerned about initially was about schools being an opportunity for spreading and super spreading. And what this shows is that schools are not promoting accelerated spread in the community. Is there potential for spread in school? Yes, of course. There's potential in every single interaction. But because what we're seeing is that it's relatively in line, it's not providing disproportionate spread or accelerating spread. And that's really a critical point to note. This finding from the data holds across a broad range of case rates and percent positivities, and that's the reason that the Department of Health is no longer using a case rate-based decision tool. Our testing approach, as we noted earlier, and we will of course continue this, is that it will be available to students, family, and staff at no cost for symptomatic and asymptomatic people, and all of our testing sites are available for that, including our community pop-ups, which are located in communities with lower access and worse COVID outcomes, which are predominantly our Title I school areas as well. There's a large overlap between that. Our new school testing teams will test exposed individuals and schools to facilitate cohort testing, so it's individuals and the cohorts at diagnosis, and then after 7 to 10 days, really trying to understand how many cases there may be at the time of diagnosis and whether there's conversion afterwards. Our contact tracing is done in partnership with the ACPS, and as we noted, this is something the health department does. We've been doing it for decades. And it's really a close partnership where we need students and staff to notify the school if they are positive, so that we can then work to do the appropriate contact tracing. And then when there is a case in school, we'll assess that cohort for quarantine, and this quarantine will be managed by the health department and last 14 days. While quarantine, it can be shorter in the community. In MDH's current guidelines are to keep quarantine at 14 days for any cases in schools to minimize the risk given the number of potentially affected individuals. So while we noted that testing will be offered at that 7 to 10 day window, it's not going to shorten the length of quarantine. And of course, cases can be community acquired or school acquired, and it may not always be clear. And of course, vaccines, which we mentioned, educators are in phase 1B, and we will be beginning educators next week. The pace of the vaccination is based on vaccine availability to the health department. If you've been following the news at all, you know that health departments, including ours, have gotten a decreasing number of vaccines as vaccines go to other entities. And so this does make it a little bit hard for us to say how many people we're going to vaccinate each week, because we don't know the number until usually Friday or Saturday of how many vaccines we're getting the following week. So as we know more and as we get more advanced notice, we are going to be able to provide that to the community. And then lastly, just want to give you the situation where we're at. Dr. Arlotto already shared this, so I have less work to do on this one, but our case rate for 21 days now has been decreasing steadily, a result of the restrictions that were put into place in mid-December. And actually, this slide is a couple of days out of date because our case rate is indeed down to 27 now. And just as critically, we see that our hospitalizations are going down, and that's really what our what we were keyed to. And so what we're seeing is decreasing case rate, decreasing hospitalizations. We are past the peak of hospitalizations, and that was really our big concern. We knew it was coming in late January, early February, and it turns out that it came in late January. And last week, restrictions were relaxed due to these improving conditions. So I just wanted to provide that brief overview. Get out of here. And take whatever questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kalyanaraman. We always appreciate you being here. And so we did receive a presentation on how things will work when our schools open, but we'll go around, and I remind board members that right now we will hold our questions to those specific to Dr. Kalyanaraman before we move on to the other questions. And we'll start with Mr. Silkworth.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kalyanaraman, for your presentation. It's greatly appreciated. I can tell you I have a tremendous amount of trust in you, and I have one question with maybe one comment. The narrative has changed when it comes to vaccines. I would like to know your thoughts about the role that the vaccine is going to play in this pandemic here in Anne Arundel County. And I guess my question is, how do I convince the teacher who has heard a different narrative, which and that teacher believes that in order for it to be safe for him or her to return to school, they have to have both doses of the vaccine? That's something that is on the mind of many of our teachers out there. So I would appreciate your response. Thank you.
Thank you. So the way we think about the vaccines is that it provides an additional critical level of protection. I think that this is, there's a couple of threads here. Important to this discussion is the look at the data, and that schools do not are not demonstrating rapid spread of COVID. And so that means, like I said, they're fairly in line with community rates. And so schools don't pose a disproportionate risk. I think that's a really important part of this. And the second is that vaccine availability is beyond the control of the states or even the feds at this point. It's based on manufacturing capacity. And so as we return to school, and note that school return isn't really based on case rates. As we vaccinate more people, it will become safer and safer. But at core, the mitigation efforts that the school system is putting into place, those are the things that are going to improve safety right now, today. Masking, distancing, the schedule, all of that kind of thing. So we really think of vaccines as another mitigation strategy that we absolutely want to get in teachers' arms. But like anything else, it's going to take anything else with the vaccines, that is, it's going to take some time.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Hi, Dr. Kaliana Ramos. Always good to see the ninth member of this Board of Education. We've seen so much of you. Yeah, Lars. Gotta get him a name tag. My question is just, my question is just, we have a lot of, I guess the science has changed, right? Now we know it's safe to return to school, but people's mindset about returning to school has not changed, right? A lot of our teachers still feel that it's unsafe. I mean, and that's warranted. I mean, still a fairly new virus. I guess, what can you say tonight to those hundreds of teachers watching that is safe to go to school, right? I don't think that they're concerned. Some of them are about themselves, because we have a fairly large amount of young teachers. But what do you say to them who have multi-generational households, right? Grandparents, great-grandparents. What can you say to quell some of those fears tonight? Because I think that's really what people want.
Yeah, I think that this has been the challenge of the pandemic, is to understand risk and to be able to understand individual circumstances. What we're finding in other, and I'm going to kind of draw analogies to other workplaces. It's not the same thing exactly, but there are lessons to be learned from any situation. Is that we see that there are sectors with certain risks. Some have higher risk, some have lower risk, and then there are individuals. Some have higher risk and some have lower risk. What we're finding in the schools is that these mitigation strategies are effective. They're effective at decreasing the spread. They require everybody in the community. Frankly, just to be really blunt, the more people who want school open are going to need to limit their activity. That's it. So I would recommend that everybody in the school community think long and hard about what activities they're engaging in when they're not at school. Because what we're finding is that, by and large, in controlled environments like this, you're able to better decrease spread because people are more cognizant. But it really depends on what people are doing after school. And so I think that's one critical factor to remember. Another is that, and we've had discussions with the school system about this, is that if you do have individual conditions, you do need to get in touch with, I don't want to say it wrong, I'm not representing the school system, but whoever at the school system you're supposed to, right, to address those individual factors. That's always been a part of our COVID response, is that there are individual circumstances that require attention. But for the large majority of people, if you're keeping your mask on, if you're adhering to the distancing, we really are seeing minimal spread in schools, and that spread is proportional to spread in the community. So we've learned that it is safer to return to school than we had anticipated, and where we are today is a product of those lessons learned.
Thank you. And I guess just my last question for this round is, when you study school systems around the country, have you noticed when schools open, the community rate increases, not because of a direct spreading in the schools, because once again, a change in people's mindset. I mean, to a lot of families, school is like that center part of their lives, right? Sports, academics, after school programs. I mean, you're worried that you're making your work schedule around your kid's schedule. Now, when schools go back to normal, right? Go back to, I guess, somewhat normal. Will there be? I mean, have you seen a change in people's mindset where they say, "Hey, I don't have to wear a mask anymore." So then, subsequently, the community case rate it just skyrockets. I mean, is that a occurrence out there?
So I will say that what we do see is that when schools open, we see other activities occurring after school, or not after, outside of school as well. And that's why I can emphasize that point about it. It's hard to say, okay, spread is happening in school versus due to those outside of school activities that kind of come as a byproduct of being in school. So I don't know the answer. And I'm not aware of any study that has a convincing answer one way or the other. But it's all the more reason to be mindful of out of school activities, because that is when people do let their guard down more.
Great. Well, thank you, Dr. K.
I'm just going to take a moment to remind members that we have another presentation following this one, but Dr. Kalyana Raman is only here for this portion. So if you had a question that was related to athletics, now would be the time, not later. And Ms. Chalhan.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Kalyana Raman. Thank you so much again for being here. It's always great to see you. To your point about what people do outside of school, gosh, where would we be now if we had prioritized the opening of schools over the opening of bars, right? But anyway, on to my questions. Testing in schools. So we know, I think maybe you'll agree that there could be a lot of asymptomatic kids, kids that don't present with symptoms, kids that present with very mild symptoms, etc. I didn't hear anything about testing in schools, because what if and how are you handling asymptomatic kids that might bring it home to their parents and tracing that back to a school event? Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. So let's I guess distinguish between asymptomatic and symptomatic. This is where we do need parents to keep children home who have any symptoms, and to get them tested. That's a cornerstone of the return to school. For asymptomatic, that's why the distance and the mask is critical. That is the way we decrease potential spread amongst from asymptomatic individuals, both from that person who's asymptomatic and to others who are not infected. So masks are key to that. In terms of contact tracing, there are a lot of different scenarios. We've encountered a lot of them. So if a parent has it and the child was exposed, we will of course track that and monitor it. But we would make decisions based on time of exposure, quarantine time, all of that. It's hard to game out each scenario here, but suffice it to say that we have a lot of experience in contact tracing in schools, both during COVID with private schools, but also for other illnesses in schools over the years.
Okay, thank you for that. I have to say I saw the new page for the first time when my phone started blowing up. And I have a question about some of the sources.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of AEI. Is this a scientific organization? I did look up a little bit of this stuff, and so a lot of their stuff appears to be quite partisan. Can you speak a little bit to the sources on the page?
I don't have it in front of me, but I off the top of my head, AEI was one of the groups working on a return to school. There may be partisan leans to some of those, but we did look at work that was based in science and based in public health knowledge. We looked at a number of other state guidelines. We looked at CDC, of course, MDH. We looked at some literature. We have some studies from Europe and from the CDC as well. So there's a range of sources that we consulted.
Okay, yeah, I questioned that one a little bit. I wanted to ask you about it. I watched today's White House press briefing, and they acknowledged that the federal guidance, or more federal guidance and CDC guidance, is forthcoming. So, why the sea change now?
Well, this is something that we've been looking at, and we continuously looked at over the past 4 months, I guess, since October, beginning of October. And as we were looking at this over the course of January, as I mentioned, additional literature came out, MDH came out. The CDC will come out with new guidance, but there will always be new guidance coming out. At some point we have to say there's enough of a change that we are updating.
Okay, and then my last question is about the vaccinations and the slow roll of those. I know that's beyond your control. I do want to express myself publicly on this one. I'm very disappointed. Our teachers deserve to be swiftly inoculated. They're in Group 1B. This is not this has nothing to do with the county's response. I know you would get the vaccinations in arms if you had them. I just ask that if anyone at the state level is watching, we're behind the state average in terms of percentage of people inoculated in Anne Arundel County, and definitely in terms of the second doses. And yes, I'm watching every day and I'm doing those calculations. And so I just whatever's behind this needs to stop, and vaccination should be given to our teachers, both private and public, immediately. And I know that you'll do a fabulous job once you have them. And I wish the approach was more centralized and not so decentralized. But how are we considering variants in all this? Because we have the South African variant, we have the UK variant. We're on this downward slope, yeah, but is all this new guidance accounting for variants and their spread in our community?
So the variants, there are 3 variants that have appeared in the United States. Two of them have appeared in the state of Maryland. And the main hallmark of these variants is that they transmit more easily and more rapidly. And that's what we've seen in the countries of their origin and other countries that they've appeared in. These guidelines, just to be frank, don't specifically address them. The same mitigation strategies are applicable to them, just the vigilance required is higher. And the reality is that we'll have to continue to monitor our case rate, variants or not, as to what people are doing. Even without the variants, we've seen our case rates go up real high. That have made school reopening challenging. So from our standpoint, the variants certainly would make that harder if they start to gain traction, and we'll have to respond to that. I just don't know when that's going to happen.
Okay, I really appreciate you. And again, that wasn't at you or the county. I know you guys will do a great job once you have the vaccine. The point is that we need the vaccine in order to get them in arms. Thank you so much.
I agree with you, and we are ready to vaccinate a whole rack more people if we can get it in our hands.
Awesome. Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
Did that one work? Oh, good. I got it down now. Okay. Thank you so much for the update, Dr. Kellyanna Raman. Just to review, I know that you went over this last time, but just to review, what is the efficacy after the first dose, and how long does it take to achieve that for the vaccines?
So the two ones, the Moderna and the Pfizer, their efficacy is 95%, and preventing severe disease and death. And these are noted at, I believe, 28 days. So that's after the second dose, by the way, because the first dose the time between the first and second dose for Pfizer is 3 weeks, and the time between first and second for Moderna is 4 weeks. So we're looking at data at 28 days after the second dose.
Well, what I was asking is what is the efficacy after the first dose? Because you said the majority of inoculation happens after the first dose. So I wanted to know at what time frame do you start to receive some of that immunity?
Got it. So you start to see some protection about 10 to 14 days after the first dose, and it's partial protection, somewhere in the 50% range. And then you do require that second dose to get the full protection.
Okay.
That vaccine series.
Great. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Tobin.
Thank you. Good to see you, Dr. Koniaraman. Thank you again for joining us on your biweekly visit. So I also wanted to ask you about what you consider to be the current appropriate standards for PPE. We've been hearing a lot about double masking now, recommendations, N95 recommendations. Where does that stand as far as you're concerned? What sort of mask should a teacher have, should be available to them, that kind of thing, and any other equipment?
Yeah. So we haven't really seen that there's been any change in the PPE standards or guidelines at this time. Obviously, that's being re-examined in the light of those variants. So I think this is one of those areas where we'll have updates coming up in the next either few weeks to a month. So right now, none of the standards have changed, but I'd be happy to share back if something does.
Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you. Can you hear? We good? Okay, just double checking. Thank you so much, Dr. Koniaraman. I have actually both of my questions are relevant to extracurricular and co-curricular activities. I know you've been working very closely with Anne Arundel County Public Schools in making sure that we have as many opportunities for as many students as possible. And in the course of this, when we get started with the and start launching the programs, are there any, do you anticipate that your advice on how we gather and when we gather would be different for core reopening compared to our co-curricular and extracurricular activities that does include sports, as well as from sports to robotics and the gamut? Are there any identifying unique categories in there, for example?
In those extracurricular activities, we've noted that those activities or addition will add to the mixing, right? That creates new cohorts that then are not present, and that should just be kept in mind, is that it is additional cohorts that are being created. I believe it was last week, or maybe it was the week before, the CDC did put out a study on sports, particularly high-intensity contact sports. It was wrestling that they noted. And so, the guidance that we've provided around high-risk sports stands. High-risk sports have a higher risk of transmission. And so it's just something that needs to be kept in mind as extracurriculars start, is that high-risk activities, and it's certainly not limited to sports, things like choir or singing of some sort would fall into that risk category as well. you have to keep the risk categories of those extracurriculars in mind as well.
Do you, from a health officer perspective, not from the school's perspective, not from a superintendent speculation, but strictly from a health perspective, obviously what you just said is very, I believe is, definitely a serious, a priority consideration in that we're adding cohorts in. On the other hand, is there anything health-wise that suggests that we should limit the number of these activities quantitatively, because they would still be obliging by the same accommodations of scheduling and otherwise, and there wouldn't be any additional individuals in each one of those groups. But is there anything that you identify health-wise that would limit us to one sports season deployment, or limiting, the co-curriculars that only, 2 of them meet, as opposed to the 5 who want to?
Yeah, the reality is it's a continuum. So the more you do, the more your risk profile grows. And there isn't really a great way to say that there's a line, right? Like 3 is okay, but 4 is not. It's just that each one incrementally adds risk. And I think that's been kind of the defining challenge, just to draw an analogy on setting restrictions in the public space around decreasing case rates, is you have to draw a line somewhere to be able to get an effect. I don't have a solid answer for you. These are always balancing different factors, balancing equity amongst different activities. So it's hard to say, but I do know that in our conversations with Dr. Alato and his team that we regularly do discuss these types of questions to try to work through them.
Are you aware if the MPSSSAAs, this is like a follow-up question to this, because just to get clarification on your answer, are you aware if their recommendations to stagger seasons are based on a containment of quantity of cohorts recommended, or is it based on anticipated logistics and realities of many athletes being engaged in fall, winter, and spring, as you were going to use some for conditioning, and then you have your primary sport, and some are just all around have athleticism oozing out of their, sweating out of their bodies, and they can do all of it very well. I was not one of them myself, but it is the guidance to stagger the seasons. Is there a health foundation that that they made you aware of in these recommendations that we have been mirroring, that we mirrored in the fall?
Yeah, so I can't speak to the logistics piece. I take your word on that. But in terms of a health perspective, it does help to stagger them, to be able to do them sequentially as opposed to in parallel. Means that if you do start to see cases, there's just fewer opportunities for that cohort, people being in different cohorts. And that's kind of the hallmark of risk. And we talked about the cohorts the new cohorts that occur from extracurriculars. And if you have people in multiple cohorts, it starts to add up, right? So this is one way to manage that, to have staggered seasons.
Okay. Are you referring then to kids in the multiples, like I had given an example to, or okay, but actually running 5 programs versus 3 is not as impactful as individual students existing in multiple cohorts. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know that you can draw a parallel that way. They have their own risk profiles, right? Like it depends on the sport. It depends on how many students there are, how many competitions there are. So it's hard to do the math like that, you put the slider bar up here, you go the slider bar down on the other one. It just doesn't work as cleanly as that.
So then it would be fair to say that that is no more of a consideration than anything else, because it is so unique and case by case. It wouldn't be a platitude that you could define.
I can't tell you that there's a cutoff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. My second question is relevant to contact tracing. I know that you have expressed concern. You expressed concerns in the fall, in the winter months, concerning some of our private schools and our club athletic programs as it related to the impact of contact tracing. And you mentioned tonight that we are working in partnership with you to ensure that the continuity and integrity and intent of how contact tracing works relevant in schools is maintained. And so as we roll into this, is there a threshold by which you would be raising a flag of concern based on available contact tracing resources, or are we all confident, is you and your team confident that as support becomes possibly more necessary from your department, that we can still stay open?
We're committed to providing that contact tracing support. There isn't really it is situational. One of the things we talked about last time, a month ago, was that a case rate of 50 and climbing. That's not really a reasonable time to reopen. Because of the stresses it has on contact tracing and the number of positives, we are in a much better place right now. We have the capacity. Unfortunately, there isn't a sharp line answer for this question, but that's part of our conversation, is that if we start to see that there's too many closures and we can't keep up with it, that will need to be factored into decisions.
Okay.
But for our purposes, we will continue to contact trace in schools, and no matter what.
Okay. Thank you, President Ellis. I have no more questions at this time. If we do take a second round, I may engage, but I would not suggest one on my behalf.
Thank you. Ms. Antwine?
Thank you, Dr. Callahan Roman. Thank you for being here with us, and most certainly thank you for the work you do on behalf of our county, our state, our nation. You have taken a lot of hits in your position beyond what you do as a medical doctor. So I commend you on your professionalism, and you're keeping it real with us. But I have to say, I'm concerned that although at this time it is being said as some very official capacities that the case rate should not be a determination for reopening. But my question would it be a determination for reclosing the schools once we reopen?
First of all, Ms. Antwine, thank you for that. And I intend to continue to be as honest as possible, based on what I know. And so your question, I think, is a really good one about closing and what would trigger that. I think that what we have laid out around outbreaks and spread in school is that would be a trigger to close particular schools if needed, if we started to see spread within a school. Or, to be quite honest, one of the things that we note is that if the case rate is really high, you can have multiple cases in a school, and it may not be due to spread in the school, but it would still trigger closing because you just can't operate a school if you have that many closures. So I think what we would, how we would think about it is that if the case rate, if one or two conditions starts to present itself, one, we start to see in-school spread, that would be a trigger to close schools. Maybe not all the schools, right? If it's only happening in one school, we wouldn't recommend closing the system down. We'd recommend figuring out what was happening in that school. But if it starts to happen, multiple schools throughout the system, that would warrant understanding why. Is it due to the case rate going up? And that, that has implications, and we've seen that in as the case rate went up, pretty much lots of different types of sectors and businesses were affected, and we wouldn't expect the schools to be different from that standpoint. So it's one of these situations where we have to see what its impact is. I think that's kind of the take-home message, is that there isn't a case rate where we could say, okay, below that we're good and above that we're bad. It really does depend on a number of other factors, and I know that makes it harder to be able to predict, but that's what we've found in COVID, is that there's a lot of factors that go into it, and it's hard to say what that exact mix is into the future.
Thank you for that. So I'm picking and choosing because I had a set of questions and I only have 2 in this moment. So I guess I'll talk about, I'll ask you about vaccinations. Again, that dependency is outside of the school system's control, outside of your control as the county's health officer. However, that does not necessarily satisfy or calm the fears of those who want to be ultimately protected. How can they get access if Anne Arundel County doesn't receive it? If state of Maryland, we're in an area where we benefit quite well from being able to go somewhere else and get what we need done pretty efficiently, other states even. Would teachers and staff, would you recommend them standing by until those vaccines come in? Or do you recommend that they go elsewhere if the vaccination is available, since they are within considered a first responder?
Yeah, I think the problem we really have is that there's limited vaccine supply. There really isn't anywhere to go in any meaningful way. I'm sure a few people could get it by going somewhere else, but we're talking 12,000 plus staff at AACPS.
Right.
It's not going to really do it, because the other counties are struggling with the same exact problem we are, which is that they're not getting enough vaccine. So, they're just like we're committing to vaccinating teachers and staff at AACPS, they're committing to vaccinating their public school system and their private school system and their childcare providers as well. So, I'd love to say there was an answer. There really isn't. That's kind of the problem.
Gotcha.
We're all dependent on just looking at vaccine production increasing and new vaccines being deployed for us to be able to increase our number of people we can vaccinate.
Understood. So with that being the case, it's probably best, I guess, to wait until availability within the county. So with the teachers, as Dr. Arlotto and his team has shared tonight, as early as next week, people are coming back into the schools. What can they do if they see sniffles, if they see runny eyes, if they see anything that may allude to the possibility of the virus? What kind of signs should they be aware of so that the panic won't ensue?
Mm-hmm. So these are the symptoms of COVID that we've been talking about. So things like runny nose, cough, fever, shortness of breath, muscle aches, nausea. Now, not all of those will be visible to somebody else, right? But ones that you can tell if somebody just doesn't look good, if they've got the runny nose or the cough. Certainly for the students, that's what the school health staff is there for. If they see something, some of those symptoms, that is the time to get them to school health staff. If they see that amongst other staff, I will leave that to Dr. Arlotto as to how they manage that. But that's exactly why I emphasized that people not come to school if they have any symptoms. And of course, there's going to be a number of people who develop symptoms during the course of a school day. right? It has to start at some point, and it might start at that time. So it's important to, if you start to feel something, promptly seek attention and, pretty much move out of that classroom space so that you limit exposure.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. K. That's all I have, President Ellis.
Thank you. Dr. Kelly and Raman, I want to ask you about, as you said, information has changed over time. The more we learn, the better we can know how to move forward. What is your experience and knowledge about the child care centers and, let's say, private early elementary schools? Have you personally visited them, your staff? Can you describe how kids are interacting throughout the day in those environments? Because we had a wonderful presentation about what our classrooms are going to look like, but I still have questions about the pre-K and kindergarten classrooms. So, do you have any new information about guidance as far as social distancing and very young children?
Yeah, so just separating those two, just because the child care situation is just a little bit harder. But as you know, it might be relevant for the pre-K kind of age band. But in terms of the distancing guidelines, those really haven't changed. We meaning my staff, have been to schools and have been to some daycares to observe how they're operating. It's always in the context of either a complaint or a request for assistance. We do not go out to do random inspections or anything like that. That's not our role. And by and large, it's the complaints we got were related to people not wearing their mask outdoors, or people not wearing their mask when somebody else is around indoors, usually not in the classroom, but in another space. And I'm talking about the schools now, not the childcare.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just going to be important to not just ensure mask wearing is happening, but the mask breaks are an important way to kind of let off steam. And then in the childcare setting, it's a little harder. Kids can keep masks on, but they're not as good at that. But I don't know the answer to pre-K and K is in terms of how good are they. I just don't know the answer to that. I'd be happy to look into that a little bit from an experiential standpoint, what others have found. But I think that overall what we found is that they're fairly directable to, if they start to tug at their mask, to put it back on.
Right. So I would love some follow-up on that. If you're able to get some more information from us, that would be great. I witnessed a discussion on a social media platform of between some teachers and childcare center workers, and the childcare center workers were describing their environment and how I believe it's under 4 they don't wear a mask, and basically social distancing is not it's not really adhered to at that young age. But they're not finding that they're having problems with it. They're not finding they haven't found cases in the children. They might have had a staff member come in with it, but it's not spreading among the staff. I think that's really important information, because we do need to know what is reasonable and what is possible, so that the in-class experience for our very youngest learners is not a stressful and unreasonable experience. And that, I think the distancing might be more of a challenge than the mask wearing.
And and one thing we have talked about is that children younger than 10 tend to be less likely to both acquire and transmit, and that's truer at the younger ages in that age band.
Right.
So just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, that's definitely helpful. Thank you. Dr. K, we want to be respectful of your time. Are you willing to take a few follow-up questions or? Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. So I'll go back around one more time. If anyone has any further questions, I do want to remind people to try and think ahead and be a little concise with your questions and not spend too much time introducing your question. Mr. Silkworth?
I really do not have any additional questions this time. Thank you so much, Dr. K.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, just since we're no longer using metrics, what determinants will we use to know that it's unsafe? That we might have to that we might have to close down the whole system.
So that gets to what is happening in terms of cases in schools. Are we seeing multiple classrooms being closed? Are we seeing evidence of spread within schools? Within a school, sorry, and then within schools, plural. I think that's our challenge. There isn't a bright line. There isn't a easy to read guide that says this bad, this good. It's a continuum, like all of our risk. And so part of it is going to be communication about what's happening, and understanding that there will be cases in school. As long as there are cases in the community, you're going to find that some of them are going to be in people who are either students or staff at school. And I think the big question we're going to have to be able to manage is school promoting that spread, or is it simply a reflection of community spread? And it's not always easy to answer that question because it's not always easy to tell where it was detected, but that's why measuring outbreaks in schools is going to be a key part of what we do.
And then I guess similarly, the same thing goes for when we can reduce health protocols, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the distancing, the masking, just seeing what's going on in the community and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's going to be, that's really going to be probably more vaccine dependent. And that plays into just larger trends of not just school, but broadly in society. When we see that we have enough vaccination that we're actually bringing down our case rates and our hospitalizations. While I know that we want to get teachers and staff vaccinated, it will be happening. It's starting next week, so it will be happening over the course of the next weeks. Well, actually, to get first and second dose is going to take months, but it's going to happen, right? And so at some point, we'll see that we're just not going to see cases in certain groups that get vaccinated, and that'll help give us a trigger for when we can start relaxing certain restrictions.
Great. Well, thank you, Dr. K. Really want to thank you again for your expertise. I think it's safe to assume that you really do know what you're talking about. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim.
I don't have any more questions, and I thank you so very much for your time once again.
Ms. Frank.
I don't have any more questions, thank you, but I do just want to let you know that I look forward to the next conversation when we talk about going back fully. Which I hope is sooner rather than later. And I do want to shout out to our school health services who have been manning all the inoculations and all the testing. They've done a phenomenal job, and I've heard so many great things about them. So thank you for leading that.
Thank you.
Dr. Tobin.
Yes, thank you. So I'm just trying to take everything in that I've been hearing. And if I put it all together, what I think I hear you say is, as of now, based on the new guidance, based on the trends, and with the vaccine coming onto the landscape in whatever pace it comes, we are at present at a moment where it looks like it would be safe to go back into school, given that, as you said, the spread spread at school reflects the spread in the community. So, but I just want to be clear also that what I'm hearing, especially for everybody listening out there, is that could change, right? That the questions that Ms. Schalheim asked about the variants, for example, could change that landscape so that what we may be describing here, and this has been the experience, I believe, in other hybrid settings, has been open, possibly close again, possibly close a few schools, possibly close the whole system, with the understanding, as you said, that that as the vaccine comes into the process, that will, that arc will, as they say, bend. But am I correct? Is really what I'm asking. Is that an appropriate takeaway from the sort of bigger picture that you've given us tonight?
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up something. As time unfolds, there's a number of different trends that both favor opening and also may make it more challenging. Variants would make it more challenging. Vaccines are favorable. People getting outside of their homes as it gets warmer is better. Restrictions being loosened makes it a little bit more challenging. And there's a good way to add them all up and say, in aggregate, it's going to be better, in aggregate, it's going to be worse. But I think that's why, we repeatedly talk about watching the trends, is because position of understanding what's coming, but not its magnitude or timing. And that's the challenge we all face, right? That's what makes this hard.
And so that's also why, just to reiterate what you said earlier, why it matters what people do beyond school, right? That, and perhaps especially for those families who are most anxious for a hybrid setting, it might be to curtail other activities.
Yeah, let me make my pitch right now. Please don't go.
Yep. Well, we have Super Bowl Sunday coming up, which I gather some are worried about.
Super Spreader Sunday is what's going to happen
Yeah,
if people
Super
go out.
Spreader.
I mean, these are the choices we make, right?
Right.
That's my pitch right now.
Yeah. I mean, as parents, maybe as educators, we spend a lot of time trying to explain to our children that actions have consequences, right? This is perhaps most abundantly here and now for we've all been the recipients of many, 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 many emails, as I'm sure you have too. And people feel very strongly about this, but these are the realities, I think, that I'm hearing have to be a part of the picture as we understand it. So thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for coming and helping us out once again.
Ms. Corkadell? Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry. I got it.
Okay, give me a new device. I have to be retrained. Anyways, I don't really have any further questions. Thank you so very much. And I guess I kind of do. If as we're working through this, if we are facing new conditions, if you are willing to perhaps visit us again, if the need arises.
I'm happy to be of
Maybe give you that honorary badge Drake was talking about.
We're so doing that. What if he comes here?
No, I think it's a done deal.
Miss Antwine.
Yes, thank you. I only have a question about your county site. We report of COVID directly to your office. could there be a separate tier just for schools so that the public can see the case rates in schools once we reopen?
Yeah, well, and we've been discussing that with Dr. Arlott on the team of how that will happen. So
Excellent.
our intention is for there to be that transparency.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Have a blessed evening, and thanks again for what you do.
And I have no further questions. Dr. K, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. And yes, obviously, this pandemic is a long way from over, and we still have many mountains to climb and obstacles to tackle. Eventually, we will be opening our schools up fully again. So I have no doubt that we'll be asking you back. And I always appreciate your willingness to join us.
Thank you all, and have a good night.
Have a good evening. Dr. Arlotto, should we jump right into questions for your team?
Absolutely.
All right. So we'll start with Mr. Silkworth.
I don't really have any questions this time.
Mr. Smith.
Great. Just a few questions. First, I think we've heard it from Dr. Kaliana Rahman that it is safe to return in the building at this time. The science backs him up, and I trust his experience. But I think there's still some concern on how we do it. I touched on this earlier. Still people's mindset, and I think a teacher said it once. People need to be comfortable in order to really do the best job they can do. So first question is, a teacher with accommodations, teachers that have requested accommodations, when can they expect to hear back? And if teachers, if they have requested an accommodation, are they required to report to duty on the 17th?
So the accommodation process, Mr. Smith, is the accommodation request process has been going on for months and months. And originally in November. And so our HR office has been working diligently to move through those requests. We have gotten through all of the elementary requests, and they're focusing now on secondary requests, secondary school requests. So middle school and high school based folks. That teacher or that staff member that has requested an accommodation and it's not yet been through the process, they've not yet heard, then they should remain at home if that's their choice before they report to school until they hear from the accommodations office.
Great. And then to the training aspect, I think seeing the videos and the clips that were in the presentation, I think that probably helped a lot of board members and a lot of people at home really grasp what it's going to look like. I know we've seen bits and pieces, but I think something comprehensive like that really helps. So my next question is, what type of training will teachers get? Because the virtual environment is completely different. I mean, some similarities, some differences, but overall, it's something new to the teachers. What type of training will they be using? That PD time on Wednesday to go over what to expect, best practices and procedures, not on the health aspect, but on how to get the information out to students. Maybe how to make sure students are maintaining those safety guidelines.
So the professional development has been going on for months. We've been preparing for the hybrid model, as I mentioned earlier, and as you're well aware. So there's been professional development sessions going on for months on those Wednesday times. Some of it has been a la carte, meaning that the teachers pick and choose the modules that they want to engage with. We've also had afternoon and evening professional development around teaching in the hybrid environment, right? It's new for all of us. And so it's a great question. So it has been going on for months. It will continue and will continue After we open and through the spring, and I'm sure into the summer, we'll continue to provide professional development as teachers get more comfortable and they want to learn more about teaching and learning in this environment. Dr. McMahon, something to share on professional development?
I would echo your thoughts, Dr. Arlotto, and just add the fact that their setup at home is very similar to what they'll receive in the classroom. The only additional piece is many of them are already working with 2 monitors at home, but for the ones who aren't, there'll be an additional monitor so that they can see both what they're presenting and their students at home. But it is very, very similar, and their setup will be done for them when they arrive at the building. So it will just be about getting comfortable, and it will be very similar to what they're currently doing.
Great. And is there a plan to do, I guess, a district-wide training right now? The a la carte, like you said, but district-wide, where everyone on this particular day is going to sit down and they're going to go over with their supervisors or principals or whoever what the virtual learning environment is going to look like, right? All the ins and outs, not just, I guess, a brief PowerPoint, but like, what transitions will look like, what lunch will look like, extracurriculars, enrichment hour, recess. Will they sit down? Because, I think we've all seen a lot of teachers still, there's some sort of confusion out there, right? They're saying that they don't see that they're not getting all the information they would like to get, right? It's on the website, but I mean, let's be honest, they got to grade papers. I don't think everyone's just checking the website for fun, but I think the PD is a great opportunity just to say, hey, this is what virtual learning is going to look like, right? I think it's only human nature to be fearful of the unknown, and I think what we can do at least is try to quell a lot of those fears by just showing them, hey, what it's going to look like, what to expect, and how you should deal with it. And if you have any questions, you can ask them to your supervisor there. And if they can't respond, they just go up the chain with it. Is there any plans for something like that?
So, let me jump in first, Dr. McMahon, and then you can share about professional development. I just want to tease something out, Mr. Smith, that you shared. You stated not just professional development, but sort of the unknown as teachers and students begin to enter the building. So as teachers return ahead of students, much of how the buildings will operate will be on a building by building basis. And so it'll be important for the teachers to get back without the students. And so that the principal can have meetings, they can talk about hallway movement, hallway monitoring, traffic flow, as well as you are referencing, the instruction in the classroom. Is my smart board working with my monitor, working with my document camera? Our tech teams are amazing. They've been out in the schools for months, making sure all the right cables and all the right hookups are ready for the teachers. But we want the teachers to get their hands on it and feel it out. And so much of this comfortability, I'll use the word, stems from getting back into the buildings and knowing their environment, and the principals and assistant principals working with their staffs about how that environment will work, because it will be school by school dependent. Dr. McMahon?
And going right along those lines, today, Professional Growth and Development sent a package of materials out electronically to secondary principals at the middle and high schools. Elementary principals already received those. And in fact, each school, just as Dr. Arlotto said, it's unique for a physical environment. It's also unique professional development wise. And so each principal and their leadership team will take that on and will make choices between now and when their students return, how and when their staff actually engage in the fine intricacies of the professional development related to hybrid learning.
Okay, great. And then just lastly, I guess the parent side and the student side, will we put out, informational videos or something that says, what a return to school will look like, right? You're going to stand at your bus stop at this time, get on the bus, it's going to look like that. Walk into the school, it's going to look like that. You can expect this and that on the first day. Is there something like that planned?
The communications committee and all the people around them, as well as the communications office, is working on both a video, and they're working on some stills that will go up on the website that really showcase a little bit like you saw today in the PowerPoint, but even in some additional detail. So people have a feel for when they leave their house to when their students get dropped off and vice versa on the way home. What's happening for the day, whether you're an elementary student, middle, or high school student.
Very, very exciting. Look forward to looking at those videos. I'll just say this. We all know perception is reality. If you perceive it as, I guess, unsafe, of course, that's going to be your mindset. But if we can show people that, hey, you know, we can do it. We feel like this is going to be safe. I think that's where we're really going to have the most success at. But those are all my questions for right now. Thank you both.
Ms. Schallheim?
Yes, I have a lot of questions. Let's talk about the data. What percentage of kids in elementary, secondary, middle, and high school decided to return to hybrid? How many to virtual, and what percentage at each level, or even further broken down, chose to utilize our transportation services? That's to Dr. Arlotto or to Mr. Shoknovich, whoever wants to stop.
Dr. McMahon, you want to share the data from the survey?
Sure. At the elementary, middle, and high school level, so approximately 34% of the high school students will be returning to hybrid learning, approximately 36 to 37% of middle school, and about 39 to 40% of elementary school returning for hybrid learning. And of those, the data on using the bus is all over the board, anywhere from a very low percentage in some areas to a very high percentage. So, but nowhere is it 100%. So of those 30 to 40% that are returning from hybrid, 50 to 80% of them will be using the busing.
Okay, of course, I'm going to want to see that data, and I thank you in advance for sharing it with the whole board. You know, we all took we all registered, and I think that data would be useful for this board to have, especially as it applies to transportation, but also so we can get an understanding of what the landscape looks like. And so I'm going to ask that data be shared by school level, at the school level, each school. And I thank you in advance for that. I look forward to receiving that. A few more questions. There was some teachers reached out to me about accommodations as it relates to being vaccinated. So like if you know you're going to be vaccinated, and are you going to need an accommodation? And that might be the reason why some teachers applied versus not applied based on that knowledge. And now we know that there's a delay in the rollout, which has nothing to do with the good work of Dr. Arlotto and the staff or the county, but more at the state and the federal level. And so how are we reopening a request for accommodations, knowing that the vaccination of our teachers is not as quick as we would have hoped?
The accommodation, there's no firm closing of the accommodation request window. Because it's something that happens. We have staff members that request every year, outside of COVID, inside of COVID, for different reasons. And so while obviously it is, the numbers are exponentially higher in this current crisis that we're in the current pandemic, a teacher can always, for any reason, and you've mentioned one, Mrs. Schallheim, and we have seen several teachers said, wait, I thought I was going to get a vaccine, not happen as fast, I'd like to apply for a vaccine, and they certainly can do that.
That is fabulous news. I'm grateful for the ongoing nature of that process. The other thing I've heard, and this will be my last question for this round, I definitely have more, is teacher workload. You know, our teachers work really, really, really hard pre-COVID, and I would argue that they work even harder in this environment. And what I'm hearing for folks, and it's not just on the ones and twos anymore, it's like a flood, that although the PD on Wednesdays is fabulous, absolutely was useful, especially at the beginning, getting up and running. And now there isn't enough time for individual planning and group planning That's what I've heard. So I'm going to use the word allegedly. And so I want to know, is Wednesday PD going to be a mandatory thing going forward, or can we look at that and really pull our teachers to see how much planning time they're actually being given, and maybe scale that back some? Can you all speak to that a little bit?
Yes, and I'll let Dr. McMahon, because I know several of the committees have talked long and hard about the scheduling and producing the schedule that we're currently in, and as it will carry over into the hybrid environment. But the short answer is no. On Wednesdays, those will be mandatory professional developments that will continue, because it's important for our teachers in this environment, in that we are continuously learning and learn this new environment. And so we want to keep those. We want people to learn the new skills, to practice the new skills. There is both individual and group planning time, team planning time built into the current schedule. Dr. McMahon, you want to expand on that a little bit?
Sure, Dr. Arlotto. We're critically aware of the negotiated agreement and the number of minutes that have to happen during the school day, or before the teachers start in the morning or before they leave in the afternoon. And in fact, all teachers have, at all levels right now, more than the amount that is noted in the negotiated agreement. So with respect to planning, it's wonderful that teachers want to plan, absolutely wonderful. But at this moment in time, I can assure you that everyone has more than the allotted amount of minutes. We did that purposefully because we knew this was going to be a challenging year. But as Dr. Arlotto said, that PD time on Wednesday afternoon is a time when we can actually talk about the values of the system and help support the teachers and staff members moving forward with, in this case, hybrid learning, but also our commitment to equity across the system. And so both of those, as well as other topics, are part of that Wednesday afternoon.
Okay, and I'm not trying to complain about PD. I pause when I have teachers in tears with me on the phone on a Saturday night or a Sunday morning, or a weeknight, and that has happened not once, not twice, but almost daily at this point. And so I would say that the overwhelming consensus is that it's a crushing amount of work. Just like our students are feeling academic pressure, our teachers are too, and just staying above water. I mean, we're nothing without the wonderful teachers that serve our students. And so I just, I'm going to use two words that we've used this whole time, patience and grace and flexibility. And I'm just putting it out into the universe. I hope we continue to evaluate all of this and act accordingly. We'll have more questions on the next round, and I thank you.
Ms. Frank?
Hi, thank you. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. We keep hearing about the ventilation and the air quality, and I know that Dr. Arlotto, you and your staff have gone over a couple of questions, but just in the interest of making sure that everybody hears it and feels a little bit better moving forward, I just wanted to ask you just to detail a little bit more about it. So I wanted to know if you know the recommendations from the state and county health agencies. I wanted to know, I'll just give them to y'all. And I think I sent them ahead of time. What has been done, and is there anything else required to get all of the ventilation and HVAC systems up to recommended standards? And what needs to be done to update on a daily basis? And where can the folks at home find this information?
So the specifics about the systems, I'll certainly leave to Mr. Sheknovich, and he can share those with you. But in general, and yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Frank, and we have talked on a number of occasions, and it is an important topic. It is our HVAC systems are all up and running and operational. They are maintained to the standards of the state and the local levels. Exactly what those are, I can't recite them to you, but they are kept to all the the maintenance, the changing of filters is all documented and kept up to date. I've had the conversation as late as, today's Wednesday, as late as Monday with Dr. Kalyana Raman in asking him yet again, are there other things that you would recommend as we are approaching the reopening of buildings with regard to our HVAC systems? Are there things that you have, for instance, I've asked, are there things that you've required of restaurants or houses of worship or other places where people are congregating, like when we begin to open schools? Do you have suggestions that are things, or do you see deficiencies in our systems and recommendations for improvement? And he has shared with me, no, he believes that we have, as long as our systems are up and running, as long as they are mixing as much outside air as possible, and ours do. Again, I think you've heard me talk in very, very general terms, because this is not my specialty by any stretch of the imagination, but there are basically two kinds of HVAC systems. One that recirculates the same air throughout a building, and there are certain filters that are required or recommended for those kinds of closed loop systems. And then there are those systems like ours in all of our buildings that take in outside air and mix it continuously. Likewise, there are filters that are required, and ours meet all of those standards. But all of our buildings take in outside air, and we have asked our building chiefs to open those up and increase the amount of outside air that is being circulated through the buildings.
Okay, thank you. And then I did have one more question, and we did hear that question, or we heard that in public comment again tonight, just the question about the ventilation. So I really did just want to go over that one more time, and I promise I will not bug you with that again. I do want to ask, I have a couple of parents, especially parents of older children, who missed the survey or didn't realize that it was a reopening request because they just didn't open it or didn't realize that. Will they get a second bite of that apple in the last marking period or at any point, or is that window closed for the rest of the year?
So yes, we will allow a second bite, to use your terminology. Right now, the answer is no.
Okay.
We have to plan for the reopen. We have to put the right number of students in a classroom. We have to put the right number of students on a bus coming from the right neighborhoods. And so that is a very, very finely orchestrated dance that has to occur. So we can't keep having people enter and exit the system. I think that makes sense. After we get started and things have settled over the next month or so, we will certainly, if a family, for instance, and I'll use the example, has a second grader that they have at home and they've decided they like to go to a hybrid environment, we'll allow and work with that principal to be able to work with that family to see if it's doable. Can we bring that student in to the hybrid environment? Of course, two key factors will be, would adding that student put us in with too many? Will it overcrowd that classroom and not allow us to have the appropriate distancing? And two, does that child require transportation or request transportation? And would they be able to fit on the bus? We can't, if there's only 24 allowed on the bus, I can't put 25, 26, or 27. So I hope that makes sense. So we have to close it down now. The principals are frantically getting ready for the students to arrive, getting class schedules set, numbers of students in each classroom, as well as buses, transportation. Transportation office is doing that work now. But we will, as we settle into this hybrid process, if parents want to move back and forth, we'll allow them to do that with the caveat that there has to be the appropriate space in the room and on the bus.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Now, I thought that you actually might not have great news there, and I'm really pleased to hear that we're going to at least be working with parents to try to accommodate them as needed. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Tobin?
Thank you. So, can you hear me? Am I on? Yeah. So, like Ms. Scholheim, I've heard from many teachers who feel very much at the end of their rope for various reasons. So I wanted to ask questions in a couple of different areas. And the first one I want to ask about, because, you know, the devil is going to be in the details in this, especially given Dr. Kalni-Raman's answers to our questions, which, as I said, I think is sort of getting us an idea that we're in a snapshot of a space and we don't really know how some things will go. And one of the key pieces of this puzzle, I think, is going to be enforcement of the health requirements and the rules, quite frankly, that have to be followed to make this work. Because my understanding of the CDC recommendations that I've read is that opening schools is reasonable with two caveats. One, that authorities be prepared to close other potentially spreading entities if necessary, and we have no control over that, obviously. And the other is maintaining these requirements. So I mentioned in a previous meeting that private schools have a number of advantages, not the least of which is they have the ability to decide who comes to their school and to have very strong rules about who doesn't get to come to their school if something happens. So if a teacher has a student who will not follow the rules, and let me be clear, I'm not talking about special education students or students who for some other reason need accommodations because they have a difficulty wearing a mask for a long period or something like that. I'm talking about in the general population. If that occurs, what autonomy does a teacher have to essentially remove that child from that classroom and have an immediate action that, because there is virtual learning, presumably if the child can't be in hybrid, the child can be in virtual learning. Can teachers be assured that they will have the autonomy and the authority to make sure that when there's a problem, that child can be removed and it's basically a one-time process, because we're talking potentially life and death here. So how will that work with regard to enforcement?
So thank you for the question, Dr. Tobin. So there is how do I want to say it? There's no hard and fast response to your question. Every situation is different because basically what you're talking about is student discipline, right? You're talking about student discipline. It's around newly implemented health standards for the safety of that student, as well as the staff and the others in the building. But you're talking about student discipline. We have, and teachers can rest assured, that the administrators in the building will follow the student code of conduct. So we expect students and staff included to wear masks, the appropriate social distancing, not to gather in groups, to practice all the right hand sanitization and those things. And so that is the expectation. It's the expectation that we will spell out for the students when they arrive in the hybrid environment and talk about the environment they're now going to be in. It is the expectation that we've put out to parents that they know by accepting hybrid and sending their student that they are committing their student to following the rules. And so is it a one-shot deal, as you have put it, where you get one bite at the apple and if you don't behave, then you're gone? The answer is no. That could be the case in a particular situation, but we have a student code of conduct. There is progressive discipline, and in the end, like any disciplinary matter, we want the students to learn through the process. The key is not discipline, the key is learning through the process. And so I would hope that teacher would have a conversation with that child If necessary, involve the assistant principal or the principal or the counselor or the school psychologist if they're there. Involve somebody else and have a conversation with that student to say, you're putting yourself at risk. You're putting your classmates and teacher at risk. You're putting your family at risk. If you pick something up and bring it home, do you realize that these safety standards are in place for you, your family, and the protection of the staff and the rest of the students in the building? So I'm very confident that the principals will enforce the rules. I'm confident the teachers are going to want to enforce the rules. And I'm confident the students are going to want to enforce the rules because I believe their parents, this isn't mask wearing for our students is not new. They've been doing it for months and months and months. When they go out or they go to the grocery store or they're in their neighborhood riding their bike, they are wearing masks and they understand distancing. They understand what the marks on the floor mean and why there are arrows in the hallway and they need to stay to the right as they're going up and down stairwells. So it keeps them safe. And so I'm confident that our students will follow the rules. I'm confident that our staff will. But inevitably, we will have some that will not, and we'll have to take action with those that do not.
And by extension, then, if we had a teacher, for example, mention this, I think, in one of the public testimonies, if, when the child says, as a hypothetical, well, mommy gave me medicine so my fever wouldn't show up or whatever. If it becomes the case where a parent a couple of times is known to have sent their child to school ill, is there a process for reacting quickly? Because again, I do understand the student code of conduct, and I think it's critical, all the things that you mentioned about a child learning through the process, and I am certainly not a proponent of draconian measures. I do believe we are dealing with a level of harm here, potential harm, that certainly I think our teachers are very concerned about and needs to be attended to, that we need to recognize that heightened level of potential harm. So will there be a process for parents who are not perhaps following the rules that we hope they will follow?
Absolutely. And just like we were just talking about, I would expect the teacher, if there's a student that's not acting appropriately, or that the teacher would reach out to the family and talk to the parents and say, boy, George he's not wearing his mask, or he said something about him about maybe not feeling well and had a fever and took some medicine before he left in the morning. We also will rely on our school nurses and administrators. Each of our schools is required to have an isolation area, an isolation room in the building should a student, and you heard Dr. K in part of his remarks, are inevitably the student will feel fine in the morning and midday could easily begun to show some COVID-like symptoms, multiple of those symptoms. And if that's the case, we are required and have established isolation rooms for that student to go, be monitored by the school health staff while the parent has been contacted to come retrieve the child and have the child seen by a medical professional. But yes, if we need to engage the parents to say, we understand that you're not following the temperature checks and the symptom checks at home, and that is the expectation, we can always go back to virtual environment.
Okay. And one last question for this round, around coverage. We have the lunch period where kids will be in their classrooms, and the issue of substitutes. What happens if there's not someone to cover that lunch period? What happens if there's not a substitute available and a teacher can't be at school that day?
Dr. McMahon, you want to talk a little bit about what the committee's been working on?
All right, so it's a good question, and the notion is that we are going out aggressively looking for midday monitors, and HR is hiring more and more and more of them. With the help of our principals, with the help of our partners across the district, we are gaining traction on getting more people for the midday monitor role. With respect to the substitutes, this is not a new challenge for us, right? The substitute challenge is real in K through 12 education across the country. And so we have increased our notion of hiring substitutes, and we also have increased the movement to put more permanent subs, more long-term subs in our schools. So those subs, they've just given out this past week, those subs are now going to be available to our principals on a regular basis, not just on when the phone rings, but on a regular basis. So between putting more long-term substitute teachers in the buildings, also looking to hire and recruit more of them, and then recruiting the midday monitors, that combination is what we hope will, move us forward to be successful when we do bring these students back. Very much like we have in past years, we will struggle like we always do if there is a problem with a substitute teacher not being able to teach, not to be able to come to work that day, or et cetera, then we have to look for coverage somewhere else.
Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you very much.
I have no questions for staff at this time, but remain incredibly grateful and appreciative of all of the hard work put in.
Ms. Antoine?
I was expecting Ms. Corkadell to have questions. So thank you, Dr. Arlotto and Dr. McMahon, both of you, for your presentation earlier. Since it's been a bit, could we see the timeline once more, please? Thank you. So based on, so that's for March. Could we go back to February, as far as February, please? Okay, thank you. So based on the timeline, I was unable to see whether or not teachers would be coming in still 2 weeks prior to the 11th, which wouldn't be possible. So when are teachers expected to come in, as all the teachers, as early as the 8th?
So the teachers for small groups, and we have said all along, the teachers for small groups would not necessarily be coming in 2 weeks prior to their students. They are coming in as early as the 8th. But all of the remaining teachers for the large groups coming in, the grade level groups, they are coming in 2 weeks ahead of time on the 17th of September.
Okay, and for after the 17th, based on the documentation that was sent yesterday, and Dr. Lotto, you and I spoke briefly about this earlier, there may be teachers on some days, with the exception of Wednesday, of course, that may not have students. Could telework be an option for them if they don't have telework on that day? I mean, if they don't have students physically in the classroom on those days.
Do you mean, Miss Antoine, for the teachers? So after they've returned on the 17th, there will be a time period for a number of those teachers, 2 weeks or so, that they won't physically have students in the building. They will be teaching virtually from their classrooms to their students while they're at home. Within the next 2 to 3 weeks, those students would start to return. Is that what you're asking? Then instead of those teachers being there, could they telework?
Right.
Yeah, and so we would like the teachers to return, and that was the reason for setting that date, the 17th. We picked the 17th purposefully in that it is a Wednesday. We can go to, and as you know, Wednesday is a limited instruction day in the morning. We can go to asynchronous learning in the morning and give the teachers a full day to physically move back into their classrooms. And then the expectation would be that they would teach virtually from their classrooms, as we talked about, meeting with their principal and the rest of the staff in the building, getting to know the building and what it's going to look like in terms of accessing bathrooms, in terms of hallway monitoring, in terms of traffic in the hallway and stairwells, as well as the teachers working with their equipment in their classrooms, including their smart boards, to get used to and get ready for that delivery of the hybrid instruction when the students return. So, no, we would ask the teachers to return and remain in their buildings until and through after students arrive.
Understood. But after the schools reopen and the hybrid numbers that were shared, it was a small percentage of students that would actually be returning. There may be, would there be any day that a teacher would not have students physically in the classroom?
I can't think of a reason why they wouldn't. They would just have a limited number. So if I were, for example, a high school algebra teacher, I would have students, a cohort of students on Monday and Tuesday, and I would have a different cohort of students for my algebra class on Thursday and Friday. It might only be 6 or 10 students, but the expectation is they would have students each of those days.
Excellent. So I had planned a motion to that concerned maximizing telework, but if there are cases where the teacher will always have a student in the classroom, then I won't introduce that motion after these rounds. Then my second question concerns the prioritization of vaccinations. Dr. Kali Raman shared earlier that it will start as early as next week. Is there a tiering priority for these vaccinations for the teachers and staff?
Yes, ma'am. So it's an opportune time that you asked that question, as Mr. Mosier just took it down off of the off the screen, because in short, Mrs. Antoine, again, a great question. We have roughly 14,000 employees, including part-time and bus drivers and aides. We have a team that we've assigned from both OSP, Office of School Performance, and our HR office that have been working on getting ready to vaccinate all of our employees. Of course, as you know, it started with a survey of all of our employees, and the simple questions were asked: when a vaccine's available, do you want to be vaccinated? We have about a 86, 87% positive response rate, which puts us a little over 12,000 of our employees. And that was the number you heard Dr. Kalyanaram reference, because we've shared all the data with him to prepare for the vaccine rollout. So of those 12,000 employees, this vaccine team that we've put together has now put in priority order the staff to get them vaccinated, because we won't get 12,000 vaccines at one time. They're going to be coming in week-to-week doses. So we have tiered how we will, who will receive the vaccine, first, second, third, and so on. So as you look at this timeline, this is a great example of when we start next week, these will be the first people that will be getting vaccinated, those that will be returning in this order that work in those buildings. And that's not just teachers, that's aides, the bus drivers that drive those students, that is the secretaries, the custodians in that building. So this is just a sort of a visual. It's not a specific, but it's a visual of, yes, we've tiered them, we've prioritized them, and it's in conjunction with our rollout of the opening of schools.
Thank you. President Ellis, I'll just put on round 2 for my other questions. Thank you.
I knew the question I was going to ask. All right, you don't hear me? Is it this? Now? Try to switch these. I can't keep this on both my ears. My ears are killing. Can you hear me now? Okay. So my question, oh, yes. So based on the timeline, Dr. Arlotto, so you have one group coming in March 1st, all elementary basically, March 8th, specific grade levels at the secondary level, and then there's a 2-week lag. So I know you've explained the reason for staggering, and I certainly understand the order of it. But given that March 8th, we're going to start bringing students into our high schools and middle schools and get things operational and running, why the 2-week lag there? Because, I mean, we are reaching a point where every week matters to these students, and it's going to feel like a pretty long way off for our sophomores and juniors and other middle school students.
Yes, ma'am. So we thought long and hard about what the rollout should look like. And we feel like having that additional time between, so the 8th will be 6th graders, 9th graders, and 12th graders. And then there'll be through the week of the 15th, and then beginning that next week, as you say, the 22nd, will be grades 7, 8, 10, and 11. As we were planning this out and this rollout beginning March 1st, we're very cognizant of the fact that secondary schools operate very differently than elementary schools. Elementary school students, for the most part, will be in their 2nd, 5th grade classroom for much of the day, other than when they go to recess, they may go outside for class, those kinds of things. Secondary school students are going to be moving about the building. And so the middle school and high school principals are keen on the idea of getting those 6th graders in at the middle school level and the 9th and 12th graders in at the high school level. And let's get a feel for how the building is working. We also have to be concerned about possible spread and our ability to keep up with contact tracing, because that is going to be in part our responsibility in doing contact tracing in conjunction with the Department of Health. We also know, in all honesty, that we're sure there's something we haven't thought of because we've never reopened before. And if we need to make some changes, tweak the schedule, change the way the things are operating at the secondary school, because they are so very different than elementary, we want to be able to have that time to do that before we bring in the bulk of the students in those grades of 7, 8, 10, and 11. So it was a very thoughtful decision as we debated back and forth as an executive team and the planning committees about what is realistic in terms of how quickly we can implement this. And so we think this is an aggressive yet doable schedule. So instead of going the weeks of the 1st, the 8th, and the 15th, we chose the weeks of the 1st, the 8th, and the 22nd.
Okay. And so I know you said it's been communicated to parents. If you're opting into hybrid, then you're agreeing to following the safety protocols. Students will be wearing their masks. In a normal school year, when school starts, students arrive in school, they receive the student handbook, and they have to return that with parent and student signature. Can we have a safety guideline
Yes. Dr. McMahon, you want to expand on that?
Right, there will be a special sheet that is sent out home from transportation. So they will be signing off there. They have already signed when they signed for hybrid instruction on the registration form. They did sign there. And then there'll be one additional sheet that goes home with every student who is in hybrid learning, one additional sheet. So 3 sheets for every student, 2 for every student, 3 if you're a bus being transported by bus.
Oh, got it. Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you. So we'll go back around, see if there's any more questions. Mr. Silkworth?
I don't have any questions. I would just comment that I do understand and appreciate the value of professional development, but I would recommend that at the beginning of the return to a hybrid model, that our teachers would greatly benefit, which means our students would benefit by having the Wednesday time for PD to work with their colleagues to help guarantee a safe and an orderly return. And about planning time, I just simply like to say that it is definitely true that our teachers do have built into the schedule planning time, which is consistent with what they're supposed to have by contract. But I also have to say that our great teachers, since this pandemic has started, they've been working 20 to 25 hours over and above their 37.5-hour time to make sure that lessons are rigorous and challenging for our kids. So again, the first couple weeks of that, if we could some grace so that they can do what they have to do to make sure that the lessons that they prepared are similar to the model that we saw. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I guess my questions, they're similar. I guess back to that factor of not knowing. I think Dr. Tobin touched on this with students that just won't listen. I call it the knucklehead factor, but it's just that you deal with those students that they just don't get it, right? They're just knuckleheads, and I guess that's what's really concerning to a lot of teachers too. I mean, what if I know you get like? I think it goes back down to like how the teachers are trained to deal with this, right? I would assume that in the PDs, right, or in the trainings, let's just call them trainings, right? The training for hybrid reopening, they're going to go over, how to deal with a student that's just not getting it, that's just being a knucklehead, a student that is just not doing this right. And then I like what Dr. Arlotto said. There's always that option of hybrid learning again. I mean, I think it's safe to say we got to get the message to parents that at this point in time, in-person learning is a luxury, right? And if you're messing it up for everyone else, you won't be afforded that luxury. You'll have to be relegated to virtual learning, right? I think it's just, punishment and consequence. But then back to the whole training part, you said there was a packet sent to the principals. Will the board be able to see the packet just so we're kept abreast of what teachers will be receiving from the principals? Or
so Dr. Lotto?
If the board would like to see the packet, glad to share it.
Great, yeah. I just think,
glad to share it.
Just so we're all on the same page, and I'm happy to receive it too. And then, I mean, is there, well, I guess I got to see the packet first, but I just want to make sure, there's uniformity, because we know some schools, it's unfortunate, but they tend to not get I guess on the short end of the stick when it comes to uniformity, but everyone needs to be getting the same health and safety guidelines, I want to say. I just want to make sure there's not too much unknown out there, right? I'm kind of beating a dead horse right now, but that's what's really stopping us from reopening. Yes, it's safe to do so, but a lot of people feel like we're not doing it right. And I just think by putting as much information out there, right, not just in ways where people will actually receive it and internalize it, I think that will go a very long way in making sure that this is a successful opening, because I want this to be as successful as possible, because Dr. Kaliana Raman said this early on. It's easy to open up schools. The hard part is keeping them open. I don't want us to be back in the spot where we were in October, right? Open up schools, or planning on opening up schools, and we had to shut back down, because that's not doing anybody good. But I think this conversation has really helped me understand what's about to happen, and I hope that's the same for everyone watching. And if that's not the case, I hope that they get their questions answered before they're back in the buildings, because it does nobody any good that if you're back in the building and you feel unsafe. So that's really my question and the comment, but I have nothing else.
Ms. Schallheim?
Yes. Going back to the data I requested, and I'll just remind the board that we received this data prior to what was the November timeframe, before we didn't follow through with that. But if we can also get the number of non-respondents, I forgot to mention that earlier, at each school, or as a percentage or a raw number, whatever, so long as we know also the total enrollment at each school, that'd be great. I had a question about use of sick leave to get the vaccination. I assume that once the vaccinations are, God willing, here on Monday, those on that list will be given that opportunity to go and get that. Or I guess the question is, do they need to use sick leave, or can they just go and get the vaccine once their turn comes up?
We're going to look to coordinate the different groups that will need to get vaccinated, those that have classroom responsibilities and students, and those that don't. And so as we get into the vaccine program, we can utilize Wednesdays, all day Wednesdays, as the day, as well as the afternoon evenings for those folks that have teachers and aides that have classroom responsibilities, so that they don't have to be away from their classrooms and take leave. They can do that on Wednesdays in the afternoons or evenings, possibly opening clinics on Saturdays. We've talked with Dr. K and his team about in the fire department, but of course that's all dependent on the number of vaccines that we get, or that are allocated for the school system.
Okay, thanks. I hope as soon as they're available, they can start going in arms, and people won't have to wait days. But I totally understand having to coordinate with school schedules, the fire department. And by the way, props to the fire department. Thank you for coordinating with us on this.
Thank you.
On this just incredible, what will be an incredible feat to get 12,000 or so staff vaccinated. I know that employees can't travel for PD right now at all, or have been told not to travel really at all. So are we, we're modeling that practice because it matters what we do in our spare time. It matters to all of us. We're all trying to protect each other and ourselves. Are we going to be putting out reminders along the lines of what a lot of us have said tonight, and what Dr. Kaliana Raman said, to encourage our families to do the right thing when they're not with us in school buildings?
We have not planned for any kind of communication like that. No.
All right. It might be helpful just putting it into the universe. I think that's all I have for now. And my heavy sigh wasn't at that specifically. It's just at this whole situation. It's just, I have pandemic fatigue is right alongside the rest of y'all. And I just want this to be over. And it really does matter what we do in our spare time and how we act and who we have over. And please don't make Super Bowl Sunday be a super spreader event, y'all. I want our kids to go back and stay in school and not have a yo-yo effect. That's all I have for now. Thank you so much.
Ms. Frank?
I don't have any more questions. I am excited to see this in action, and just once again, let Dr. Arlato know that if there is an opportunity to go visit the schools, I would love to attend. And thank you for all your hard work, everybody.
Dr. Tobin?
Thank you. Yes, I second the desire to go visit schools as soon as possible. A couple of quick questions. Again, hearing from various teachers and wondering about the issue of flexibility. For example, I've heard from a music teacher who's teaching from home. She's been told that she will be teaching virtually from her classroom, won't have students in person as is, I think, typical. She has, for example, a health problem and has been told she can't teach virtually from home. She has to teach virtually from her classroom. That's one particular case. Are we working to accommodate and be as flexible as possible? I mean, that particular case, virtual from one place versus virtual from another, doesn't seem to make a big difference. Are we going to keep working to be as flexible as possible so that we meet the need of hybrid, but we don't run the risk of imposing what might be seen as, for lack of a better word, somewhat arbitrary insistence on sort of rule following? I mean, this is funny because I asked the question earlier about following rules, right? But in this case, it's just one little example. Is there work being done to really try to be sensible about what absolutely has to happen and what may not have to happen? And any thoughts on that I would welcome.
Yeah, I've got lots of thoughts on it. But I'm going to keep most of them to myself. Dr. Tobin, I want to, because I think it's a great question. We try and work through grace and patience all the time. There have to be rules that we have to set, and there's got to be a standard that we're looking to meet. But even prior to COVID and long after COVID is over, we work with, and you're using the example of a teacher, we work with teachers on an individual basis all the time. Principals do that. If there's a specific accommodation or there's something happening at that immediate time with their family and they need some assistance. But we will always look to work one-on-one, just like we do with the student. We would work one-on-one with a teacher or one of our employees because we want to keep them. We want to respect the lives that they are living and understand who they are. And if we need to make adjustments where we can, we do that. We make accommodations all the time and sometimes they're official and they're on paper and they're for medical reasons. And sometimes they're sort of off the record, if you will, in that somebody needs some assistance or an accommodation that we can, that's been requested and that we can accommodate. We can't accommodate all, and we don't say everybody gets this. We do have to have some rules about, like, showing up to work on time. Mm-hmm. We have an expectation that people, when the school day starts, that people are in their classrooms at their desks and prepared to welcome students. There are times where a teacher or staff member is not able to get to work on time for a particular reason, and we may have to accommodate them. And we have done that over the years, and we've done that here in Anne Arundel County in the last 14, 15 years that I've been here. So we do have to set a standard and ask everyone to meet that standard, and here are the expectations, and spell those out clearly like a student here. But every case is different, every circumstance is different, and therefore we'll work with staff members on an as-needed basis.
Excellent. Thank you. And also, if, again, this is to some extent out of your complete purview. I would assume we're awaiting for state and even potentially some federal guidance. But do you have a sense of what we can expect with regard to standardized testing in the spring?
So what we have been told up to today, and I actually had a conversation with Mr. Dykstra earlier this afternoon prior to the board meeting beginning, we are that the federal government, as of right now, is not waiving the requirements, the ESTA requirements for standardized tests in grades 3 through 8 and high school algebra and government and so on. So we are told to prepare to administer those assessments from the state. Now, there is a new Secretary of Education who will be onboarded here fairly shortly, I would assume. I don't know what the congressional schedule is, and that all could change between now and the spring. But we've been told by the state that the window has been moved back further into the spring and widened, and that we should expect to assess our students in the spring unless there's a change at the federal level.
Okay. Well, it's so good to have everything that you need, all the information you need right in front of you, isn't it, Dr. Arlotto?
It makes planning that much more challenging.
That much more, yes. Well, thank you all, and thank you to all the people who have been working incredibly hard to get us to this place. And, it's been said before, but one more time, to the extraordinary teachers who are working so hard. We are tremendously grateful for them. So thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have just one comment. I'm going to jump on the bandwagon of my colleagues and request that I would like to see an elementary, a middle, and a high, and also visit with some of our couple of our specialty buildings as soon as the opportunity permits. I don't have any new questions at this time. So.
Ms. Antoine?
Thank you. So the motion that I made reference to earlier, since that motion, I've gotten about 20 emails. So President Ellis, after you've done the rounds of questioning, I would like to reintroduce that, please. Oh, well, actually introduce it, please. So my questions concerned one of them concerned the PPE for students who cannot wear a standard mask, especially those who are hearing impaired. What type of PPE would be available to those students when they return?
So we have the regular masks, as you know. We have recommended the cloth masks that students can bring with them, or the gaiters. Those are also available to them with respect to, they may purchase them and bring them themselves from home. We do have additional PPE for students with IEPs and other students with medical needs that we are using on a case-by-case basis with their parents as part of a strategic coaching situation to build stamina towards wearing a mask. And so we have masks that have clear fronts on them.
Okay.
We have masks that wrap around the ears and others that wrap around the head. We have a mask that goes over the head but doesn't touch the face in any way, has a drape to it. So we have multiple masks. We have a mask that hooks onto your glasses and hangs and attaches with magnets very loosely, stays away from the face. So we have multiple things that we can offer families to try. If they're part of our process, if they elect to go through our process, called a strategic coaching process for mask wearing to see if we can increase their stamina to wear a mask in the classroom.
Yes, ma'am. And that process, that's maybe an hour or so on how to wear the mask.
No, it's a actual process that our special educators built in conjunction with experts on how to actually move students who might have sensory issues from being able to keep something on their face maybe for seconds to minutes, and then up even higher than minutes. I mean, we are talking about some students who are really going to struggle with keeping the mask on or wearing the mask. So the shields and the masks and the various things. So that's part of a process that we've put in place. And as families, the developmental center families, all the families with children at the developmental centers have received this information if they want to participate in that kind of a process. Some of our students who are going to struggle to wear a mask, their families are not electing hybrid learning. So for them, it doesn't matter. But some of our families are, and in fact, we have engaged many of our families in the process.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. McMahon. And then my other question would be about the teachers planning. If they're, especially at the elementary school levels, if they're with the students, how are they able to do their planning periods?
So at the elementary level, especially where we have the midday break, the teachers will not be with the students during lunch or recess or that literacy block. The midday monitor would be with the students. So the teachers will be engaged in their own duty-free lunch and a planning block during that time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I have one little small question about upon return to school, will there be balloons outside or some decorations or something to welcome the students back?
It's a great question, Mrs. Antoine, and every principal is doing something different with their staff. They're all very excited to see the students, so I'm sure different schools all over the county will be doing different things.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, President Ellis.
They get to have two parties because they got to do it on Monday and Thursday, right? Dr. Arlotto, can you talk about how schools are handling? So we heard testimony earlier about concerns about our students who truly are in need of getting in the classroom, actually going to get into the classroom. Now, we heard from another parent this evening that makes it very clear that we can't identify all the students who truly have that need. A parent testified, gave very heartfelt testimony that her student probably by all appearances is doing great, but actually not doing so great. But for those students that teachers know could really benefit from getting to the classroom, what can you describe any outreach to maybe encourage some students in that direction that or parents if there's a need?
Absolutely. The principals are reaching out to those families that did not respond to the survey, but likewise those that may have responded to the survey and have chosen to remain virtual. There are some students that they are reaching out to, families specifically, to say, maybe you would reconsider. We would really like to get George back in the building. We'd really like to engage him with his peers and his teachers. We don't think he's really engaging well in the online environment and being as successful as we think and we know he can be. And so some of those personal invitations are going out to families of those students that the staff believes could benefit most by being in the hybrid environment. Dr. McMahon, anything to add to that? I know you all have had a number of conversations about that.
No, that's exactly right, Dr. Arlotto.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I did have the opportunity to assist with the PSATs last week, and I was able to talk with Miss Davenport at Arundel High School, and I know that they're working really hard to get things ready there, and that was part of the conversation, was reaching those students that they really think could do well in the classroom. Um, and yeah, back to testing. There's a perception that March 1 was this date that was the line drawn in the sand, because we all want to get our students back to be able to sit down and take these standardized tests. I know as board members, we never had that conversation. That was never, I'm certain that was never the reason for the motion that was made to move forward, or I hope and I assume that was not the motivation for Dr. Arlotto's recommendation to begin March 1st. That being said, there's a great deal of anxiety and concern about, these students need to get into the classroom to get to work and to interact and to be engaged. What channels should we go through, Dr. Arlotto, do you think, to get the message out there that this just isn't good for our students under these circumstances, and to get some waivers on the testing? I mean, I know you gave an explanation. I know we're hopeful that a new Secretary of Education will make the difference. How do we get that word? Do we join with MABE? Do we join? Will PZAM be working on this? How do we do this?
Thank you for the question, Madam President. Let me start with where you started with, in terms of the recommendation to open schools at the early part of March, which was my recommendation. The board then specifically focused on March 1.
Right.
Never have any of these of you and your colleagues heard from me that we should be opening as a result of getting testing underway. Never.
Right.
And this board likewise didn't settle on early March and March 1 that I know of, based on trying to get students into buildings for assessments.
Right.
So I want to make that really clear for all those listening. It's never been part of the conversation. Let me also add that, as you know, I meet with the other superintendents, my colleagues from around the state, every Friday morning, and we have for months and months. And many times, Dr. Salmon joins us for those meetings. And she has never mentioned in all her work with us in reopening and focusing dates, and now focusing on March 1, has never stated to the superintendents that we should be opening so that we can get standardized testing underway. Never been a conversation. So what can you do to advocate? I think all the things that you just outlined. PZAM, the superintendents, we are advocating with the state, with MSDE and Dr. Salmon, about tests and the amount of time certainly it will take. It will be limited with students returning in the hybrid environment. They're going to have limited time in the buildings. And I certainly don't think the best use of their time is sitting down taking a standardized assessment, right?
Yep.
And so we are, as a community, the superintendent's advocating for that. But I would think that MABE is a great outlet for that, for your advocacy. If this board wanted to write a letter to the State Board of Education and share your thoughts and concerns and advocacy, I think that is clearly another good idea. And members, you've done that in the past, and there are other boards in the state that are very active in communicating directly with Dr. Salmon and with the State Board of Education. I don't know, you could advocate with the U.S. Department of Education, but I don't even know who's there to answer the phones. But hopefully soon there will be. But I think that there's two pieces to that, which are the assessments that are required under the federal law, and then the state regulations that some of those assessments are necessary for graduation. And they don't need to be high stakes assessments, even if they are administered. And there could be a waiver of that, as there is for this year's current seniors, just need to take the assessments. They don't need to pass them as a graduation requirement, but juniors and sophomores do. And so there is advocacy around that as well.
Okay, as a follow-up to that, to help us understand that. So there's federal requirements, and so we administer tests, I guess, through the state as a result of the federal requirements.
Yes, so the federal requirement is that states have assessments at certain grade levels and in certain content areas for accountability.
Okay, but the graduation requirement piece of it,
Yes, ma'am, is a state. The federal,
Okay.
the feds do not, there is no U.S. Department of Education graduation requirement. It's just that the assessment is given for accountability purposes. The individual states then have to establish what assessment they're going to give, how they're going to give that assessment, and then if they want to add any other requirements or weights to that assessment in the state of Maryland, they've become graduation requirements. That's not the case in all states across the country.
So the high stakes aspect of it is a state issue.
Correct.
And so our advocacy could certainly hold weight there.
Correct. And that's the reason I separated the two out,
Right.
between what is required as an accountability measure. And we would hope that the U.S. Department of Education knows and understands, and certainly there is going to be a new, I would suspect, approved Secretary of Education who's sitting in the seat as the state superintendent of schools in Connecticut and knows from the ground level what it means in these assessments. But yes, there's a separation between what's required for accountability purposes at the federal level, and all the federal monies we receive, the state is required to have the locals assess their students in those areas. But the high stakes portion, the high stakes is related directly to the state.
Okay, very good information. If you don't mind, I'm going to ask: is there any dissent among the board to advocate for? I hear two needs. We need to advocate for waivers from testing, but also the release of the graduation requirement if we're not successful. Anyone feel differently? Okay. So then we can work on that letter. Great. That's all my questions. Are there any more questions? Are we good with the okay, Mr. Smith? That's the only hand I saw. I'll go to you and okay.
Just quickly, but first to what Ms. Antoine was saying about the balloons. I really don't care about balloons. I just want one parking space when I pull up to school on the first day. I'll be happy. Big dog on campus. But the first one is just I guess standardized testing. I guess have the requirements for our county changed for quarterlies, or giving teachers more leeway with that, right? They don't have to be so rigid. Quarterly or benchmark assessments.
Yes, I mean, in general, we're still doing quarterlies, but we're into the flexibility and grace there as well, right? So we don't want them being high stakes. We've talked to the teachers about how to best use that tool. But yes, we are doing quarterlies because, in fact, part of our recovery plan, we have to actually show how we're meeting our standards that we said we were going to meet throughout the year. And part of that is our only way to show that in some cases is the quarterlies. But we are doing that with grace.
Okay, great. And then next about the actual reopening, Crofton High School, it's only going to be, if we were in a regular setting, it'd only be open to 9th and 10th graders. As we have it now, 9th graders are coming in, and then 10th graders are coming on a different day. Could an exception be made for Crofton High School since it's already so few people and the 10th graders have never set foot into the building? Could they both just come on the, is it the 11th?
So we've talked about that, and we're going to concentrate on the 9th graders and that transition to high school and also getting to know that building. But then the 10th graders, like you say, when they come in a couple of weeks later, that building will be brand new to them, and we'll do some time to get them acclimated and do some orientation for that building as well. But we're going to concentrate on those 9th graders beginning on the 8th of March.
Okay, I was just asking because it makes sense why to do it to the other schools, right? You don't want, everybody in the school bumping into each other, just like you don't want that on the regular first day of school. But and then my last question was, since schools are opening up, of course, the next question is about, I guess, extracurriculars, not in the sense of like clubs and sports, but in the sense of senior activities like prom. Is there any word on that? What that will look like? Or is that kind of up to the schools? And then I know Meade High School, I've been getting information about graduation, so hopefully that's set to happen in person, but I'm really asking about prom right now.
So I don't know if I'm going to be able to help you get a prom date, if that's what you're asking.
I don't need help. Trust me.
Okay. Well,
I need help picking one out of the many.
I can only do so much, Mr. Smith, as your superintendent. But we are going to work with the schools. So no, it won't be up to the schools independently, because we are working collaboratively with the principals, and they're getting support from the Office of School Performance to figure out how we can best do that. So that's both in terms of proms and graduations. So much of it will be dependent upon, as we approach that time, what the rules are around large gatherings. And so we would like to think that as we get in closer to May, and then May for proms and June for graduations, that many of those restrictions will have been lifted or lightened, at least, that we can host graduations and proms. That we have graduation set for Live. We are likewise talking to Live about possibly hosting your prom and the other proms, so there can be a central controlled situation. They've been wonderful partners. While we have not made any, we've not settled on anything, they are willing to talk with us about doing that. And we're looking at options. Of course, we'd like to have one big prom with all the seniors together. We might not be able to have 500 people in a room, but maybe we can have 250. So maybe we can do Meade's prom on 2 different nights. We can do alphabetically, or half the students on one night and half the students on another. Those are options that we are exploring, because I am committed to the seniors getting as much as we can get out of their senior year. That's one of the reasons that with week 2 of the opening, seniors are part of that group, to get them back into the buildings and back into their schools and their senior years. And we're committed to doing something as much as we can to as close to normal as you would expect for both proms and graduations.
Very exciting.
So we're working on it.
Great, very exciting. And if Meade does have 2 graduations, 2 proms, I will happily go to both of them to make sure they're up to standard.
We'll talk to Dr. Rivers about that.
Well, thank you, Dr. Alot.
Ms. Corgadell did have a quick follow-up.
Yes, thank you, President Ellis, for jumping me in. I apologize. I was planning on asking this and completely slipped my mind. But I have a very, very important question for Dr. Arlotto, too. And that is, when will the ribbon cutting of Crofton High School commence?
So that's a good question. I know that we've been working with Ms. Fierherd about setting a date. There was going to be a virtual ribbon cutting, and then we were going to do something when we can in a live format. Bob, is there anything that you can add to that? I know you've been working directly with Katie.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Alato. Yeah, so our team's been working with Ms. Fierherd. We have no final plans on that yet, but obviously anything for a real ribbon cutting, if that's what you want to call it, Ms. Corkadell, would depend on the amount of people we're able to put inside the school.
Okay, because I know I've been waiting for 20 plus years for this personally, and I want to attend the virtual and the real for my community. And I know Melissa's
Did that
a whole bunch, a part of part of one of our LMs, but I'm excited to do it and I'm looking forward to it. But please, if we could give as much advance notice as possible, because the community, even if we can only do a small portion in person, there's so much invested in this of time, energy, and effort. And it was just one of those unique projects in and of itself. I don't need to preach to the choir of that, but as we start to talk about reopening and returning to a school, the thing on everybody's mind is, do we get the honor and the glory of doing that before those first students cross that boundary come March? So
we've not given up on that at all. We had a discussion a long while ago about whether to do something small with just elected officials, and we decided that it was the community school and the community should be part of the celebration.
Absolutely. Who knows, maybe we could even safe distance and check out the new stadium as a coexisting chance. But thank you guys so very much. I don't want to waste everyone's time on something district specific, but all right.
Okay, Miss Antwine, you've asked me to go back to you. I'm not hearing you through the mic, I'm letting you know. No. You are on mute. No, now try pushing that button on your wire. Yep,
Are we
now I
good
hear
now?
you.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, coordination. So before I introduce this, I want to share with you, Dr. Alato, we are one team, one fight. I do not dispute anything you ever put out here or show any distrust. You are a leader and a grand one at that. The questions about opportunities for telework when there are no students in the classroom. Since information was shared, about close to 20 more emails came my way sharing different opportunities. And therefore, I would like to introduce the motion that I originally intended. Concerning school reopening, I move that the board directs the superintendent to look for creative modalities to minimize the risk of COVID variant exposure. This includes the maximum use of telework for teachers and staff where practicable and not inconsistent with the law or collective bargaining agreement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I guess we'll begin any discussion or questions with Mr. Silkworth.
I guess I would ask Dr. Alato what his recommendation might be.
Thank you, Mr. Silkworth. So I need some help. Give me some examples of how this might work, Ms. Antwine, or others. We have teleworking rules already in place. We've got some regulatory language around employees that request telework, and we have some rules around that. So help me understand how you see this working.
Am I still on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. I foresee this as on a case-by-case basis. Just in the last 20 minutes, I've had emails from teachers and staff that say even now there are days they don't have students. In addition to that, there may be especially administrators or others who may benefit from teleworking rather than coming into the building to get the same work done. As the motion indicates, though, Dr. Arlotto, this is under your discretion. I am introducing a motion that is now the board's motion, that you be creative with the circumstances. There will be circumstances that are unforeseen at this moment. However, with the conditions in place, the whole point of this is to minimize the risk while educating students safely. And so with that, I'm introducing this particular motion.
Mr. Silkworth, do you have anything else?
I guess my question to Dr. Arlotto, can this not already be done with consultation and accommodations through the principal?
Yes, this is, we are already doing this. Memos that went out to the staff just this week emphasized that there are, as we are returning to buildings and we're returning to offices and satellite locations, that there will be not a one-size-fits-all. So we are already and have been and will continue to, for the safety of staff, rotate staff. So let's say there's an office here in central office, a department where 4 or 5 or 6 people share a cubicle area. Well, I don't want all 6 of those people in 5 days a week. We are already rotating them, and we will continue to do that for their safety. So maybe there's just 2 or 3 on a given day, as opposed to all 6 5 days a week. So those kinds of that thought process is already in place, as is making those accommodations for the safety and security of the staff.
Mr. Smith, you have anything?
I think Dr. I'm on, correct?
You are on. Yep.
Great. It's just, I can't hear the feedback, so I can't tell. But Dr. Law was asking for some, I guess, examples. I think an example that comes to my mind. What if we, get far into virtual learning, but not all the grades have come back? So let's say before the 22nd, and maybe like the 7th grade teacher feels like they're really ready for when their students return. Maybe they could just go home for a few days. But also, I've been told like a few regional programs only have like a handful of students returning, and maybe like 0 of 1 grade. So I guess they're saying like if we're trying to minimize the spread, they're trying to minimize the bodies in the building, which just makes sense to me. But that's my only, I guess, comment.
Ms. Shawhan?
There's so much on my face right now. That's awful. Yes, I see. I understand that Dr. Arlotto has been doing this the whole time, and I want to support this motion to further show my support for Dr. Arlotto and the creativity and his leadership on this issue. So that's why I'm going to be supporting it as an extra, we have your back, and thank you for being creative.
Ms. Frank?
I don't have any concerns. It seems like we're already doing this, but if there's a motion on the table, I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
Yes, I support it, and I echo my colleagues' comments. I think it's good to say as a board that we support that kind of flexibility and creativity. And so thank you, Ms. Antoine, for putting it forward.
Ms. Corkadell?
Yeah, I support supporting the superintendent. I think I'd be a little more comfortable if we weren't saying directs the superintendent, because it sounds like he's already doing it. So I would feel more comfortable with the board supports the superintendent continuing to look for. That's my only comment right now. I'm a strong maybe, but I am the word directs just doesn't sound like the spirit and intent of what I'm hearing in the in the debate here among colleagues. So I it's my only comment. Actually, I do have one. I was not clear. Dr. Arlotto and our fellow member had asked you your recommendation of advice on this particular motion. And now that you've received clarification and examples, are you recommending that that the board adopt this motion or not?
I don't see a need for this motion.
Thank you. No further questions.
So based on discussions that have happened this evening, prior to this motion, Dr. Tobin asked some questions that Dr. Arlotto answered that I think really spoke to this. And then Dr. Arlotto answered a question for Mr. Silkworth. And I think it sounds like we're all in the room in agreement that grace and flexibility are extremely important. And Dr. Arlotto has articulated that he agrees and that this is happening. So I don't support the motion written as a directive. I would just follow up, I think, from Ms. Corkadell's comment to offer an amendment, since she did not, which is that's quite all right. I thought you were going there, but that's quite all right. So the change directs the superintendent to look for creative modalities to supports the superintendent in continuing to look for creative modalities.
Second. Did that come through?
Yep. Yeah.
I can never tell.
So I offered an amendment. I heard a second.
Okay.
Is there any board discussion on that? We'll start with Mr. Silkworth.
Would you repeat your amendment, please?
Yep. Change the language directs the superintendent to look for creative modalities to supports the superintendent in continuing to look for creative modalities.
Okay, I would suggest from experience that this grace at school levels is happening. I would support this amendment. I would not support the original motion.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Ms. Antoine, do you think this? Do you think this amendment still matches the intent of your motion?
I actually was waiting to share that it does actually not, if there are those who do not currently have students on certain days and they're told they're not allowed to telework. that this is the purpose to keep everyone safe, maximize opportunities, and be creative with those opportunities. I don't doubt, Dr. Lotto, working with you for the last couple of years, that you've done everything within your power to ensure safety for our students. This, as I think Ms. Shalhan pointed out, adds to it, and it demonstrates board support. The term support kind of takes away from that, because we as the Board of Education should know that it's getting done. And right now, as I shared earlier, we're one team, one fight. That's across the system. There's no us versus them within the system. But if there are those that are telling us they do not have that opportunity, why not allow them to have it?
Thank you, Ms. Antoine.
Is that all? Okay. Ms. Schallheim?
I have nothing more to add at this point.
Ms. Frank? Dr. Tobin?
Nothing more. Thank you.
Mr. Corkadell? I did have a thought. Yeah, I mean, I can support this. Okay, that's what I was going to say. So I, as a board member, introduced a motion several months ago, very, very similar to this one. So I think many are aware of my support for flexibility, and that we should not have rules in place that are in any way arbitrary just for the sake of having everyone doing the same thing. So I agree with the spirit of the motion, but we are in a different place now. So this amendment that I've offered, I guess I can finish this point after the vote on the amendment, but I'm offering this amendment as a way that I could support the motion. Ms. Howell, take the vote on the amendment to the motion.
So the vote on the amendment, I'm going to read the amendment. I move that the board supports the superintendent in continuing to look for creative modalities to minimize the risk of COVID variant exposure. This includes the maximum use of telework for teachers and staff where practicable and not inconsistent with the laws or collective bargaining agreement. Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim.
Aye.
Ms. Frank.
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Antoine.
Since it seemed to be passing, I'll go with aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
6-1 motion passes.
So now we are back to the motion as amended. Is there any more discussion on the motion as amended? Yes.
Alice, if the early one, the amended one passes, then I withdraw the original motion.
The original motion has been amended, so it's not on the table any longer.
So what are we voting on now?
We're voting on the motion as amended. So if you were, so we voted to amend the motion, amend the motion.
Understood.
So now we're voting on passing the motion as amended.
Got it. All right. Standing by.
Ms. Howell.
Do you need me to reread?
No.
Please. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Dahlheim.
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay. I believe we are done with this agenda item. Am I correct about that? All right. That wraps up item 4.02. We are going to take a 5-minute recess. All right, we're ready to get started. Next, we have item 4.03, 2020-2021 athletics update. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity. You asked that we give the board an update on athletics. And not soon, long after the board made the decision in January to reopen schools in March, the restrictions on athletics and that associated executive order by our county executive began to be lifted. In fact, there have been two lightenings of that, the restrictions on athletics and gatherings since the board took that vote in January. I think it was that day, if not the next morning, after that first restriction was lifted on athletics, I contacted Mr. Clayton Culp, who sits before you. He is our coordinator of athletics and extracurricular activities for the system, and contacted him and said, so based on what the new executive order is, what can we do? And so he began to bring the athletic directors together. Then a couple of weeks later, athletics were opened up a little bit more in the county. There are still some restrictions, but lightened even more. And so we really began to plan in earnest for what the possibilities were for the remaining part of the school year, knowing that we were going to open schools on March 1st with a number of our special priority small groups coming back in February. Mr. Clayton has been working closely with all of our athletic directors from all the high schools to plan for what the possibilities are. As you know, we pushed out to the public yesterday what those plans are to begin a fall season of practice to get those students back together with their teammates and their coaches, and then focus much of our energies around as much as possible, a normal spring competitive season. Just reviewing history, know that in the past, last school year, fall athletics was able to get through a full season, as was winter athletics for the most part, get through a full season, and the spring athletics were not. And so one of the concentrations, one of the focus points for the athletic directors was trying to make the most of this spring for the spring student athletes who missed out entirely in last school year. So with that as background, Mr. Culp is going to walk you through what the plan is and the discussion, and then we're glad to take questions. Let me also let you know that this is Mr. Culp's birthday.
Happy birthday!
And so he is, he absolutely insisted on spending quality time with you this evening instead of his family. And so let's treat him accordingly. Mr. Culp.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Thank you, President Ellis, Dr. Arlotto, Board of Education. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here with you tonight and for your support as well. I just want to thank you all for the support that I know you've shown all of our extracurricular programming to include athletics, but not solely athletics. There's quite a bit that we do outside of the normal school day in terms of, when the bell rings to start school and then when it rings to end school, there's a whole lot of other activity that occurs outside of that window, and we appreciate your support. I'm Clayton Culp, coordinator of athletics. I just wanted to start quickly on the first slide, just mentioning that, I do very much appreciate, I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank our coaches, our club advisors, our administrators, our support staff, our athletic directors, our assistant athletic directors, all of those folks, and most importantly, our students who have continued to engage in extracurricular activity since last March. While it hasn't looked or felt like what we typically do, there's been a lot of good activity happening, virtual activity, and for a short period of time in October and November, we were able to get on campus. And I know firsthand, both in my job and also as a parent of a third grader, who was incredibly motivated by his Future Makers Club that he participated in through the school system. I know, the excitement he felt just with that extra opportunity was a really neat thing to see. So I want to thank everyone involved in our programs. And I think Mr. Mosher is going to help me here. We're going to go through a set of slides, 4 or 5 slides. The goal of the slides is to further outline what Dr. Arlotto mentioned in terms of our plans moving forward for second semester and some real clear rationale about why we've made the choice that we have. So Mr. Mosher, if you go to the second slide, thank you. So you'll see here just a reference to what we are calling, or in terms of language, a participatory fall sports session followed by a competitive spring sports season. I've outlined here on the slide what the priorities are in going through that progression. So first would be to engage fall student athletes in a hybrid program starting February 16th, running through March 13th, which is essentially a 4-week window. It's starting the Tuesday after that long weekend. All students would be eligible for this program. We would not be running and do not intend to run a tryout and a cut process. I think that's an important point, and I'll come back to that later. But it falls in line with our points of emphasis in Anne Arundel County for athletics at this time. Priority 2, running from March 15th through April 3rd, is to conduct a traditional, you could put that in quotes to some degree, spring season start. Typically this season starts March 1st, so it would be 2 weeks later than normal. The goal there is to really move from a program very much rooted in participation and engagement towards a competitive season 4 weeks later, and if things are going well at that point with the reopening and everything with school, that we're able to have a traditional start to our spring season. And that would then include our normal eligibility procedures for student athletes, our normal tryout and cut procedures, rubrics, all of the things that you might be used to or aware of in terms of a normal athletic start. Priority 3 would be to conduct for the first time since the middle of last school year, a competitive season. So running from April 5th through May 22nd, which is a 7-week window, our goal would be to complete a competitive spring schedule. That is a little bit abbreviated from normal. So we've got some great staff that work on scheduling in the athletic world, right? And how we would break up our 14 schools, 7 North, 7 South, really try to maximize that time for our spring sports. And for anyone that's not aware, that would include boys and girls lacrosse, baseball, softball, unified bocce, which is a spring sport, outdoor track and field, and tennis, those 7 spring sports. Priority 4, which I think is also they're all important, of course, and kind of roll into each other and are assuming that things are going well as we progress. But priority 4 would be those spring sports could continue to prepare for, if there will be, and we don't know this yet, state level tournaments and competitions for the spring season, the weeks before and after Memorial Day, kind of bookending that holiday. It's important to note that in a normal school year, athletics end on Memorial Day weekend. The last date that we do anything in the state of Maryland is the Saturday of Memorial Day weekend. I do think that's an important factor. So the idea here is that those spring teams that they've now had a complete season will have an opportunity to prepare for if there are state playoffs. And at the same time, and this is particularly important, we would be working hard to provide new special programming, particularly for seniors, of fall and winter sports that have not had that opportunity this school year. And I can certainly speak more to that. Priority 5, June 7th to the 19th. If there are playoffs at the state level sponsored to the MPSSAA, then we would engage with those. Important to note that you're now looking at a window where high school graduations are occurring, and even the last day of students, I believe, is currently June 18th. So this would put us in a different world of what we normally do in terms of participating. But those are our 5 priorities, and they all flow. There's reasoning and rationale behind them, and of course, our ability to progress through them depends on, number 1 going well, number 2 going well, etc. Mr. Mosier? I mentioned that I'd speak to the rationale. We've certainly got received questions, understandably, about why we're making this choice, right, in Anne Arundel County. So I want to carefully go through this for you and try to provide information about that. There's more, frankly, than what's listed here, but these really highlight our main. This is our why. Why are we making this choice with our athletic program? So first, we put out every school year a set of points of emphasis for athletics in particular, and this year they were going into the school year under a pandemic, and we're still here. Our points of emphasis were participation, school community connectedness, and social emotional support within athletics or extracurriculars. By opening with an engagement program that does not involve tryouts and cuts, where we're not going to tell a kid 3 days after they came back that now you're cut from the soccer program, as an example, that we're going to involve as many kids as want to participate for those first 4 weeks as they're coming back to their campuses in a hybrid format. We feel that aligns with our points of emphasis, and that's particularly important. Second rationale is that opening fall sports in this way does align, as I mentioned, with a lot of what you've discussed tonight in terms of a hybrid reopening. So the plan that we're looking at is to have a couple practices a week with these groups for fall sports, combined with still some virtual interaction as well during that 4-week period. So what we do athletically will look and sort of feel similar to what students will be experiencing as they go back to their schools during the day in a hybrid format. Thirdly, you'll see there, just note that Dr. Arlotto already mentioned, we would be purposefully prioritizing trying to get a competitive spring season in, understanding that, although this is not an equity piece any of us wanted, understanding that if we were able to do that over the last 2 school years, no sport would have had 2 seasons of competitive opportunity removed. Each sport would have had 1. And that, again, not what we want and not our goal, but we feel this gives us the best chance to make sure we don't have spring athletes go from their sophomore year to their graduation without having a competition or the opportunity for competition, which could happen in a scenario where if spring could not compete this year. The next rationale that's listed here, our plan does allow us time and space, as I mentioned, for special programming. This is not something I'm sure most people necessarily are aware of, so I really want to highlight this. If things are going well, we do intend, and we have great staff in this county in our athletic program, we intend to engage with our sport commissioners and put on special programming specifically for winter and fall student athletes. And I'm not going to, there's language in COMAR around what you can do with all-star events, but I don't want to use that phrase in describing this because it's something that we intend to offer to any senior, not just all-star seniors. So the goal here would be for our fall and our winter sports that would have not had anything this year, for us to put together a program for them to do something with seniors in particular those weeks before and after Memorial Day at a point in time where we really hope spring has gone well. We've had a competitive season for spring. We know what obstacles we're facing. I think that's a very big positive and something important for people to be aware of. So that would be our goal, and I can certainly answer questions about that. Next on the list here is to conclude the competitive season and frankly also conclude what I just mentioned there about some special programming for seniors. prior to graduations. I do think that's an important factor. So our families, our communities can know that and plan accordingly. So all of this concludes prior to graduations, everything I've mentioned to this point. Getting towards the end of this list, another rationale for the decisions we've made is to provide more time for our spring athletes and or teams that may need to recover from a quarantine to come back and still participate within a longer period. We found with our program in the fall in October and November, we did have to unfortunately have some groups that quarantined. We had 8 or 9 groups that had to do that, and we had short windows of time. Then we were only operating for about 4 weeks. With a 7-week competitive season and a 14-week total season, we feel like we're giving that spring program the best chance to not only participate and compete, but even potentially come back from what could be a quarantine for an athlete or a group of athletes. And then lastly, these plans would and do allow for our communities to have a level of continuity, knowing what we're doing, hopefully throughout this second semester in athletics. That we've put forward a program that we have a plan for our fall athletes, and we have a plan for that to be all about engagement and participation, followed up with a spring plan, and we're able to get that information out and hopefully have some continuity moving forward. 2 more slides here that won't take as much time. This is just a week by week outlook for everyone to visualize there. The fall is in the light blue. What I would call the main part of that spring 14 weeks is in that somewhat darker color blue, running from March 15th through May 22nd. And then again, that special programming and the ability to potentially participate in playoffs if they exist would be in that darkest blue, running from May 24th through June 19th. Last slide for the presentation at this time is just a reference to what other counties are doing in Maryland. I think this is important as well. Throughout this school year, counties have been engaging in different forms and levels of competition in terms of athletics based on the guidance that's been given to us through the MPSSAA. I think most people on the board are aware that at different times in the fall, different dates were released, different options for dates. You certainly engaged in that back in October. We've been given the flexibility to move from option to option throughout the school year. Some counties have not had any in-person activity at all since last March. Other counties have recently announced that they're going to try to do a fall competitive season, which they're eligible to do as of February 13th or later, and then also try to put in a spring competitive season starting as of April 17th, which is a set of dates that's available. Other counties are planning to do what we're doing, which is go with the March 15th start date for spring to give that season the best chance. And my understanding is, even as of earlier today, I know as an example, Baltimore City is very interested in what we're planning in our county as an example, but it is different in different places. It's more to somewhat generalize. The Eastern Shore, the western part of the state, are more in line with the third bullet there. The middle of the state is likely to end up more in line with the last bullet. So with that, again, I want to thank you. I hope that's good information that helps inform not only the board, but anyone that's listening tonight as well. And I'm happy to work with Dr. Alato and take any questions.
Thank you, Clayton. Let me just clarify a point or ask you a question that some might be thinking. If the MPSSAA does not sponsor spring championships, do we have the ability to do in-county championships for each of those sports?
We do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So I'll just go down the line for questions. Excuse me. Mr. Silkworth?
So it's my understanding that the fall sports had a virtual season. Is that true?
So the winter sports actually currently are
winter
still
sports had a virtual season.
Correct, and it's still it ends on February 13th.
Correct. So I understand, and I thank you for all your hard work for this, Mr. Cobb. If I just get right to the chase, is it possible to have a season of sports in the spring that would include fall, winter, and spring sports at the same time? Is that a possibility at all?
Just to click competitive sports, all 3 seasons at the same time.
Well, in other words, to help those seniors in football that didn't have their football, to help those seniors in basketball that didn't have their basketball, to help them have some kind of a season. Is it a possibility?
To do all 3 simultaneously is not, frankly, wouldn't really be logistically possible, staffing wise and facility wise. However, with this opportunity, we really want to push for to give the senior athletes in particular, fall and winter, a senior kind of program is something that I feel strongly about that, and I want us to move in that direction if things are in a good place. I think that's our best path forward to do a little bit of what you're talking about. Now, it's going to be different sport to sport. It's not going to certainly be the same as a competitive football season, but it's going to be something we try to offer our seniors in an opportunity to recognize that they've lost this school year. Fall and winter will have lost competitive opportunities this school year.
Thank you.
Yep.
Smith.
Again, Mr. Culp, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Hopefully you'll get a good gift on Monday when the Chiefs win.
Thank you very much.
If you ever email Mr. Culp, you know he's a big Chiefs fan. That's his logo. Just from this presentation, I got to dust off my baseball cleats. Very exciting. But I guess, yeah, I'm just with Mr. Silkworth. I'm really concerned about those athletes, fall and winter who might have not, gotten that their chance, I guess, to show off, right? Especially seniors who couldn't send in that film, and that's a very crucial part. I know the county just had their college athlete webinar, and I heard that was a success. But I'm just right there with Ms. Silkworth. I hope that if we can afford the opportunity to as many students as possible, which seems this plan does, I hope that we can maybe also expand it in the future, depending on like health metrics and logistics. But those are pretty much my all my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Shalheim?
Yes, thank you for your presentation and happy birthday. I just have a couple of really quick questions before I launch into that. I support this. Our students last year got fall on their winter sports, and spring came to a screeching halt, and we knew nothing. And this year, we're able to give spring back what they lost, even though it's, like you said, not where we wanted to be. I do have a couple questions based on some emails I received previously, and that has to do with, and I don't know how this works, so forgive me. I was on varsity swimming because I was an upperclassman who couldn't be on JV anymore. Like, I was that bad. So forgive me. I've never sent in a reel to anyone, and no one would want to see it anyway. But for those students who didn't have the opportunity to collect that footage for this year, and I've heard it many times in other places in the country, they were able to have a season, whatever their circumstances are. I don't know. How are we able to make those students whole that sort of were depending on this for colleges and scholarships and things of that nature?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. I certainly appreciate it. I've gotten many of the same notes probably that many of you have about that. And I'll just reiterate that it never our intention to remove an opportunity from a student, right? That's not our goal. However, I mean, I more than anyone, I think I want our kids back playing. I want our coaches back out there, every sport as much as possible. However, I do think it's important for me to state and for us to remember that 85 to 90% of the athletes that we serve won't ever play again beyond high school. And as I mentioned, our points of emphasis this school year are about participation, engagement within athletics. And I feel strongly that that's the lens we need to take to make this decision, which is not an easy one. In terms of your specific question, we did recently have, as an example, an NCAA for one of our virtual events. We had a countywide NCAA recruiting forum talking about this very issue. How do you recruit in the virtual space? About a month ago, and great presenters. Folks can still see that on AACPS YouTube now. And one of the ideas that was given by the folks that work in this field, although again it's not great, is that colleges will look at tape and film that people create on their own. right now. I mean, coaches around the country at the collegiate level are having to adjust as well. You're right. There's many places where film is existing, but it's not everywhere. And the timing is different in different places as well. So that was a pointer that was given that athletes can, even at home, make film or get their family to help them make film. It's not the same. I fully appreciate that. It's not our intention to take that away from our athletes, but we do feel like with this plan, there's more reasons for it that fall in line with our points of emphasis overall for all athletes, not just those that participate at the next level.
Understood. For those 10-15% that might play again, and obviously those folks would have been identified probably not in their senior year. I would guess that those folks would have been known last year. Correct me if I'm wrong. And are we doing anything in particular to support those, the few that do have a shot at a scholarship or playing in the college world?
Another good question. And the answer, the first part of that is yes. I mean, looks happen well before the senior year, and depending on the sport, that can be different. That's part of the data actually that was presented in our NCAA form, is when those looks happen and how that occurs sport by sport. But we do, many of our coaches, while it's not their job description to do this work, many of our coaches go above and beyond trying to help families create that opportunity, educate families that don't really know the process for playing at the next level. Many of our guidance counselors at high schools are comfortable with this as well. It again isn't our main focus, and it isn't the job description, but it's very important to those athletes. And we do have a lot of staff that work to support those families in normal times and now. We've been doing different versions of NCAA nights for a number of years, countywide, as an example, to try to get that education out there, because we do have a number of families in Anne Arundel that either haven't had the experience of playing at the next level, or it's changed so much since mom and dad did this that they really need to be educated. So we pay attention to that. We try to provide opportunities for people to learn about that. And we certainly appreciate the coaches and the guidance counselors and the school staff that help.
That's fantastic. Just a tiny follow-up question for those people that are juniors now and would otherwise have had like a stellar season and would be picked out of a lineup from their coach to be someone who might have a shot at beyond high school. I assume colleges everywhere are aware of this pandemic. We're all in this together, but will a senior reel next year, if they're juniors now, will a senior reel get it done? Or having lost this year, I don't know how any of this works.
Some of that can be sport specific. It can be different sport to sport. And again, I know colleges are adjusting their practices as well, with the understanding that we're all in a pandemic. So I can't answer with one statement for every sport, but I do believe that more so than normal, seniors next year will probably have more of an opportunity for that to be a part of their process. The NCAA recruiting rules and whatnot, there's a NCAA clearinghouse website is really thorough and comprehensive. And as they make changes, they announce it. As an example, they've announced their eligibility is changing. They've had a 5th year for those that are already in the program. That doesn't affect us, but they do make adjustments and changes. And I would expect that will continue to happen to try to meet the needs of as many athletes as they can.
Well, thank you. And thank you for all the research that went into this. And like I said, I'm supportive. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. So I also am not much of a sports fan, so bear with me too, please. And happy birthday for the next 31 minutes.
Thank you.
So I've heard different things from different groups. The groups that have sports where they play using the ground with a ball, field hockey, soccer, they tend to be a little more concerned about the ground conditions and playing in a season. But then specifically football is very adamant that those folks really want to have games in a full season and as much as they can get out of this. So I wanted to see how many states have the opportunity to have the footage that colleges are used to receiving.
I don't have that in front of me. I'm sure I could pull it and get it to you. It's a number. It's many. You're talking about in terms of this school year, how many states have conducted competitive football?
Correct.
It's many. I don't
It's
have
many.
a hard number, but I could get it to you.
Okay, but it is a lot. So
Now in Maryland, I would offer that Carroll County is the only, right now, in terms of winter sports, Carroll County was the one county competing competitively. In the fall, there were, I believe it was Washington and Garrett County competed football. And I'm in the 24 jurisdictions, there were a few in the western part of the state that did get some football games in. On the whole, around the state, there have been very few that got any, particularly to football, that got any games in this year.
but nationally, when we talk about if somebody wants to go to New York or if somebody wants to go to California and there are students from other states competing, our students would be disadvantaged. Is that correct?
In that regard, I couldn't argue with that.
Okay. All right. No more questions. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. And thank you also for the work that's gone into this. I know this has not been easy. I guess the other question I would have is there anything that we as a board could do to advocate for, there was a question as to whether or not there will be competitions, statewide competitions in the spring, for example, that athletes can participate in and so forth. So, it seems like anything that we can do to assist, to provide those opportunities, I would think we would probably want to be able to do, to support you and your staff and mostly the young athletes. So if there is anything we could do, can you let us know?
I appreciate that. Thank you. My understanding, we meet, the coordinators, the athletic coordinators meet pretty much weekly as well, or every other week, and we regularly check in with each other, of course, on what's going on. I believe whether or not those programs will exist at the state level is really going to depend on how many of us are up and running. The spring season is going to have the best chance of that for more than one reason. But all of the date scenarios that were laid out by the MPSSAA all have the spring season ending on June 19th. It's just a matter of when you start it. And with that in mind, I think that's, of course, helpful. The more of us will line up. It's just going to be a matter of how many counties are actively participating. The language does allow already flexibility. So as an example, if Anne Arundel and Howard were both participating actively and we're able to get through a competitive spring season, we could have some kind of district event between the two of us in the absence of a statewide tournament. That's a possibility. Or the SMAC is a Southern Maryland division of multiple counties, Charles County, St. Mary's, and Calvert. They might end up doing something if they're the only ones in that area that are actively participating for spring.
Okay. All right. That's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Corkado?
There we go. Getting back in the habit. Thank you so very much. First off, and I know I do have quite a few questions. So I'll start with a couple and hit the rest in the next round. But you had mentioned not wanting to create a tryout environment for the fall sports and winter sports, correct? Is the spring sports going to be open? Because there was a slash tryouts on one of the slides that confused me a little bit. I'm just trying to get clarification.
Mr. Moser, do you mind
It's not
doing
really one of my questions, but can we, are tryouts not for anybody, right?
Our plan is to not have them when students initially come back. So the first 4 weeks for fall sports to be based on participation and engagement and not have tryouts and cuts.
No, but the spring's going to?
The spring would start, if things are in a good place, spring would start a competitive season, correct?
So then, so you had stated concerns about tryouts and the mental health impact. How is that mental health impact going to be different for the spring compared to the fall and the winter? I'm not understanding how one, just because the sport occurs in the fall traditionally, that those kids aren't worthy of being able to at least be assigned a team for their senior year, to say that they participated in a team or was part of it. And then the spring sports guys, they're going to get part of that, $135 million scholarships that we normally tend to see. I'm not sure how many of those are sports, but I mean, they're going to have those opportunities. They're going to have the live film of competition. They're going to be able to compete with all but the, I think, 11 states that chose not to have participating activities. And I'm not understanding how one is a mental health issue, but for the spring kids trying out that wouldn't be. Can you explain a little further on that?
I certainly can try to elaborate. It's not, it wouldn't be with the, so our plan is allowing for when students initially come back to campus, both during the school day hybrid format and for the opportunities that we're going to provide for athletics. That initial re-engagement with the school system in that way is based on participation and engagement. Not that we won't at all have any normal tryouts and procedures for a competitive season, but that we're starting to re-engage with kids, which we haven't done since we did do 3 weeks, October and November. We were able to do 3 weeks under a similar program to what we're suggesting now. And while that also wasn't competitive, there was a great deal of positive feedback about this. Again, our points of emphasis, engagement, participation is we feel, especially right now as kids are coming back, to start that way. That isn't to say that there wouldn't and couldn't be an impact on a spring athlete. As an example, the week of March 15th to March 20th, when spring tryouts occur, in some schools we have, where there's a need and there's more athletes than we can accommodate for a competitive season, tryouts come with cuts. So it's certainly possible that during that time frame, you're going to have spring athletes that won't continue to participate, that would be cut from their program.
Okay. That sort of answered the information, but not the bigger question. I guess where I'm getting at is that, so our fall students, I just want to recap, they had already their practice run up in the fall. We weren't able to successfully launch spring warm up. The idea was that we were going to warm them up in the fall, and then we were going to proceed with the MPSSSAA's recommended schedule under the option 2 is what we had discussed. And I believe the board adopted the 2-semester plan, which is option number 2, right? And since then, I know there has been some changes and you guys have been working really hard, but we're basically having fall repeat what they already did in the fall, instead of taking them to the next level. They've already gathered and started to do this. And MPSSSA, boy, that is such a long an acronym. I'm so sorry. I trip up over that thing every time. Is recommending, has a stagger in place so that we are not overburdening the resources in the fields. If I look at their suggested dates.
Yes, I mean, I don't know if I've completely.
So I'm not. I guess I see your intent, and I'm not disagreeing with what you guys are already planning in. I'm just not understanding why we could not make February 13th the start of the season for the fall. I mean, or do it, because they've already had some of that warm up in place. Let's re-engage them in a modified capacity to the level, depending on the sport. Obviously, depends on the ramp up time, but there's a whole month of practice going on of the spring activities, which would allow us to get a couple competitions in. Maybe not the full 7, maybe 5 or 6, because we're not taking them to the next level. We are not supporting them, the ones who do want to pursue this as a potential avenue. We're not supporting them in it. So can you explain a little bit why we were the decision to repeat? Can you elaborate a little bit more on it? Because I'm really struggling with this. we brought the fall back in for 3 weeks, and then we had to hiatus because of health concerns. And at the time, metrics were still being used. Fast forwarding to now, we're just giving them a few more weeks of the same thing. I understand the deficiency that occurred last year, but I also know that the seniors that did get it last year moved along and graduated along with the seniors who did not get it in the spring. And so I just, I feel like we're picking winners and losers here, and I'm not feeling the equity. So can you please explain? Because I want to support this in its whole, and right now I'm not there.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Let me jump in. So, we're in an unfortunate situation, and the situation we're in, difficult decisions have to be made. As Mr. Culp referenced earlier, this is not where any of us want to be, because we would love to have full competitive seasons for fall, winter, and spring, but that's not where we are. So the decision was made, and the athletic directors got together and discussed what we thought, or what they thought, and then presented to me would be the best option, and that's what you're looking at. So the idea was, yes, let's re-engage the fall athletes with something. Could we do a competitive season as MPSSAA has outlined for fall and then spring? The answer to that question is yes, we could. But we would be significantly reducing what the spring season would look like. And so the athletic directors felt best to focus on one of their priorities, as you saw, was trying to get as much of a competitive spring season in and engage the fall athletes. If we go into a competitive fall athletic season, then we still have a 20-day rule of practice.
Mm-hmm.
So they would have to go through a full 20-day rule of practice before they could have any competitions.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with those.
I know you are.
Yeah.
And so that would have we would end up having, as you are suggesting, as you are discussing, and MPSSA has given us the option of having a truncated fall season and then a truncated spring season. That's certainly an option. We chose differently based on the recommendation of the athletic directors to engage the fall athletes with something, to give them some time with their teammates and their coaches, knowing that they did get a full fall season the year prior, and then engaging the spring athletes. So it was a choice.
So if the fall sports kicked off with as option 2 is outlined on the MPSSAA, the differential between that and the modified competition schedule for the spring amounts to a 2-week overlap of competitive sports. Is that how I'm reading that? That April 17th, which is the conclusion, the recommended flip date between the spring and the fall, there's a 2-week differential there. Are we saying that we absolutely can find zero space to overlap the fall, wrapping up their competition as the spring is starting? So in other words, the fall does get that modified only X amount of weeks. They're getting 6. And then we're providing 7 weeks, right? For the spring. So there's a 2-week overlap in what we're proposing and otherwise.
So if I understand, I mean, there are that other set of dates that you're referencing from the MPSSAA. April 17th would be the potential turnover for that set of dates from fall to spring. And to Dr. Alado's point, it's not that we couldn't do that. We made a choice otherwise for those many of the reasons that I outlined before. I would just, I guess, offer up again us going into a time period that's still uncertain. If we have an opportunity to get a wholesome spring season and then also do some other things for seniors of fall and winter athletes further in the spring. We feel like that's our best path. I'm not suggesting that it will, go perfectly, and it may not ultimately be exactly as we mapped it out. But for those reasons, for the reason of us being able to complete all of this prior to graduations and the impact that's going to have on families as well, that's why we've made the choice that we have. But you are correct that those other set of dates exist and were an option.
So bottom line is the difference, though, getting back to my questions with specificity, is that there are 2 weeks that are a genuine difference in the competition schedules between option 2 and what I'm looking at here. If we were to roll fall sports. So if I started practice of fall sports on February 13th, instead of conditioning, 4 weeks of conditioning for all, my first available competition date is March 5th, which is right when you guys are bringing in anyways the, let's see, you have practice starting the 15th of March, right? So the 15th of March to April 17th is a few weeks of overlap to address the resources to provide the robustness, right?
I'm not following. I apologize.
My question is, what is the 2 weeks? If you wanted to give the spring, keep with what you have, but add in, instead of fall being the hybrid, we're expanding it out to follow the option 2 regarding fall sports. You really only have competitions overlapping for 2 weeks, correct? On our fields. I'm talking about field allocations, facilities, right? Because that's where the rub is, I got to presume, or a big part of that rub is.
That's so I think I more fully understand the question. There certainly is in the world where you conduct fall and spring sports at the same time, which we never do traditionally. Many of those sports exist on our like stadium fields, right? So in fall we're talking field hockey, football, boys and girls soccer, and then in the spring we're talking boys and girls lacrosse, outdoor track. So typically the overlaps that exist normally fall to winter and then winter to spring. We don't have that kind of conflict. So your point is well taken, that there would be some significant logistical challenges around doing all of that at the same time, if that's what the suggestion is. The changeover date, April 17th, from the MPSSAA's perspective, is when fall can end and then spring can start. So they don't have built-in overlap time, I guess is what I'm trying to.
No, I understand. But if we were to adopt fall sports, the proposal of the fall sports piece, the effect on our facilities would be about a 2-week overlay, right?
If we were
2
to do
weeks
both
of
of those
overlay.
at the same time.
2 weeks of overlay, right? And as far as, and then there's a total of 4 weeks overlay between the overall programs then, between the last day of hybrid starting and the other. So there's 4 weeks where resources would be potentially challenged or strained. Because I guess I don't have enough information on the why. With the desire for the robust program, I get that part. I'm in agreement with all of that. But drilling down to the why we're really not willing to do it is where I'm trying to get at. Are we talking about a facility issue here? Are we talking about a staffing issue? Combination? What are those details? I mean, I think it's a combination therein. But I want to know that information.
So if I'll try my best to respond to that. There would be facility concerns, as you mentioned. There'd be the staffing concern. We have multiple coaches that do coach more than one sport. So you could be putting coaches in the position of trying to do both of those things. If you're a fall and a spring sport, and then you have the condition of the athletes, and if they're in both a fall and a spring sport as well. So all of those factors would come into play in a world where we overlapped the two. If that if that's addressing the
And,
question.
and given those concerns, is it still doable? Because the concerns, I not knowing the nature of them, I gotta just then ask that question. Unless we can drill down to more details
Well,
as to why there's a concern.
When we looked at plans and options, this was one of them. The other one of the others was just that clean break at April 17th, not an overlap period. So fall running, as an example, February 16th through April 17th, spring running April 19th through June 19th.
Is there a problem with the extension of regular competition beyond the 22nd? Because they had last play for June 19th in the option 2 for spring.
Not in term. No, I mean, that's,
is that something that the seniors and the kids could still do?
the concerns would be that, again, the graduation component and then the other opportunities that'll be afforded many of our athletes towards the end of the school year you may be putting people in this place where they're going to be choosing then, do I continue with my team at the high school level or do I opt into a club program that started up for the summer? So the concerns, yes, but we the way it's mapped out with the MPSSAA is they're making up and through June 19th eligible for consideration of competition. We don't know yet again whether we're going to have a state tournament.
Okay.
Ms. Corkadell, can I go on to Miss Antwine and then?
Yeah. No, I'm good. That's why I stopped talking. But thank you. I apologize. I was trying to make sure they understood what I was talking
Don't
about.
worry, Miss Corkadell. I'm a mom of an athlete too. Yep. Still happy birthday to you. A student testified earlier tonight about the possibility for the fall sports to do scrimmages that weren't amongst, inter-squad, I guess, but rather inter-county. Could that not be set up like a March Madness kind of 2-week bracket even in the 4 weeks that they have?
It's possible. In order to, we've mapped this out. Part of the decision making there to offer inter squad scrimmages as opposed to mixing between schools, frankly, was to minimize that risk and opening up those crossovers between groups as we're bringing kids back. And given, obviously, we're in a different place now than we were in October and November, but given that experience that we had, we really want to try to minimize the opportunity for having to shut groups down or have crossover between groups. So that's why we opted to be cautious, I would say, and safe around only doing inter-squad as opposed to mixing. With this plan, we wouldn't have schools mixing until we got to competition the week of April 5th to the 10th for the competitive season.
Right. I actually like your plan, but I did like that student's idea because it does raise the bar on competition rather than it looking like, practices, extended practices. But the plan and the opportunity for students to do something, I really, really like and appreciate. Then on the health side of things, the physicals, are they still, all of the athletes will still be required to get the physicals?
Yes, ma'am.
And would it include a COVID assessment?
There's a COVID information sheet that goes with it. And we also now have from the MPSSAA. So the physical itself doesn't have COVID assessment. There's information provided and questions related to COVID and awareness. And then in the event that an athlete has COVID, there's a new return to play protocol through the MPSSAA about how that would occur after the fact.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Culp.
Thank you.
Mr. Culp, I would sing to you at the end of your birthday, but you don't want me to do that. So I'll just ask you a couple questions. So I'm taking all this in, and we're left with choosing between one not great option and another. I mean, that's just the reality of COVID. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault. But we have received a ton of testimony on this, and some of our students have very bravely testified to us. So when you talk about the mental health aspect, I completely appreciate that aspect of it. But I'm also hearing from so many students who, that competitive nature of their sport is what frankly feeds a lot of them. So it's very tough to take that away. And then when we talk about the fairness of the plan, I appreciate that. Last year, students had their fall season, students had their winter season, and they had no spring season. And I understand and appreciate that. But it's really a fairness to the sports themselves, not necessarily the students, because we had seniors last year who played 4 seasons of fall sports and only 3 of spring. And we have freshmen this year who will play 4 seasons of their spring sport, but those fall and winter students will only get 3 seasons. So I'm trying to figure out what we can do to meet our students' needs, as best we can. So I think there's 2 aspects of it. There's the here and now for students in their sport and what they get from that. And we all know how important it is, what, the teamwork and the competitive nature that's very important to students. And for those students who are looking to play after high school, I'm still trying to understand that piece of it. And I have 2 kids in college, neither one's an athlete, but I do have a performing artist, and his audition season was January and February, his senior year. So for a student who would be looking to play sports now, if they're looking to get their fall season back, or they plan to play this spring, if they're a senior, is a season at this point in their high school career going to benefit them, help them get into college or get a scholarship? That's the piece I'm trying to understand. Is it feels kind of late for that. And I'm wondering, should we be more worried about our juniors on that aspect?
So it's certainly later than normal. I think it has a lot to do with whether you're looking at a Division I, Division II, Division III opportunity, right? And what those different situations are by level at the collegiate for collegiate opportunities. But I would suggest that anything we can give them would help. And if we were running a competitive fall and a competitive spring and got through it with no hiccups, which frankly is a big worry because we haven't been able to do that, right? Would both groups then have the potential to get some more film or coverage for collegiate opportunities? That answer is yes. It'd be coming for the fall athletes at a different time than it normally does, to your point, because usually that's going to occur with a season in October, November, December. But again, for the reasons we've outlined, I mean, I don't enjoy making these are difficult decisions, but I would hate to have a situation where we have to shut down a fall program and then can't start a spring program as a result of situations that are occurring. We feel, given multiple difficult options, that this gives us the best chance to have at least a wholesome spring season. So that's where we've landed.
Okay, and for those students looking for the opportunity for film, you know, could there be opportunities in this hybrid program to work with students who are looking to do that?
Sure. I mean, even as I mentioned, but film can be looked at in different ways. It can be you performing your skills. It doesn't have to be at a game or an event. Some people are doing it at home in their backyard right now, so that it's not as if there's no opportunity for film. It just wouldn't be in a, traditional game in those cases.
All right, thank you. Yep. Do I need to go back around? Anyone else? Yeah. Okay. I'll just go back around. You can, if you don't have anything, then you can stop. Mr. Silkworth?
No.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Just before I start my question, can we dive into extracurriculars, or do you want to keep this conversation primarily on sports right now?
We have Mr. Culp here answering questions. Let's stick with sports, but Dr. Arlotto will go back around in case there's any extracurricular questions. Is that all right?
Sure. I can try to.
Okay.
Great, but I do have a question about sports. Just while we're having this conversation, I think it comes down to opportunities, right? We want the opportunities we want the opportunity for students to play, but also play competitively. So my question is there a way where we can pick and choose sports? By that, I mean, take the golf team, for instance. Never was too big, right? And it doesn't seem like it takes that much resources, right? I've never played golf, right? I've only seen some Tiger Woods replays, but what if we could take, normally that's in the fall. Could we take that, maybe some golfers, have them play in the springtime, take them down to lanes, and then the same thing could be said for maybe the cross country team, right? I mean, most of them probably do like spring track, but still.
Right. So it's a great question. We do have, and if this hasn't been clear before, I apologize. There's some waivers that exist through Comar for this entire school year in terms of what you can do out of season with any team at any time. That would allow and does allow us the opportunity throughout the school year until June 19th to come up with other special programming. As I mentioned, we really want to do things and target specifically seniors for fall and winter sports. But it would not preclude us from doing other out-of-season sports-specific activity for sports during the competitive spring season, up to and including scrimmages. What it can't include and what it would not include is competition at the same time as another season is competing, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, but like I said, it goes down to opportunities, right? If we have a golf team somewhere and they say, hey, we can get our people together who want to play, I think give them the chance. Same thing, found a bowling, right? We can find some lanes, give them the lanes.
Frankly, I appreciate you bringing up golf and bowling and a lot of these sports that people don't think of first, and the answer is yes. I mean, we could have, if things are going well, out of season golf opportunities, let's say 2 or 3 weeks in May, while spring is going on. And that's part of what I've tried to allude to with we want to focus on seniors and really try to give them some of those special opportunities, but it could be expanded to other athletes as well.
Fantastic. And yes, I think you're correct about the whole sport thing. A lot of people don't realize it unless you're actually watching, the golf team or the bocce team or the bowling team, like in action. It's actually quite fun. You can see people develop passions, and people don't realize there's money in those sports as well. A lot of money too. But and then I just wanted to say, it was about the oh, it's getting late. Losing my train of thought. No, I guess I don't have any more questions, but I do just have a few questions about extracurricular programming for Dr. Arlotto later. But it was just that where are we with that? I've gotten a number of correspondence from folks, drama, band, dance company. I guess dance is kind of like athletics too, but and then especially from the team competitions, like Model UN, mock trial, robotics teams. When can they start meeting in person? I would assume, or it would make sense to me, where if your club advisor starts going back, mid-February, right, and you can meet in person, could they be afforded that opportunity to meet in person? Yes. Oh, so clubs can start meeting in person once schools open, or once teachers start reporting in person?
start just as we're going to bring student athletes back. Just as we're going to start bringing student athletes back before they'll actually be in school for classes, the same could hold true for those extracurricular activities.
It's very exciting. And if they can provide their own transportation.
Yep.
Okay.
They'll get to there, and the sponsor is willing to sponsor the chess team or It's Academic or whatever it is. Absolutely, they can meet. The principals had already established schedules in the fall. We can't have too many kids on campus at the same time,
Of course.
all in the same place in the building. That has to be worked out in advance. But the principals will work with their club sponsors, activity sponsors, and all those can start up.
That's very exciting.
Can't have any singing
Okay.
or musical instruments being played indoors.
Okay. And so, well, I should have probably asked this when Dr. Carl Ron was here, but with the singing, I mean, you can hear me when I have my mask on. Is from your conversations with him, even the masks, why they sing? I mean,
He's asked us, that's rising, I say it very specifically, singing and instruments indoors. But if the play wants to, if the Mead thespian group wants to work on their spring production, wearing masks, distancing on stage as they're practicing, maybe if it's a nice day, going out and practicing out in the parking lot, take advantage of good weather, they absolutely can do that.
Okay. And now let's say there's a amphitheater somewhere. Could they go off site, or you only want them on campus?
I don't have access to any off-site amphitheaters.
Okay. I'm saying if there was one, right? Could they have that opportunity or no?
Well, we would have to. So no, let's keep it on campus where we have control and supervision of the students. So we
Of course,
would keep them on campus.
I was just asking because I know, when you say, what about this? Other people say, well, what about this?
Yeah, let's stick with on campus.
Of course. And well, that's exciting. Now, lastly, do the advisors and I guess students know that they have these opportunities? Like if you want
No.
to start.
They don't know yet.
Okay. When will they know?
Well, we put out the release that we're going
Yeah.
to start the extracurriculars. And so we'll start to have those conversations with principals. They'll contact their club sponsors and activity sponsors, and they can start up.
Cool. Very exciting. And, I have to ask that question because, athlete, I was in a number of clubs and I played the trombone. So, a mix of everything. And I know and I'm sure you all know too, just how passionate students can get about, and teachers can get about these other extracurriculars. And I just want to make sure that we're giving them the proper light, not just athletics, not saying one is important over the other, but that, they both just make our students thrive.
Agreed.
Michelle?
No further questions, but delighted to hear about band and the rest. Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
I don't have any questions. I do have a comment that Downs Park does have an outdoor amphitheater, a hop, skip, and a jump away from Chesapeake High School. Just so you know.
Dr. Tobin?
No further comments. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell?
I have no further comments at this time, but I do, I think I may be proffering a motion at the conclusion of the discussion.
Anything else, Ms. Antwine?
Yes, I have two things. One, I would like to remind the board that back in the summer, we actually all agreed as a board to support the student athletes and the extracurricular activities and any plans that Dr. Lotto and his staff have come up with. Secondly, since you're here, Mr. Culp, I have to swing this one at you. Have you thought about like an NFL combine where those students that don't realistically, many of them will not be able to do their own filming, get someone else to film it for them or whatever, but bring the scouts to them rather than them sending information to the scouts?
Certainly appreciate the creativity in that. There's rules around the recruitment process for the NCAA and what we can and can't do in terms of, exposure. But I would just go back to what I said previously about we do have an opportunity with these out of season waivers for Comar to do sports specific activity through June 19th. So is it possible for us to do other creative ideas for football or other sports? That answer is yes, we can do that. We would continue to want to try to prioritize what we can do for seniors in particular.
great. So you could, like, for example, invite some NCAA coaches from the local area to come and check some of these students out.
Yes, I mean, for a sport like football, there's other factors as well, of course, which is like the issuance of equipment and all of that and how we would manage that process. But to answer your question, yes, we want to do as much as we can. Yeah.
Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you very much. I'm going to send this over to Ms. Howe. And I just needed to make one one change. Okay, I'm hitting the send button here. Thank you, President Ellis. So I've been listening with all this information, and I just I want to make a couple statements before I make my motion here. And I've asked Ms. Howe to share the language being presented. I want to make a couple points up front. On October the 6th of 2020, our board adopted the superintendent's recommendation to deploy a 2-semester plan as outlined by MPSSSA with an emphasis on providing inter-school competitions if at all possible. And I think we were using the term of scrimmages until they had decided, they were toggling between the February and December. Superintendent George Arlotto, Dr. Arlotto, announced on November the 9th that all in-person athletics and extracurricular activities will be temporarily halted effective immediately. On December 2nd, 2020, AACPS publicly stated in their news release that if conditions allow for the resumption of in-person athletics, teams will do so following protocols that have been vetted by the County Health Department. As recently as January 2021, MPSSSA, State Board of Education, the state superintendent, our governor, our state health officer, along with a host of many others at the federal and local level, have affirmed the benefit of resuming all sports seasons and engaging in competitive activities in a modified fashion as soon as possible. And I also want to point out that we strive to provide equitable opportunities for all students. And I don't think that just because sports is the average person's entertainment, that the 10% of what we got, 10 or 15%, let's go conservative here. We have approximately almost 9,000 students engaging in athletics. So when I do the math and I even take the 10%, that's 900 students we're laying on the table while we continue to support those seeking other career paths. That career path is just as valid as everything else, regardless of how we feel about it. And I just don't find this equitable enough to rise to the level. Everybody's done their best, and at no moment in time has anybody done anything but try to accommodate as many people as possible. When I looked at almost 9,000 that typically are participating, and only about not even quite 3,000 possibly being serviced in this program, I'm not comfortable enough with it. And so I would like the board to consider the following motion. I move that the Board of Education support the superintendent's proposed programs plans for athletic and non-athletic co-curricular and extracurricular activities with the following modification. Fall and winter sports programs plans that have access to safe facilities shall be reevaluated to afford at least 6 inter-school competitive games by the end of the school year and in alignment with MPSSSAA recommendations to the extent possible without diminishment of spring season programs planned competitive activities.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Silkworth, do you have any?
So if I get it correct, Mr. Culp, this is something based upon this motion that would be doable. Do I understand that to be correct?
Frankly, I need to further understand. You stated winter and
6-week fall and winter.
so
No diminishment of the spring.
6 games. I don't think it necessarily translates 6 weeks, I think.
Not 6 weeks, 6 games, because only football is required for 6 days in between games, correct? Other sports can participate up to 2 or 3 a week they can have in games. So we're not talking quantitative of weeks. We are talking of number of games. This would be the equivalent to one playoff series in hockey. I mean, is up to 7 games. We're not talking a large amount, but enough that they can get those videos done with actual real footage, that they stand a chance to compete with all but 11 states that haven't launched. And I'll leave the details up to you guys.
Mr. Silkworth, are you still?
Back to me?
Yep. I'm sorry. We're
President Ellis, I think Mr. Silkworth had asked Mr. Culp a question. Mr. Culp needed to see the motion, send him the motion. Now he's looking at the motion and is developing an answer. We're still on Mr. Silkworth.
okay. That's what I was double checking. I thought we were. I wasn't
Okay.
sure if you were done, Mr. Silkworth.
All right. So here's what I know. I know that I've gotten lots of emails recently from parents and from students who have talked about how devastating the loss of the sports program for their sons or for them has been. And it's had an impact on them dramatically. I also know that something like this would be a very challenge to accomplish. I also know that the Anne Arundel County Public School System staff, whether it's at the local level or at Clayton's level or whatever level, could make this happen. I know that it would, just to give you an example, there would be some things, of course, our assistant principals and principals, they have responsibility to be at these events. And so we could not expect our APs or those folks to be at every one of these events. It puts a dramatic burden on athletic directors for sure. But having said that, for me, as an announcer, I'd love to do some more football games. I'm willing to put in the time and the effort to do that. And I honestly believe that the coaches, the staff that I know would be willing to do that as well for the benefit of our kids. So.
Mr. Smith?
I just have to echo everything Mr. Silkworth just said. But also I do realize, like I said, the burden, but I also realize how much passion there is around sports in the community. Taking this from my own experience and just from being around, right? You have the boosters clubs, team moms, team dads. So my question is, where is the school system at with like volunteers, right? Would that be a big push? Could we ask for some more volunteers? I know they're probably out there, but it's just, is there rules around that? I know we have to do background checks, of course, and I'm wondering, could we expedite the process while doing it thoroughly, or anything on volunteers who can help? Because I know this is going to be like, I guess, a big push, heavy push.
So in terms of volunteer staff for athletics, we for every paid position we offer the school an opportunity to have a volunteer coach to match that. They do go through the same procedure in terms of hiring and vetting and coursework to get a contract from us that a paid coach does, and that certainly takes some time. All of our schools take advantage of the volunteer coach opportunity. There's varying degrees of whether it's as an example, a soccer staff, there's 3 paid positions, which would come with 3 potential volunteer. Some schools may have all 6 of those soccer spots filled, where others may only have 4. But every school to some degree does have volunteer coaches on their coaching rosters, and they all have the opportunity to, if that's what you're asking.
Well, not just that, but also like boosters, like the booster club. I know this is new to you, but do you foresee them playing a role in this? Or even, like I said, teen moms, like people, because I know just from going to seeing all the energy around this, right? We had all those big protests in front of like the Department of Health over the summer, right? Reopen the fields. I'm sure some of those parents, right? I mean, depending on their availability, would probably want to help. Can they help if they want to? And I know that the assistant coach process is like a tricky one to go through, but could they go through like the booster process, right? Like, what I'm just trying to see just how much community involvement we can get around this.
I mean, boosters certainly are very helpful, and they in normal times are very involved. Team parents, support with fundraising, all of that. I would imagine as we move back towards hybrid and in-person activity that we'll re-engage boosters. Some boosters have been working throughout this time to fundraise virtually and still be supportive, certainly.
Okay, great.
Ms. Shawheim?
Yes. So I guess I just want to play devil's advocate a little bit. So what, and I get it. I get that this is an important part of students' life. I get the passion. I get that it's what gets some of these students to even engage in school. I understand all of this. Spring sports didn't happen for anybody last year. So my fear is that what if we do as the motion suggests, and what if we have to close, because that's or quarantine, because it's a very strong possibility. Y'all, 2 variants in Maryland now on top of the original one. And so what happens then? I just don't want the baby to get thrown out with the bathwater, and the baby is the spring season that none of the students had an opportunity to participate in last year. And so then you do have a situation where a sophomore misses, or what was the large part of their high school career in spring sports if we lose the spring season. So that's my worry. I would rather do this right than to open it up for the rest and get into a situation where then we can't do spring at all. So that's my fear. I like the engagement piece. I trust that our athletic directors and our coaches will move heaven and earth for those who have a shot at playing after high school. And I think it would be, as devastating as this is the biggest dumpster fire ever, this whole situation. As devastating as this is, wouldn't it be more devastating to potentially lose spring sports again? So that's my thought. That's where I'm at with this. Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
So what problems could this pose? What is, when you look at this motion, what are you saying are some of your concerns in seeing it?
Thank you for the question. The first thing that jumps out, while I fully appreciate the intent, our winter athletes, which we haven't spoken much on this evening have been virtual since December 7th. And we've announced to them that we're virtual through February 13th. They have not conducted tryouts, anything in person whatsoever. If we were to put them on campus, let's say as of Monday, February 8th, we would need to conduct tryouts, have a 20-day period before we're eligible to play in a competition, which I think puts us at February 27th. To follow the MPSSA rules around how many days need to elapse between when a group first gathers and when you can have a competition. And at no point did we, I have concerns around that, to answer your question, because our winter coaches, I don't believe, are expecting, and nor have they been told, that we're going to have our season run beyond February 13th. I don't know, as the motion is worded right now, if we can do winter and fall, because that, I know there's a lot to sort of process here, but the other set of dates, the winter season ends on March 13th, and then the spring season starts on March 15th. So fall gets lost in that mix in terms of the MPSSAA dates. I hope I'm being somewhat clear in that response.
I'm doing my best to follow. Okay. So winter ends March 13th.
Well, we've slated winter to end February 13th,
February.
but under the other set of dates that counties could have opted into, which we are essentially suggesting that we transition into after winter ends. That original set of dates has winter going from December 7th to March 13th. That's not what we've been operating under. It's not what our coaches are currently expecting. And again, we've had no in-person winter activity at all to this point. I'm not suggesting that we couldn't, but that would be on a large lift, and there would be a number of we can do anything, right? But I don't think that folks are, in terms of staff, are expecting that, and there'd be a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of figuring out the logistics of bringing people back, when we would bring them back, and what that would look like.
Okay. My concern is mostly in regards to how our students are doing compared to the other students around the country. Last March, I don't imagine most spring sports had a season. I mean, if any. So it was sort of a wash for everybody. But the fall and perhaps even the winter, there were schools going back with that opportunity, and we just were behind the curve and didn't offer that to our students. So compared to other students going, looking into colleges, we're diminishing their opportunity, which is really concerning when you know that you're the person standing in their way. So is there any way to give some of these folks these games that they require and these opportunities, just to have that a couple of games? Do we have to have a full season with 20 days to give them the opportunity to compete? Is there any way we can get a waiver or something for that?
So we can't, as we do and did have the option to work towards trying to conduct a competitive fall followed by a competitive spring, as I've mentioned. That was an option that we considered. We talked about it at length. We opted to put forward this option and are planning to move forward with this option, but that was a choice. You're absolutely right about the situation this puts those athletes in. And within the state of Maryland, we're not unlike many other counties, but when you expand that conversation nationally, we are. And I'm sure there are many factors, that have resulted in that above and beyond us in this room. But that is, you make a good point, and I can't argue that point.
Okay.
In Maryland, we're doing in large part what a lot of other counties have been doing, and right now we're at a place where, as I mentioned, I think only Carroll County was conducting winter competitively out of the 24 jurisdictions. And everyone's kind of processing how they're going to move forward now, second semester.
Funny enough, nobody has actually emailed me about winter. I've only heard from the spring and the fall folks, and I'm not really sure why that would be. If there's any particular reason to that. I don't know if you have any insight on that. Are they just happy the way that that is? I don't know.
Well, Ms. Frank, if I could try to answer that, I think it might be because a lot of athletes are like two-sport athletes,
Okay, yeah.
and like your main sport might be in the fall or the spring, and then maybe like your secondary sport is in the winter. For me, my secondary sport was indoor track.
Okay.
Just to stay in condition for baseball. So maybe someone who's on the girls basketball team, they really like girls lacrosse, or like they're on the girls volleyball team. They're really a fan of girls soccer, right? And they just do those winter sports just for something to do, so they don't lose the
Okay.
conditioning over the winter.
Okay.
That's might be a reason, or maybe it's just because they are happy where they're at. But
Okay. No, that makes a lot of sense because when we're trying to balance everything, I just want to take into consideration that if certain people are happy, then maybe we don't mess with that particular part. And that does make sense. So I do appreciate that. All right. I have no more questions. Thank you very much.
Dr. Tobin?
Yeah, I'm wrestling with the same, I think the same issues my colleagues are. On the one hand is what Ms. Corkadell has raised well, I think, which is essentially an equity issue. On the other hand are the concerns that Ms. Schalheim articulated around potentially losing another spring season. Because certainly what we heard from Dr. Kalyana tonight makes it clear that we don't know what things are going to be like in a few weeks. And so I guess it does leave me with the thought, I think this was perhaps where Ms. Frank was headed, because similarly, I haven't heard about winter. I've heard fall and spring. It doesn't fully answer the equity issue, but is the possibility of a little bit of 2 seasons better than just 1? With the sense that getting in 3 just may be beyond our reach at this time, given the date where we are and what I'm hearing. And if it's clearly not going to be easy, but if it is possible to get some games in for some fall sports, and then move to a slightly truncated spring season, but still a spring season, might that be the best we can do to sort of split the difference, offer the greatest opportunity that's reachable at this point, and recognize that there are still some students who are going to be left behind in this process, unfortunately, the swimmers and the folks who are in some of the winter sports. But that's kind of where I am right now. I'm not sure where I'm going to land with this, frankly, but thank you.
Ms. Antwine?
Thank you, Mr. Culp. If we adopted something like this, would it bump your plans for the senior engagement that you mentioned earlier, or will it stay on track?
I'm not 100% sure we could actually do this as it's worded, just with the dates, just to be clear, for winter. So I'll just start with that. But if we were to have a fall competitive season of some kind and plan for a fall and a spring competitive season, it doesn't prevent us from doing other activity. It certainly makes, the more things we add, the more difficult it's going to be to facilitate all of that. But it doesn't prevent us from still trying to do something for winter athletes, as an example, at that point.
So
that answers the question.
Oh, so as you keep referencing as is worded, so what could change to allow competition for these sports in this motion? What needs to change?
I believe if winter was swapped for spring in the way that it's worded, I would really need to make sure I crunch dates here. But I believe if the language was around fall and spring sports, we know that we could do that. That again was one of the options that we looked at. We can offer a competitive fall and a competitive spring, or attempt to. That can be our plan. It's not what we chose to present. It's not what we chose to go forward with going into the meeting today. But I don't know that we can do it for winter and fall and spring based on the date. I'm pretty confident, just looking at my notes here, that we could not do it for winter, fall, and spring based on the dates available from the MPSSAA. In terms of competition.
Okay, understood. So with that, President Ellis, I'd like to offer an amendment that we were in this under based on what Mr. Culp has said would be feasible for and achievable. We replace the term winter with the term spring.
I'll second. But can I clarify a technicality as it relates to the motion? I'm happy to second it to engage discussion, but I'm the motion already, it keeps what was already proposed in the spring. So the only thing we were doing was adding the season.
Okay.
So I don't know that replacing the word winter with spring would be necessary because of the front end of the motion.
Gotcha.
Supports what was already presented. And so it's adding the competitions. So it would be removal. I would just suggest that the amendment be a removal of the word
Of
winter.
the word winter. So in this case, it's understood then, Mr. Culp, that both fall and spring would have at least 6 inter-school competitive games if we remove winter.
Can I
Sports.
clarify though? According to the language, the spring would be a full season as has been presented to us.
Right.
But we would add
Add
the
fall.
6 competitions for the
But-
fall.
But what I'm asking right now is that what you were sharing with us, Mr. Culp? Because it still has to be a feasible and achievable motion once passed. So the way this is going to look, the amendment would take winter sports out, and it would read fall sports programs, blah 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 blah, without this diminishment of spring programs. So we're deleting winter and winter, if that's the case, and that's the amendment that I'm offering.
Okay.
Second, and I second that.
And it's with the contingency that Mr. Culp believes he and his team can achieve that.
Is that a question? That is a question, right?
I think it was.
It's like a yes or no.
Okay, so I mean the clean break to do fall and spring is at the April 17th date, and that is allowed for in I don't know that it has a specific name, but the second set of dates offered by the MPSSAA to school systems, where the fall season's last play date is April 17th, 2021, and the spring season's first practice date available to them is April 17th, 2021. So can we build a schedule that has fall and spring competition that would be somewhat modified from this? That answer is yes, we did look at that as an option. April 17th would be the date where that would switch over.
Okay, so
Okay.
there's been an amendment
And
to
a
the
second,
motion. Are
yeah.
you?
I do want to point out that I'll go back to being a mom of an athlete that played every single season. There will be some, if the intention was in terms of equity, there will be some inequities on this one, even if the board agrees to move forward.
Mr. Silkworth, any discussion on the amendment to change the language, removing the winter and winter? Yeah. Mr. Silkworth, do you have anything? Oh.
Can hear you.
Oh. Do you have any questions or discussion about the amendment to amend the motion?
Can you read the amendment to me? The change, it's fall and winter sports. What's being changed?
The amendment is to remove and winter.
Okay, I have no questions.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I hear that, but I'm thinking of those. I know we talked about earlier. We haven't really heard from the winter sport athletes, but I think we all are aware that the most vocal doesn't mean, just because we haven't heard from them, doesn't mean they're not out there. Another major sport that I was just made aware of during the winter is wrestling. A lot of money there. A lot of people are very passionate about that sport. So I would support this motion if we could maybe, I guess, add another amendment where it would be, and try our hardest for winter, just because I don't want them to feel like they're completely, we completely, I guess, forgot about them, because basketball, volleyball, they have all sports have very, very passionate players, and I don't want to feel like they got the short end of the stick. So I could support this motion because I want to make it work for fall and winter, right? I'd rather have two as opposed to one, but also I want to make sure we can try and work for that third. So maybe while you're discussing, I'll try to come up with some wording for a new motion, like another amendment or something. Just because I feel like we want to cross
Mr.
all our
Burns,
T's.
I might need your help on this one, but I'll give it a try.
All right.
So I'm going to move on, and then Ms. Shaw.
Good Lord. It is February. We cannot be all things to all people in the middle of a pandemic. This is a dumpster fire like no other. And we run the risk, when we pile on like we're trying to do here, we run the risk of torpedoing spring, right? He's nodding, y'all. He's also built into this fantastic plan opportunities for seniors from all 3 seasons, correct? To have opportunities. So I can't support the amendment or the motion at all, because I can't run the risk of spring being torpedoed a second time. I understand that we're much like most other Maryland systems, and that we are very unlike other places that have been open since fall, though I don't know how, and have been able to have all of these things. It's nice to have nice things, but a lot of big school systems are now shut. Chicago shut, LA shut. We're not the only ones in this boat, and I trust that Dr. Arlotto and Mr. Kolb and everyone else put their heads together plenty on this, and this is what they've come up with, and I'm going to trust that. And I'm not trying to shaft any fall or winter athletes. If y'all are still awake out there, I am so sorry. None of us wanted to be in this mess, but it is February. Let's do one thing. Let's do it well. Let's give the seniors the opportunities they need and deserve. Let's engage as many students as possible. Let's get through this. That's all I have.
Ms. Frank?
Just to be clear, your concern with the winter season is that they're already through it, and you don't think that you could get the folks up and running. So that was why you said it would be easier to do to do fall and those sports as opposed to the winter, right?
Yes, and I will try to be very clear on this point. The MPSSA has provided 2 sets of dates. We opted in previously, as was mentioned by Ms. Corcadell, to the set of dates that aligned with starting winter sports on December 7th initially. That's what we opted into. That ends the winter season on February 13th.
Okay.
It then starts the eligibility for fall on February 13th. And if we continue with that plan, it would end on April 17th for fall sports, followed by spring sports going from April 17th to June 19th. The other set of dates for counties that opted this way originally had winter sports running from December 7th through March 13th. I'll be frank with you, I'm not 100% certain we can even opt into that season now because we've started our winter, right? So we'd be creating a longer winter than we were offered initially with either set of dates.
Okay.
However, if we were able to, I'd have to look into that. And we brought winter athletes on campus as an example, as of Monday of next week, we would need to go 20 calendar days. We need to run tryouts and cuts, go 20 calendar days before we can have a game for winter, which I believe puts us at February 27th, which is beyond the original eligible date for winter to end and puts us into that other set of dates for winter. I know I'm giving you a lot of information. So
okay, no, I think I've got a good grasp now. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
So, of course, I immediately started hearing from the winter athletes, which I knew was the truth. Yeah, I have to say, as I've wrestled with this, I think increasingly, as difficult as it is, I think the opportunities that you originally tried to build into this, Mr. Culp, are valuable. The opportunity for the seniors, and I think we need to, as Ms. Schalheim has said, try to do one thing well for our students, which is the spring. So I think that's where I'm landing increasingly with your original plan. So thank you.
I want to remind everyone we're talking about the amendment to the motion. Ms. Corkett, that's fine.
So I originally intended on incorporating both fall and winter in my programmatics in that equity guise. I am looking right now at our inventory of what sports are conducted in fall, winter, and spring. The winter has basketball. Cheerleading can continue, I presume, because they cheer for the football team in the fall and the basketball team in the winter. And then indoor track, wrestling, swimming, and unified bowling. Yes, I guess the amendment would still displace, but instead of servicing only a third of the athletes, I mean, we're talking about way less than half here. Spring sports, the 2019-2020 school year's enrollment, the enrollment of the spring sports was 2,784 students. The combined total of fall and winter was 5,936. And so I'll accept 2/3 to get this passed. I originally was thinking of separating fall and winter, and I just kind of thought, well, maybe just combine them because of their similarities of what I want to intend to. But now I'm recognizing that probably was, in hindsight, should have followed my original gut. I'm going to support the amendment with the interest of getting this passed. And obviously, if opportunities present itself, then that is, but I'm also going to point out too, that if you're worried about it, that the motion that I am making, if I can get to it, this is not my regular computer, that it says to the extent possible.
Okay.
Is the part of it. So just remember that this motion does not lock us into anything, does not lock Mr. Culp or the superintendent into anything. It says to the
Miss-
extent that we possibly can.
Miss Corkadell, I'm so sorry. Can we,
I'm
dis-
talking about the amendment.
Oh,
in
okay.
particular, because I was just simply pointing out that there's flexibility here with or without the amendment, and that's my point being. I'm happy to get this moving forward for at least 2/3, but I do want to make it clear that my preference would be to retain the winter sports in it, if at all possible, or at least some of them. But I'll be supporting it.
Miss Antoine, do you have anything else about the amendment?
I don't have anything else about this particular amendment.
Okay.
But in terms of order, it does Mr. Smith offer his at this time, or how does that work?
Okay. Mr. Burns, we have a motion on the table. We have an amendment to the motion on the table, and there was the indication that there may be an amendment to the amendment. Mr. Smith, do you?
I guess let me clarify an amendment to the amended motion. That makes sense. So we amend the motion with gosh, who proposed it? Someone's the one that we're talking about right now. That passes. If that passes, I plan on adding another amendment.
Okay. That's helpful. I thought you were trying to change the amendment.
Oh no.
Okay.
No, it's too confusing for.
I think we will vote on the amendment. Ms. Howell.
All right. The motion as amended. I move that the Board of Education support the superintendent's proposed multiple programs for each season for athletic and non-athletic co-curricular and extracurricular activities with the following modifications. Fall sports multiple plans for each season that have access to safe facilities shall be reevaluated to afford at least 6 inter-school competitive games by the end of the school year and in alignment with the Maryland Public Secondary Schools Athletic Association MPSSAA recommendations to the extent possible without diminishment of the spring season's programs planned competitive activities. Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Ms. Frank.
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell. Aye. Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
6-1 motion passes. Sorry, that's 7-1 motion passes.
Mr. Smith.
And I move to add the following amendment at the bottom of the motion. Furthermore, that we encourage that every effort be made to include in-person programming for winter athletics. I sent it to Miss Howe. I don't know if she forwarded it.
Oh,
okay. And the reasoning behind this is just that I don't want the winter athletes to feel like they're left out. And I think just including them, because, it's almost 1 a.m. now, we might find, with less foggy heads that there might be a chance to have in-person practices or something for the winter athletes. I just don't want them to feel like they've been left out.
Second.
And this also isn't binding. It just says that we encourage.
If I could just jump in for a second. So I appreciate the fact that it's not binding, but that's not what people are hearing. You've got families, the student athletes listening saying, the board just said, do winter athletics. Those are the emails you're going to get, because when you say, that's how it's going to be interpreted. And I've got a concern about having 3 seasons running at the same time. There are facilities issues. there are safety issues, right? We have a trainer per school. I can't have a trainer running between the football program and the lacrosse program, or the wrestling program and the soccer program. So I'm a little weary here. I'm weary and I'm wary that we are trying to plan athletic seasons on the fly. We offered up what we think is in the best interest of our students and the school system. It is not perfect. It is not ideal. And I'm the first to admit it. But we think it gets us to a place that we think is appropriate with our student athletes. You don't agree as a board and you want to overrule my decision, that's fine. But we have to do it in a thoughtful manner, because 1 o'clock in the morning, with staff waiting upstairs to present on a number of other issues, and we're trying to figure out dates and how this is going to work, this is starting to turn my stomach a little bit, because I don't know how it's going to work. Mr. Culp and his team of athletic directors are brilliant, but and they gave us their best thing. This is their best thinking, and I agreed with it. But I don't know how to get 3 seasons in between the beginning of February and the middle of June without some kind of overlap, and we're going to have issues, whether it's safety issues and the availability of a trainer, as I said, or just having access to the stadium field for football and lacrosse, or field hockey and track. So they spent a lot of time trying to plan this out to make sure that we could make this work. If you don't agree with that, I understand that. But trying to figure this out on the fly is just, I don't think it's going to be, it's not fair to our student athletes and our coaches and our ADs. I think we need to do this thoughtfully. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Law. And I heard everything you had to say. So just one more question, either you or Mr. Culp. I assume this motion is going to, if this motion passes, right, because you're going to have to go back to the drawing board, will consideration be made for winter sports? Well, I mean, will you just say, hey, let's try something for the winter athletes, right? Not any promises, but, will you glance over some possibility for the winter athletes? Because I think, we'd be doing a disservice to them if we just said, just fall into spring, no in between.
So I'm the last person that wants to,
of course,
take opportunities away from any of our athletes.
I think all of us on this board.
I know we all are, but what we presented did what you're talking about. Actually, I was really excited about what we were going to try to do for seniors of fall and winter athletes. But to answer your question, we can, within MPSSAA guidance, we have a lot of flexibility around out-of-season opportunities, non-competitive out-of-season opportunities through June 19th. Could we do something for winter athletes? Would I want to? Of course, we would want to do that, and we would try to do that. But with the decision that was just made, there's going to we'll have to take that into consideration after we've planned for the changes that relate to the fall and spring seasons. But to answer your question, can we do something? We will try to do something for them in terms of what we're allowed to do under. It can't be competition. It would not be competition.
I think that's all I'm asking for, because I think it's been said tonight that we can't really hold a competition. I mean, it'd be virtually impossible to hold a competition for winter athletes. And since you said that, you will try to do something for winter athletes, I would like to withdraw my amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So we are back to the original motion. We just completed the amendment. I think we had gone all the way around. No, I did not have my. Right. Well, we have to vote on the motion. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page because I heard you say some things, Mr. Culp, about the dates and how they would change based on the motion. And my understanding of the motion is that it says it would not take away from the spring season in any way. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page. To the extent possible without diminishment of spring season programs, planned competitive activities. So my understanding of the motion on the table is the schedule on the screen here, that March 15th to May 17th activity for the spring season would remain the same. And within, in addition to that, there would be an opportunity for fall sports to hold 6 games, if at all possible. Am I understanding this correctly? Are we all on the same page?
So, Ms. Ellis, I would just offer to that point that what we would do is shift. What you see in dark blue is gonna.
Got it.
It's gonna slide down. Okay.
Okay.
So, competitive weeks 5, 6, and 7. It may end up being 4, 5, and 6. Will slide down, and the weeks that are now occupied by what I mentioned around Memorial Day and the first 2 weeks of June would become competitive weeks for the spring season, then allowing more weeks at the front end for fall. And the transition would be at April 17th. That's what's allowed for under the MPSSA dates.
And what if there were playoffs at the end, which is at the end of the?
That certainly complicates things, right? So our season would be, again, part of why we had this version is it gave us a full, wholesome in-county competitive schedule to include potentially a culminating event in county before playoffs. So I can't tell you what playoffs are going to look like, but encompassed now in the, let's say, 6 weeks of spring competition, the back end of that will be, if there are state playoffs, that's what we'll be participating in. If there aren't, we could just continue with in-county stuff that will be in June after graduations and whatnot.
Okay, and you've mentioned a couple of times there is another plan that you said we could do, and how do you think that compares to the motion on the table to add an opportunity for fall sports to play 6 games, which I think we've acknowledged isn't necessarily 6 weeks? Is that possible and in any way better than if we were to do the MPSSA plan that has fall and then spring?
I'm not sure if I fully understand that one. What we would do if we can go from February 13th through April 17th with fall sports.
Right.
So we would just maximize that the best we can.
Okay.
And then April 17th to June 19th with spring sports.
Okay.
It will be scheduled with 4 or 5 weeks of competition, which will ultimately be more than 6, Ms. Corkadell, in terms of the number of. It's scheduled probably for most sports more than 6 for each season. It would be less than this for either one of them, but it'll be we could schedule and try to hit that 6 mark for both.
Okay.
I hope that's clear.
Ms. Corkadell?
So we would basically be adopting that second option, the MPSSA second option, to now try and stay within the spirit of this motion, right? So we would go to a fall season and then a spring season.
Correct.
Right? So it would actually be longer, but we would have to somewhat truncate the spring season in order to accommodate that, based on what we've offered here.
Correct.
To take on the fall and the spring seasons.
Correct.
Right. Thank you.
And that's the understanding I was trying to get to. So thank you. So Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you, President Ellis, and thank you all for the input. It is unfortunate, Dr. Alato. I do agree that it seems like just about every decision in this pandemic, you guys have a lot of time that you have to spend to prepare plans, and we don't seem to have enough time to contemplate them and review them and get that fleshed out without sometimes, unfortunately, ending in a decision that we don't have that luxury of going back a couple weeks and coming back to us. And this is unfortunately another one of them again. But I do believe that capturing the majority of our athletes as opposed to a smaller group, a much smaller group of about a third, a little less than a third, will benefit a greater portion of our population and will better meet the spirit and intent that we have been portraying throughout. You talked about 3 pillars of what you want to accomplish, and I don't think this diminishes it. And I do recognize the facility challenges and the staffing challenges that are coexisting with that addition of fall, and definitely respect the challenge that we're going to be faced with. But I think it's worth it. And I also point out that I put in language to the extent possible because I don't think the board should have to come back every single time and revisit. And I know you guys always do the best that you can. And yes, this is a heavy lift challenge. I don't make a whole lot of them. I don't impose myself a lot on the school district in this capacity. But there are moments in time where when your gut's telling you that what you're looking is not quite there, and this could make it much better to the there. I feel that I will be acting under better conscience, and I hope that others do too, because there is no ultimate right answer to all of this. So I appreciate everybody's willingness to consider this. There was really no way to pre-prepare for something that was just announced yesterday and not having any details there beyond. And so I do appreciate Mr. Culp. I know I put you in a hard spot. But by proposing this, and if it passes, most certainly. But I think the reward at the end of the year, instead of our seniors trying to scramble up maybe an all-star team among themselves and hope that all the positions are covered for a couple moments, I think giving them that competition is going to be the ultimately the right thing to do. And I think that we will see the reward by the outcomes of our graduates and those that will be graduating in the upcoming years ahead. I think it'll benefit them. And the mental health, I'm not going to go on a spill. It's late at night, but I think we already recognize all of that. And so that is nothing to do anything more than just reemphasize that we're here for the most equitable and the healthiest versions. And this definitely does fit that bill. So
Ready to vote?
Thank you. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Howe.
Absolutely.
This is a vote on the motion as amended. Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Nay.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye. Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
I want to remind board members of the late hour and the staff that have been here waiting. So let's please try to keep our discussion and questions as brief as possible out of respect for the staff. Item 5.01, Safety and Security Report. Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Culp.
Happy unbirthday now. Yeah.
Good morning, President Ellis, Vice President Schalheim, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing a monthly update on security as requested. The Office of School Security is working with individual school administrators to address school-specific building reopening procedures as we prepare to return to buildings for hybrid instruction. Our security team continues to participate in monthly safety and security meetings with our partners throughout the state regarding emergent issues and promising practices. We continue to work with law enforcement and fire investigators to assist with investigations involving AACPS properties. Thank you. This concludes the update, and I'm available to answer questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'm hesitant to go around unless folks have questions, so I'm gonna ask that if anyone has a question to raise their hand. It looks like Mr. Silkworth might. Is that true? Do you have a question? Oh, do you have any questions?
No question.
Does anyone have any questions? All right, great. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Ms. Antoine.
Will student resource officers be in schools when schools reopen?
Thank you so much for the question, Ms. Antoine. As you all know, but I just want to remind the public that's watching, we do not staff school resource officers here in ACPS, nor do we supervise them. And as such, we will not know the exact police staffing as is a continual influx related to vacancies, retirements, transfers. But as of today, we believe SROs will be at the high schools. We are not clear about the middle schools just yet. We will continue to remain in contact with our police regarding this question, and we believe that a more accurate picture will be ahead of us within the next 2 weeks.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. With that being the case, Vice President Schalheim, at the end of the departmental reports, I'll have a motion, please.
Okay, understood. Does anyone else have a question on this agenda item? Nope. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item 5.02, bullying prevention report.
Good morning, President Ellis, Vice President Schalheim, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing the bullying and bias motivated report as requested. The middle school bullying prevention work group plans to meet in the next month to discuss anti-bullying initiatives for the fourth quarter. Though virtual this year, middle schools have continued to promote activities that foster kindness, empathy, student voice during the building community block. Next year, the work group will reinstitute the Kindness Cup competition, which challenges all middle schools to be the first in the county to complete 1,000 random acts of kindness. As of February 1st, we have received 30 bullying reports to date. 14 have been at the high school level, 8 at the middle school level, and 8 at the elementary level. The number of bias-motivated behavior forms has remained steady at 19 to date. 7 were at the high school level, 9 at the middle school level, and 13 at the elementary level. Thank you. This concludes the update, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Ms. Antoine, do you have questions on this?
I do.
You do. Does anyone else have questions on this agenda item? No? Okay, Ms. Antoine, please.
Just first a clarification. You said since February 1st, which was a couple of days ago, there have been 30 bullying reports at the high school level?
No, ma'am. I said as of February the 1st.
Oh, as of. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And so my question would be about the concerns of return to schools. Again, students and parents are contacting me about concerns about the increase of bullying and the in-school fighting once schools reopen. What is being done to mitigate these concerns?
Thank you so much for the question. First and foremost, as I always say, if there are parents with particular concerns about the school and a transition for their student back to the instructional environment, we encourage them to reach out to the building principal who has the most up-to-date information about how that school is specifically targeting students and those particular behaviors. As a school system, we will continue to use the embedded resources such as Second Step, community building, advisory to teach and reiterate appropriate behaviors. Our professional school counselors will continue to use their knowledge and skills of children and behaviors at the appropriate level to provide supports to students and families. Our principals and assistant principals, as well as behavioral specialists, will design opening day activities that will help in the transition, as well as continuing to focus on teaching replacement behaviors as we follow the code of conduct to guide all of our practice.
Thank you for that, Ms. Jackson. And for another point of clarification, you're encouraging that parents contact both their Board of Education members and their other AACPS resources, such as their principals. Is that what you said earlier?
The best place to begin is the school principal. As I always say before, as I've always said in previous updates, we can only work on that which we know. And so if a principal is not aware that there is an issue, then they can't work on the issue.
Oh, understood.
And so
I didn't want them discouraged from contacting the Board of Education as well. And many times when I do get these, I do send them through the board office so that they can get to the principals or whomever else would be the best resource.
Yes,
So
because
thank you
the
for
best
that.
resource is the school principal. Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so we've completed item 5.02, correct? And we are on 5.03, diversity and inclusion report.
Hello, President Ellis, Vice President Schalheim, Dr. Alato, and members of the board. For the record, I am Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. I am providing the monthly update on diversity and inclusion. The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement continues to be intentional in our efforts in assisting schools in eliminating all gaps. With this goal in mind, I will be giving you an update on the newest professional development modules that have been created for the February 10th early dismissal. In my September report, I shared my office's plan for the October 21st early dismissal module that focused on the AACPS educational equity policy and regulations and how it lives in our schools. The early dismissal modules also focused on defining and differentiating anti-racist terminology such as diversity, equity, inclusion, racism, anti-racist, and social justice. We believe norming or level setting anti-racist terms is necessary before engaging in critical conversations with colleagues. The subsequent early dismissal days will continue to focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion in action, social justice and education, and creating an anti-bias, anti-racist school. The decision to continue with these topics was inspired by the Learning Forward's Standards for Professional Learning. Learning Forward is the only professional association devoted exclusively to supporting those who work in educator professional development. Here is an excerpt of the organization's stance regarding professional learning. The primary goals for professional learning are changes in educator practice and increases in student learning. This is a process that occurs over time and requires support for implementation to embed the new learning into practices. Professional learning produces changes in educator practice and student learning when it sustains implementation support over time. Episodic, periodic, or occasional professional learning has little effect on educator practice or student learning because it rarely includes ongoing support or opportunities for extended learning to support implementation. So, the outcomes for the February 10th early dismissal modules are: for the diversity, equity, and inclusion module, the outcomes are to identify how issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion show up in our work in schools, and apply an equity lens to diversity, equity, inclusion case studies to identify equitable outcomes. The second module is the social justice and education module. The outcomes are to apply an equity lens to a social justice case study and explore ways to promote social justice both systemically and in the classroom. And the last module, titled Creating an Anti-Bias, Anti-Racist School. The outcomes: compare individual, institutional, and structural racism and see how they manifest themselves in our schools, and to apply an equity lens to an ABAR, which would be anti-bias, anti-racist case study, and develop a plan of action to create an ABAR school. I will end with a quote from James Baldwin that summarizes the importance of these modules. It is true that the more one learns, the less one knows. My office is honored to be a part of this professional learning that is intended to meet the goal we all have, and that is to elevate all students and eliminate all gaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gillens. Do we have any questions or comments for Dr. Gillens? Anyone else? Okay, we'll go around. Mr. Silkworth, no? I know, I'm going to go around because Miss Antoine's not the only one. Mr. Smith, do you have anything?
Well, just real quick, is Black History Month. Can you give us any updates on that?
Sure, that was actually a question that one of the questions that Miss Antoine had. Is that, can I go ahead and about Black History Month is the question?
That was one of your questions? Great minds think alike. I'll defer and wait for Ms.
Okay.
Antoine.
I just wanted to say thank you for your update, and thank you to Ms. Jackson too. If I didn't mention that previously, appreciate you both as always.
Thank you.
I just love the quote that you left us with. The more one learns, the less one knows, and I will keep that. I wrote that one down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gillens, and thank you also, Ms. Jackson. And yes, I love that quote. I've had the pleasure of teaching Baldwin, and it's the best. But anyway, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I would dearly love the opportunity myself to go through some of this PD at some point. So I hope there's an opportunity for the board to be a part of this whenever appropriate, because I think it's important, but I would also very much love that opportunity. So thank you.
Ms. Corcato?
Just a quick note of gratitude. I know you guys are working so hard, and amidst this pandemic, there are naturally occurring inequities. And so recognizing that which we cannot control and doing our best to control what we can and to have input. I know I just want to tell you is greatly appreciated. And I don't think I'm the only member that's excited for the symposium coming up. And
February 10th.
so I look forward to seeing everybody virtually there because that is not an in-person this year. And so,
Thank you.
Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, and thank you for deferring, Mr. Smith. So it's Black History Month, and the question on the table is: are students being taught about current historical events, such as Vice President Kamala Harris, who is African American and Asian American, becoming the first female Vice President of the United States?
And I just want to start by saying thank you for sending the question in advance. And the reason why I'm thanking you is because those questions have curricular implications, which don't come from my office. But it did give me an opportunity to reach out to my colleagues in curriculum and instruction. They're the ones who disseminate information and communicate expectations around inauguration and Black History Month. There is a Senate bill 879 regarding Black History Month, and that information was disseminated to teachers along with school-based administrators. So yes, and of course, activities look differ from school to school. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gillens. Item 5.04, Transportation Report. Good evening, Mr. Cheknovich.
Good morning. My intent is just to give you a brief glimpse into the world of transportation here over the course of the next couple of weeks, realizing that in a typical year, we begin routing students in about the spring, and of course, we begin transporting them Labor Day. Being a part of an atypical year, this is going to be our new atypical schedule. We're finding out on a daily basis that non-publics are opening or not opening, but more likely opening, and finding out which students are going to be attending those. So we're on a daily basis trying to schedule and navigate transportation for non-public children. Our developmental centers, CAT centers, and regional centers open up on February 11th. Our special ed office and our principals are working with the families to confirm what the children's wishes are going to be, the family's wishes are going to be regarding transport. And once that's finalized, I'll get those names. School starts on the 11th of February. Hopefully I can get those names sooner. And we will get those children routed to those schools. And in terms of our special ed families, we do individual communications with the families, with the schools, to make sure that everybody's on the same page and that all the IEP protocols and everything are fully complied with. The same is going to be true of the 18th of February. Again, haven't seen any information yet, but once our special ed centers and the principals identify the ACC, the autism students, the Mary Moss and the Phoenix students, I'm sure they will transmit that over to us, and we'll begin routing them for the 18th of February. The tricky routing scenario is going to be the one that's going to ensue by March. Again, haven't seen the data on it, but it's going to be an iterative process essentially, because remember that we're going to have to, the schools are going to be load balancing their classrooms, right, for social distancing, and then we're going to be load balancing the buses. So it's going to be an iterative process with the schools initially taking the lead, taking the students that they have assigned by class, by grade level, et cetera, maintaining those requirements within the physical space. Once they make those initial classroom assignments and load leveling within their building, they will eventually share that with transportation. We then have to map those children to buses and do load leveling on buses, make sure we're not exceeding the recommended social distancing capacity on the buses. If that occurs, we have to do a feedback loop back to the schools. The schools are then going to have to undertake a new round of classroom assignments and load leveling. So hopefully you can sort of see that that's going to be an iterative process. But again, we're anxious to at least get our first peek at the data to see what we can do with that. The end result, though, for our traditional pre-K through grade 12 schools is going to be what we do every year. So our intent is we are going to publish the schedules out on a school system's website. We're going to work with Mr. Mosier and the PIO office to get Connect Eds out and communications. We traditionally provide copies of the school schedules to the schools themselves, both because some schools traditionally have posted those on the front door for families to see. That's sort of a tradition instead of going to websites. And at least they'd have those in the front office available to them as questions come up. Along with that, the schools will be provided, obviously, the bus information that correlates with the A-B schedule, so will the drivers, so that the schools and the drivers are all synchronized in terms of who is on the A-day schedules, who is on the B day schedules, and that we begin to utilize a process at the bus stop to ensure that the correct youngsters are getting on the correct bus on the A days or the B days. Naturally, this is new for everybody, including the families and the students and our drivers and everyone else. So, but very shortly, they will all understand what the new norm is, just like we will, and I'm sure we'll smooth out pretty quickly. With that, we'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Cheknovich. Do we have any questions or comments? No? Okay. Thank you so much. Item 6.01, I believe we have nothing for that one. Item 6.02, personnel. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
President Ellis, just to backtrack, I think while you were gone and Ms. Schallheim was in charge, Ms. Antoine said she had a motion after we went through all the reports.
I'm sorry, I did not realize that.
Unless Ms. Antoine.
You are young minds, because mine is all cloudy and late. I did have it, and the motion is still relevant whether we move forward or not. It's an invitation to the chief of police.
No, there's already, that's already being addressed, but can we complete the personnel since I've opened the item?
Yes, ma'am. And thank you, Mr. Smith.
I'm sorry, Dr. Arlotto, you recommend, do I have a motion?
Ask for consent.
Okay. Consent? No dissent? Mm-hmm. All right. Ms. Antoine, would it be okay with you to table your motion until after to the end of the agenda, because we have so many staff here who are still presenting?
Yes,
to us?
ma'am. Until because of possible discussion, I'm fine with that to the end of the.
Thank you. Item 6.03, items of legislation. Ms. Ortiz.
Good morning. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. I don't have any bills for you to vote on this evening, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have questions this evening? And okay, I'm just going to start around and see. Mr. Silkworth? Do you have questions for Ms. Ortiz on the items of legislation?
No questions.
Mr. Smith?
Just a quick comment. Really want to compliment you on the opposition you wrote against the bill. Forget the number. Stopping SMOBs from voting when it ends in a tie. I read it, loved it, great.
Thank you. I can't take a lot of credit for that one. That came almost tweaked a little bit from a letter from the board that a previous board sent to the delegation. And so I thought it was very relevant now. And so I tweaked it a little bit and we used that.
Ms. Schulheim?
Just thank you as always for your work.
Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
Can you come back to me in 2 seconds?
Sure can. Dr. Tobin?
No questions, but thank you.
Ms. Corkadell?
No questions.
Sorry.
And I continue to respect and love our legislative team here at ACPS.
Ms. Antoine, do you have anything for Ms. Ortiz? Yes, I do. Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Ortiz.
Good morning.
So mine is actually concerning section 2, H Bravo 155, county boards and public and non-public pre-kindergarten programs in schools dash discrimination dash prohibition. So my question to you is, I see that the recommendation is that the BOE vote not to recommend this at this time. However, there was no position offered. So I wanted to understand the rationale behind not recommending this particular.
Thank you for your question. So Section 2 bills are no position bills. So the heading is simply just, I'm not asking you to vote on it at this time. And the reason why, you may wonder, why wouldn't we take a position on the discrimination bill? This is a reintroduction. It's been introduced since I've been here, and this is my 5th session with AACPS. And it's basically aimed at private schools, not public schools, because everything in the bill we're already required to do by state and federal laws. And so although it talks about public and private, it's aimed at private schools. There have been issues over the years with discriminatory practices, whether based on gender identity, race, ethnicity, etc. So that's why I recommend no position. It's not something that we've ever weighed in on before.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all.
Ms. Frank?
Yes. HB 0461, the student attendance and excused absences for mental health needs. So we're opposing because mental health is already covered under the Maryland's compulsory attendance law. In AACPS, it says that you wouldn't just be able to state, my child has mental health illness. In AACPS, do we have to provide specific details for that to be an excused absence?
No, thank you. That's a great question. Yeah, and this is another reintroduction. This is probably the 3rd or 4th year, and we've always opposed it because we actually think it's more confusing than anything else. So to answer your question, it depends, right? So if a student just is absent for one day, you just say they're absent due to illness. That's it. You don't need to provide any additional information. Accordingly, mental illness would fall under that. In accordance with state law and regulations, I believe is you're absent 3 days or more, then you must provide a physician's note to the school, and that's aligned with the law. So this bill, in my opinion and staff opinion, doesn't really do anything but really confuse the issue. I think, what we've said is maybe they want to provide some additional clarifications if they want to as it relates to mental illness, but right now it is covered.
Okay, yeah, the whole bill was a little confusing to me, and I thought that they were probably saying something that I think that you're saying that they're not. So I appreciate that. And I also had a question. I just had a question about the I think my papers are over. Oh, the water quality and addressing issues associated with water quality. So I don't like unfunded mandates, but could we oppose and maybe suggest that we have a note that, we will always work towards this goal, or that we will increase our budget to try to as needed, address the needs of our students, or maybe not increase our budget. I'm sorry. That we would work to ensure that we are my handwriting is terrible. I apologize. Would there be any other language that we could include aside just from saying that we oppose it because it's an unfunded mandate?
So can you give me the bill number?
Okay, I'm
please?
sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
It was HB 0636, buildings, drinking water outlets, elevated level of lead.
Thank you.
My concern is just that when we were following the previous guidelines, we did have some lead in pipes that we didn't catch. So though
Sure.
we may be following the guidelines right now, my concern is that, we want to just be extra careful, and that we would obviously be as diligent as possible, and maybe more diligent now, knowing that it has been a problem in the past.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. I mean, I think our first paragraph captures what you're saying, and that we have Division of Facilities staff that is responsible for the safe and efficient manner to support ACPS and ensuring health, safety, comfort, and welfare of occupants of our building. So I think that covers that. And obviously, unfunded mandate is a big issue. And I don't like to just say like unfunded mandate either. So we're doing everything our staff is doing. I shouldn't say we because I have nothing to do with that, but ACPS facilities staff under Mr. Shaknovich is already doing everything that they can to ensure the health and safety of our students and our buildings. And another issue that's raised outside of the unfunded mandate is that the federal requirements are 20 parts per billion. And this is a 75% reduction where there's no sort of federal guidance or any sort of standard except that a legislator would like to set the standard. And so that's
Okay.
really a concern as well. So those are sort of our issues with the legislation other than just being an unfunded mandate.
Okay, yeah, and I did notice that you put all the potential costs, and I do appreciate that. I looked a little more closely this time and saw that they were all there, so I do appreciate that. Okay, I think I understand this a little better. I do appreciate your help with that, and
welcome.
I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we've been around. Thank you so much,
You're
Ms.
welcome.
Ortiz. And next we have item 6.04, new course approvals. Dr. Olato?
Good morning, team. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Lee, would you like to introduce the team and then talk to us about the new courses?
I would love it. Thank you very much,
Thank
Dr. Lotto. For the record, my name is Skip Lee. I'm the Director of Curriculum, and I brought an army of fantastic people with me this morning to answer and address any questions or concerns you might have about the 6 course proposals that are before you. Do you guys just want to stand up and introduce yourself? Nick,
please.
Yep.
Hi, Pat Crane, Director of Alternative Education.
Good morning, Jessica Valladay, Coordinator of Music. Good morning, Mary Austin, Coordinator of National Baccalaureate Program.
Good morning, Nick Lee, Coordinator of Career Technical Education Programs.
Kim Kodex, Principal at Monarch Academy, Glen Burnie.
Jonathan Monroe, Instructional Technology at Monarch Academy.
Jonathan is our teacher who actually gets to teach students in about 6 hours. So we're grateful for him to be here and appreciate their dedication to this. So new board, it is a pleasure to be before you to bring these courses to you. There's a sequence and series of steps to get to this point, including a lot of review and thought that goes into it. But ultimately, courses such as these manifest themselves in the minds of our teachers who say, I'd like to give this opportunity to our students. And so from that point to the moment we're standing here before you or sitting here before you this morning is a significant process of really thinking about what's best for our students, filling a gap, a need, and ultimately addressing a target audience that otherwise isn't being addressed. And so we're excited to be here. And I mean that sincerely. And we would love to be asked a question if you have one, since we've been here since 6 o'clock with you. So
You will be. Thank you.
have at it.
And thank you so much. It's so nice to meet all of you that we haven't met before. A couple of you we certainly have. So I will go around. Mr. Silkworth.
I'd like to thank you all for being here. And I know what it's like to have to get up to teach early in the morning. I understand that. I just have a comment about sing your story.
Jessica, would you please come forward?
Well, my comment is this. I'm an America's Got Talent fan and a Voice fan, and I just think that is a marvelous course. And I would like to be the first board member to be able to sit and visit the school that teaches that. So whoever came up with that, I felt this way when I first read it earlier today, and I am absolutely thrilled for Sing Your Story. I won't necessarily sing my story, but thank you so much for that. I think that's a great opportunity for our kids.
So, Mr. Silkworth, for the record, Emma Godwin was here until 1 o'clock, but she has a class at first period, so we let her go. She's the catalyst behind this, but on her behalf, Jessica would be happy to address the origin of it.
It's exactly what you kind of alluded to. It takes a very popular form of music that is very accessible to most students and provides them a mechanism by which to explore their own voice, but also gives them an entryway into the arts, whether it's music or the theater program or another art form in the school that maybe they didn't see themselves in before in any of our more traditional offerings. So I'm so thrilled that you enjoy the offering, and we will make sure to invite you to Arundel High School, because I know they are doing everything they can to run the course.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Smith.
It seems like Arundel gets everything, but
Hold on.
Go on, Gus.
We got something for Mead here, sir. I just want you to know.
No, I was just gonna say just a quick comment. I read through the 2 IB courses, and I just think they're phenomenal. I will tell you that it's 2 things I never really thought about with the IB program. I'm sure Ms. Austin can figure this out. Like, I guess the technical aspect. I took chemistry last year, and then also like the health science aspect, and it's really interesting to read.
Good morning again. Mr. Smith, do you want to actually specify your questions a bit? So I
Oh,
can
no,
speak
it's just
to
a
them, or
comment.
Just comments?
Yeah, but you can say whatever you like. You've been here for a while. The floor is yours.
Drake, you know I can talk IB all day. So. So just to give a little background then to your point, so the 3 courses that are before you, 2 of them specifically IB diploma program courses, were brought about this year for a number of reasons, not the least of which is you also see that with the 21-22 school year, we'll be starting the IB career-related program. That's the 4th and final program in the suite of IB programs that are offered. It's quite unique in that it merges our students who are in a career completer pathway, giving them the opportunity to finish that career completer pathway along with at least 2 IB diploma program courses of their choosing. So a very exciting way really of mixing that college and career. That program will be offered to any students who naturally attend our IB high schools, Annapolis, Meade, and Old Mill. So we hope it's actually going to draw a larger cross-section of students into the final 2 years of the IB program. As you know, of course, the IB middle years program, the IB primary years programs, those are already school-wide programs, serving in total about 14,000 of our students here in the county. But we really want to see if we can't bring a lot of pathways together at the high schools. There are so many exciting options for students now at the high school. This gives us a chance to merge our signature programs, our CTE programs, bring in more of our AVID students, our ROTC, and again, those IB diploma program courses. So the 2 courses before you for the IB diploma program, sports, exercise, and health science, and computer science, were chosen again for a number of reasons. Computer science on a very basic level is in one part going to replace the outgoing information technology in a global society course that's been part of the IB diploma program for years. The IB organization is phasing that course out. So it made sense to bring something in. Why not bring in computer science? It's a class that many of our students have asked about taking for a long time. It's a beautiful complement to the newer IB math courses that we started this year as well, or last year, pardon me. Also, with the choice at two of our high schools of ROTC as the initial career completer program at Annapolis High School and Project Lead the Way at Meade High, again, it was a really nice dovetail. So we think it's something students are going to be extremely excited about offering. The early enrollment interest from kids is showing that that's true. The second course is incredibly unique among the IB offerings and courses in general, sports, exercise, and health science. As the name suggests, it is a little bit of all of those. So the teachers I'm working with now, this spring and summer, to write the course actually represent the science fields, the health fields, and the physical education fields. So it's a bit of anatomy and physiology, a bit of health science, and a bit of actually practice. So we might be looking, quite frankly, at the physics that's involved in something to do with sports, but also how that applies to the athlete himself. So it's great preparation for our kids, who we have many, as Drake knows, in the IB diploma program now and at our IB high schools. So kids who are looking at pre-med, perhaps something in marketing, even sports management, or something really in a very streamlined athletic field. So again, we see it as a way to bring in a lot of students who might not traditionally have seen themselves as students who would participate in the IB program.
That was wonderful. You're done? I'm a little torn about the best way to do this because I'm going to go to each board member and different ones might have. So if anyone has questions on the IB courses, now would be a good time, I think, or comments.
You all know this is probably my most favorite thing to do in board meetings. I think I've expressed that every time you all sit in front of us. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being here so early in the morning. So I heard a few schools mentioned, Arundel and Meade and Annapolis and Old Mill. Are there others that are going to benefit from this fabulousness?
Either the IB courses?
Either IB or the others that are before us.
Yes, ma'am. So the IB courses are specific to the three high schools you just mentioned, but we have Monarch Academy who's represented here today, and we have the CTE program. Mr. Keckley is here to talk about a computer science course that will be provided for all of the comprehensive schools. So
That's
yes,
awesome.
there's a multitude of representations, but Miss Austin kind of has the corner of the market with the three courses being for the IB schools. And I'm smiling under here, so you can't see it. But
Yes, I heard Project Lead the Way, and I know, doesn't Serena Park also have that? So does anything fall into that, or is it just? I'm sorry, it's late and it's early at the same time. So
the uniqueness of Meade High School is that they have both the ROTC program for Army and they have Project Lead the Way. And what Miss Austin was sharing was that the pathways that these courses support as a student moves through their experience broadens as a result of these additional courses, so that the student has an opportunity to do more than just what was traditionally in that one completer pathway. And the IB program is trying to grow and blossom more students to attract them by offering these additional levels of courses.
Well, fabulous. I just, I'm always a yes with you. Always. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Ms. Frank?
I do have questions about I guess, who does the cybersecurity, global impact and ethics? Who's that professional? Hi, thank you so much. So is this going to be offered to all high schools?
It's initially going to start. Good morning. It's
Good
initially
morning.
going to start at Meade, and then it will be offered at all high schools.
Oh, Mr. Smith, look at that. It Meade for a year or?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 year. Okay. I have an interest. My husband's in cybersecurity, so I think this is fantastic that we're offering this to high school students. And my only complaint is that it changes so quickly that staying ahead of the curve on this is difficult. Is this replacing anything else, or is this updating any previous curriculum?
No, this is a new offering,
Absolutely.
quarter credits. It's like I said, it starts at me. We'll do the course writing this summer, And just so I get it right, it will be how cybersecurity and digital technology affect global issues like politics, economics, finance, and social issues. And so our business partners at the Fort Meade Alliance, they all identified this as a perfect fit. It fits really nice into our homeland security, but also we're going to open it up for all the high schools to be able to offer it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is fantastic. I was really excited when I read about this. If you have any little fun facts about this that you think that we would like to know, let me know, and then I'll go ahead and move on. Thank you.
The Fort Meade Alliance, yeah.
What is it?
Our Fort Meade Alliance, the DoD, EA, they are strong supporters. They identified the topics that we'll be writing for as being a high need within the area of cybersecurity. We're also hoping that this kicks off and we start to grow cybersecurity even past what we're offering here. So this is our first entry into it, but we see this expanding and growing just as the need for it, as we see in our society. We need that to grow.
So potentially more cybersecurity classes to come.
That's what we're hoping.
Excellent. Thank you so much for this.
My pleasure.
Dr. Tobin.
Yes, it's interesting you said that because I'm also married to somebody who works in cybersecurity at the fort you referred to, and I hear him talk about this all the time. So, and I was particularly pleased both in this and the IB computer science course to see the relationship with ethics, because I've had occasion to work with people who, run huge technology firms, and to a man or a woman, they all say they were taught the tech. They weren't taught why it matters. And we've seen the results of that to some extent. So thank you for that. I think that prepares our young people in a host of really important ways. I also want to thank Ms. Austin for the IB offerings. We had daughters together who graduated last year, and I think my daughter has said she feels that IB almost over-prepared her for college. So thank you for everything that you're doing on that. And okay, I started out as an actress. Who did the improv?
Come on up, Lisa. Yep. Nope. It's her time to speak. So.
I'm so excited about that.
Well, I just want to say, improv is brilliant especially for the age group it's aimed at. And I'd just like to hear a little bit more of the genesis of it and your hopes for it, where it's starting and where you would like to see it go.
Thank you for having us here. So Jonathan is the brilliance behind it, Mr. Monroe. As the principal, I can just tell you that as a public charter school, we do a few things. We get to do a few things differently to try them out. One of the things that we do and that we really emphasize is the importance of students being able to reflect on their learning and then stand and speak about their growth as learners, how they've changed through the year and where their needs still lie in relation to our habits of excellence. Our students start doing that in kindergarten twice a year. So today we actually hosted student-led conferences, and our students spoke with their parents virtually online with digital portfolios and showed us their growth from the start of the year. And it was a much needed, heartwarming, proud moment. We start preparing kids in that way to speak about their learning and to stand up for themselves and speak and stand up for others, right? As they transition into middle school, as you know, adolescence is really hard. And we sometimes see that confidence and that willingness to speak in front of others start to wane. We see the joy in school from elementary to high school. I think we see that middle school drop as well. And so we were looking for a way to support the speaking and listening standards in our core curriculum, as well as to build confidence of our students and belonging and really take care of them and create another space that's fun and comfortable and just about the children being safe and there's nothing right or wrong, right? There's no wrong answer. There's just the next thing. So Jonathan, Mr. Monroe came up with this idea, and I'm proud to sit next to him so he can explain it to you.
Yes, and nailed it.
Yeah, I
We spent
also-
a lot of time together upstairs
Yeah.
tonight. We had a whole
We've
day.
had some time. We were in a conference room. It was like a writer's room. Yeah, improv has helped me as an educator, also as just a human that lives with anxiety. Like I am completely nervous right now sitting in front of you all, and I have had hours upstairs knowing that this was going to happen. But we all live in a world where we want structure, but then it always changes. And why not prepare our students with the opportunity to figure out how to work on your feet? I've had an improv club for about 2 years now. Those students have performed in Baltimore City. They currently perform for an improv organization that came out completely online. They've had a show monthly. And they're going to have a show this Saturday. I'm not trying to promote, sorry. But it's an opportunity to really get comfortable with people that you don't normally get comfortable with. Improv is a place for people who kind of don't have a spot and can make it their own because there isn't a spot there. And so I'm very excited about the opportunity to start in a middle school level where you're really trying to figure out who you are and who you want to be. And improv allows you to accept that. And the community of improv anywhere is always about having your back and support. And I think that that's something that if I could teach every student that we've ever had walk through a building, I think is important.
I think that last piece he brought forth is really important when dealing with adolescents, because in the scene that they create, they build the scene together. It's not a competition or a win or a thing, right? But it's about taking what the last person gave you and making something out of it next together. And I think that's a skill that most of us could use. So,
well, thank you. I would love to come and see when you're back in person and shoot us some information about the online stuff, because that would be great.
we'd love to have you. And at the end of the year, we do passages presentations where our 5th and 8th graders defend their readiness to move to the next level. And we'd also like to invite you to be our community guests to listen to our students' presentations and hopefully see the product of them working through an improv course.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And I think this is a spectacular opportunity, and I hope it grows throughout the system. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Well, while you're here before us, I just have to speak to it. We're a theater family, and people think of improv for theater people, theater kids, but the life skills that you gain from that are immeasurable. I mean, there's just the ability to think in the moment, the ability to communicate, the teamwork that you mentioned. There's so many life skills, and it's almost always done in an extremely fun way. So I am so excited, and I do hope this is something that grows throughout the school system that is offered.
We are willing to try it next year, and hopefully we'll provide a strong model for others.
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Great.
Thanks.
So it's a
Miss-
wrap. Right.
Ms. Corkadell, do you have any questions?
No, I'm gonna make sure that that we don't hopefully break our own record. That we're 34 minutes from breaking it, so I'm gonna contribute to the not breaking it tonight. But you guys do such an outstanding job. I'm kind of happy and a little sad on the computer science because my son's a junior and most of his coursework now, because he blew through the AP version of Comp Sci as soon as the guidance counselor gave him the green light to take it. And so most of his coursework is now at community college. So I look forward to the day before I leave this dais that we have something more holistic and comprehensive, and the cyber pieces and the introductions go a long way to helping support that, whether or not we're, how far we go with it. But it's all connected, and I look forward to us continuing to progress because I know that is one of our paths we want to try to get to. Now is not the moment to do that, but these are the steps necessary, and I look forward to seeing more of it. Thank you.
Ms. Antwine, you have?
Thank you very much. The downside of being the first but the last is that all the questions that I had were asked and answered. I have to just tell you, I may get in a bit of trouble with you, Mr. Lee, because I, at this time, have no questions.
It's okay.
I would like to say every one of these courses, I commend you greatly on. I see where the students will all greatly benefit, and I love most the opportunity for expansion of these courses. Thank you.
Also, I forgot to say to Ms. Austin, my daughter would really like it if someday there was IB anthropology. Just put that on the list.
I'm sorry. I actually was the last one, and I do want.
Sorry
that's quite
about
all
that.
right. That's quite all right. I have to give a big shout out to the development of the Sing Your Story course. Where is that being offered?
It'll be at Arundel in the fall.
Okay.
Under the pretense of creating the course as they kind of go along, but it'll be available to the entire school system, school year 22-23.
Oh, so wonderful. So again, I have a theater family. My youngest grew up on the stage starting when she was 5, musical theater. She, when I don't know, a few years back, she developed a real passion for singing more contemporary music, and she started seeking out like vocal competitions and things like that because there's no real opportunities to perform this type of music for kids. There's just, there's lots of theater opportunities, but not this. So this is so sorely needed for our youth. And so thank you for developing it.
You're welcome. We hope it's a stepping stone to more opportunities, which is exactly what the whole passion course, high engagement courses are supposed to accomplish. So thank you for that.
We're going to end up with a lot more high school bands coming up in the future, I think.
Hopefully.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Oh, yeah. Do we need a motion, huh? We do.
I move to approve all courses.
Second. All right. There's a motion to approve all the courses before us and a second. Ms. Howell, will you call roll?
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
I too.
Ms. Schallheim,
I agree.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you all so much. Item 7.01, Chesapeake High School cell tower update. Oh, sorry, one moment. Oh. Ms. Frank had to step out.
Miss Ellis.
Yep.
Just to make sure, with the agenda, when were we going to get to Miss Antwine's motion?
I was just, because we had staff,
That's
I wanted to make sure that was,
so
so,
through all the staff presentation. Okay.
pardon?
Through all the staff presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I thought you just meant through that one. Okay, just making sure.
I'm sorry, I am going to have to ask to pause for a moment. If we could take just a 2-minute break. The board member who asked for this item had to step out quickly.
President Ellis, might I Are we?
I'm open to a suggestion. Yes.
I would suggest perhaps maybe we could address Miss Antwine as our final action
Sure.
item
I'm happy to do
in
that.
the interim of the absence of Dr. Alato and
Okay.
Miss.
I think that's reasonable.
Excellent. Am I up?
Yes. So this is in relation to, I've forgotten what it was. Which item?
It's actually an invitation. I was requested to do it at item 5.01, safety and security report.
Got it. Okay. And what is your motion, Ms. Antwine?
So with the schools reopening, we understand that there is no doubt some of the most incredible social unrest we have ever witnessed, and most of that involved police officers. With that, in the late hour, I will be brief with my preamble and go ahead and move. I move that the Board of Education invites the Chief of Anne Arundel County Police, Chief Amal Awad, to our mid-February board meeting for discussion on SROs and their return to schools.
We have a
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Do we have consent?
I'm sorry, I missed the end of the next meeting. Ms. Antwine, in light of the fact that our middle school and high school students won't be starting before March 8th, can I offer that we make it March 8th if possible to avoid adding an agenda item to the budget meeting?
I appreciate that, President Ellis, and based on the fact that Ms. Jackson shared today that only the high schoolers would have SROs as far as she knows, I think that would be feasible as well. So I can change it, amend it from mid-February to the first meeting in March.
Okay, and I'll also let you know, I have been able to have a conversation with Dr. Alato, and he was already going to extend that invitation. They're working on when they'll meet. So, I mean, I do think this is something that we can do without a motion, but I mean, if the motion's on the table, so.
Absolutely, thank you.
So you wish to continue with the motion?
So you're saying we can invite without the motion? The board
Yes.
can invite it without the motion?
Absolutely,
So
yes.
we're doing like consensus is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, yeah, I've already asked Dr. Alato, and he's agreed to do that, so it's in the works.
And then the agenda item request will be on there for that
For the first meeting in March. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Does that work? Okay.
So with that then, with that understanding for the March 3rd meeting, I can withdraw the motion.
Okay. Okay, great.
I do want to emphasize that it is critical that we get the chief of police in here to talk to us about her agenda for her officers in our schools. Thank you.
Okay. Item 7.01, Chesapeake High School Cell Tower Update. My apologies, Mr. Cheknovich.
Good morning again. I'm Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer, here to present item 7.01, which is a review item this morning regarding the cell tower at Chesapeake High School. As the board knows, there is a policy and regulation that governs telecommunication towers, and this project has been processed in accordance with that. The project came before the board twice. for its review, and following the final review and concurrence, the project moved forward into the planning, design, and regulatory process. In summary, where we are today is that the project has made its way almost through the entire regulatory and permitting process. The company, Milestone, has all but one of its multiple required approvals and permits now in hand. And the one is still actively in process. The one remaining element is actually a two-step process. You turn in a preliminary site development plan that was approved, and they were green-lighted to turn in their final site development plan. That's been remitted, and that's in review as of now. The way that generally works is any material items that would be showstoppers per se are typically identified during the preliminary site development process. So there is little to no doubt that anything large material would come up this late in the process, again, given that it's been through so many of the regulatory phases and hurdles up to now. As I said, given the trajectory of the project, we believe that the permitting activity would probably conclude by the end of March, allowing the project to potentially begin construction in April. The one last thing I do want to share with the board, and I don't recall if I have or haven't, so this may be new material or it may just be a repeat. So pardon me if it's B and not A, is that at the moment we neither currently nor in the foreseeable future see any additional profferings of new sites or new tower projects coming down the pike. That, like this project here that we're speaking of, Chesapeake, will likely be the last project. The contract is nearing its terminus, and in all likelihood, we would intend, I believe, to simply let the contract naturally expire without extension at that time, and likely not pursue any solicitation or new replacement contracts, at least in the foreseeable future. And with that, I'll take any questions that the board might have.
Thank you, Mr. Cheknovich. Mr. Silkworth?
No question.
Mr. Smith?
No questions.
Ms. Schallheim? Ms. Frank?
Yes, I do. I wanted to know if we were to give this project a slowdown, what would the contractual obligations and impacts be?
Well, I'm not your lawyer. He's sitting in a room, but I'm sure he'll be very interested in helping answer part of this question. Obviously, as I said, there's a process, right? We follow the process in good faith, as have they, each way through that process. The item came before the board, and the board had opportunities to stop the project before significant expenditures of funds by the private sector company. The board did not avail themselves of those opportunities, and therefore, acting in good faith upon the determination of the board, a project moved forward. Again, inclusive of the planning, the design, all the prerequisite work required to submit the various permit applications to the multiple regulatory agencies. The answer to your question is, I don't know. Okay. It is a large sum of money, that I do know. And it would be up to the company to decide how they would wish to, pursue. It's not just the company constructing the tower, right? There's telecommunication companies that are then hanging the telecommunication equipment on the tower. So it's not just tower constructor that is at jeopardy or risk, but it is the telecommunication providers, and they're the larger ones, the AT&Ts, the Verizons, et cetera. So there are more than one player involved in the transaction, and they all have a financial interest, and they would all have to make a business decision on how they would wish to pursue that.
Okay. And you said, do you know how much money would have been spent on this project so far, or an estimate of how much would have been spent?
It's six figures plus.
Okay, I have no more questions. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
No questions.
Ms. Corkadell? Ms. Antwine?
I have no questions at this time.
Anyone else have anything?
I have a motion.
You have a motion?
Yes. So I'm trying to gather my thoughts a little bit, and you don't know what a stop would do at this time. So, I'm trying to figure out what the impacts are. The board previous to this had about 2 years to mull over the Shady Side cell tower, and in my capacity as a newly elected official representing my community, I haven't had that much time to go through all of this and to really understand the impacts and to reach out to the community and to reach out to all stakeholders involved. Unfortunately, we have reopening and we have athletics and we have all of these other issues occurring simultaneously. So I really do want to understand the impact of this a little bit more before it just goes up. So I would like to, I move that we stop work until July of 2021 to be able to gain more information.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Start with sorry, Mr. Silkworth?
Could you repeat the motion, please?
I move that we stop work until July of 2021. And then I forget the second part of that, to gather more information. I'm sorry. I did not write this down ahead of time. I apologize, but I wanted to see what Mr. Shaknovich said and if it was a possibility or what his thoughts were first.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
I guess this is to Darren. I think Mr. Sheknovich kind of touched on it, but is there anything legally stopping us from doing this? Like breach of contract or something like that?
Darren Burns, board attorney for the record. First of all, I think Ms. Frank asked questions, but a question she asked Mr. Saknovas did touch on legal. And I think in fairness to him, that's not a question maybe that he's comfortable answering. I think if the question had been, tell me as the staff and as the folks who are charged with executing and managing this 8-year-old contract relationship, what are some of the practical drawbacks and what are some of the concerns you have as the staff and what are some of the concerns in the field and logistically, he probably could have answered some of those questions. But if you're going to ask point blank the question, what potential ramifications to this school system and this board could there be from you altering the trajectory of a contract and your procedures? You have policy and procedures that are actually incorporated by reference in this contract. What are the impacts of that? I would suggest to you that because that involves potential litigation and potentially serious amounts of money, that it wouldn't be something I would advise you on here in public. I mean, if you direct me to do so, I certainly will do my best, but I don't think I'd be doing you a service to provide advice about potential litigation in this setting.
So we have a motion on the table, and I think information is requested by board members. we would need to close to get that advice. We would have to pause from the public meeting and close and consult with our attorney.
The proper process would be just like anytime you close, you would have to have a motion to close for one of the purposes, 15 purposes that the Open Meetings Act allows you to go into closed session. Obviously, this would be one would be to
Legal.
consult with counsel about a legal issue. Thank you, Ms. Howe.
Oh, I haven't heard a motion. But
I'm willing to make I don't know what the order is because we're in the middle of a,
Right.
we're on a different member, but I'm happy to make a motion to go into closed session because I was going to request it when it got to my turn. Madam President, I move that the board go into closed session to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter and to consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Howell, we have a motion and a second.
Mr.
I don't believe
Silkworth?
we need to discuss. Go ahead.
Would you repeat that motion, please?
I move that the board go into closed session to to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter, to consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals on pending or potential litigation.
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
I guess so.
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Frank?
My turn. Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell? Aye. Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
8-0, motion passes. motion on the table. Motion and second.
Yeah. Yes.
I withdraw my motion. I'll withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Excuse me, Miss Ellis, your microphone's not on.
That took a while. We're on item 8.01, concrete services. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I recommend the Board of Education award contract 21-200 concrete services to Image Asphalt Maintenance Incorporated in a total amount of $1,500,000.
Consent to adopt. Thanks for consent to adopt.
Do I have a second? Okay.
Second.
Second.
Any dissent? All right.
Motion to
Motion
adjourn.
passes. Motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
And third.
All right, that
And a
concludes.
fourth, and we did, by the way, Madam President, we did exceed our all-time record of the latest, the largest quantity hour-wise, because although
Oh, because we started earlier. I was
because we
thinking, I know
start
we've done-
earlier now than we
Yes,
did before.
That's right.
Congratulations.
It's 11 hours.